Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of Countdown to Christmas. And hey, I am dressed for the occasion. We hope that y'all are all dressed up again today like you were yesterday. And hey, we have another great show for you today and some great specials. We're so glad you tuned in. And again, guys, if you're new to the show and you've never been here before, we got to get you right now to go subscribe to our YouTube channel, go like our Facebook page. And again, that's going to how you can also win prizes today is just by making comments, sharing the video to your own page, and going subscribing to YouTube and liking our Facebook. So see a lot of our SMP Nation is in there already in the chat. Hey, if you're brand new and this is the first time you've ever seen our show, put a number 1 in the chat right now to let us know. And I promise you that SMP Nation is going to make you feel extremely welcome. And all right, so you know me saying, I love your outfit, Blaine. How do y'all like my outfit? I got dressed up in Santa Blaine outfit today.
You look amazing.
So we got number 1, Leslie is brand new. So welcome to the show. Cheryl's new. So welcome to the show, Cheryl. Hey guys, we do this every quarter. We do a big week-long show. And then every Thursday, we do a live show for an hour. Every single Thursday, we have guests on. We do products. So if you're new, make sure y'all tune in every Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time, and join our show. And then every quarter, we do big shows. So our next big show after this one is going to be in March, and it'll be our Quilt Fest. So you make sure you write your calendar down for that. But other than that, we're going to be every Thursday until then. But y'all make sure you tune in. But today, guys, we've got Jane Klaus back in the house. And if y'all don't know who Jane is by now, I'm telling you what. Jane is a 2-time Emmy-winning TV host. And she also, a lot of y'all already know this, she co-hosts the Steve Cochran Show on its WLS AM 890 out of Chicago. And I was on that show yesterday morning, and I think a lot of y'all were on there. So let's welcome to the show, Jane Klaus.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Ho, ho, ho.
Love the outfit, Jane.
Well, I don't know how long it's going to last, Blaine, but I'm just trying to keep up with you.
That's awesome.
I went into Santa's closet and I stole it. I hope he doesn't mind, just for a couple of minutes.
That's awesome. You know what, Jane? We got another great show, in store for everybody today. Some great products, and so, hey, you know what I'd like to do first thing this morning?
What?
I want to give a sewing machine away.
Oh my God! Right off the bat at 10:15
right
in the
off
morning.
The bat, I want to give one away. We're going to give away a Necky K132 sewing machine away early this morning. And we got to get Kennedy's wheel all ready to go.
Oh boy!
And so you got your
we
wheel
ready? We got to get our pipes
Kennedy?
ready to spin the wheel already.
All right, so she's ready. Are y'all all ready to win a sewing machine out there?
Everybody
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spin the wheel, Kennedy girl. It's so exciting. It's suspenseful.
That's the way to start the show off this morning. Hey, Belinda Bryan.
Yay, Belinda. She's right there ready. Belinda writes ready, and she wins. Congratulations, Belinda. Good for you. Watching on Facebook bright and early this morning.
Hey, so Belinda, just go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize and fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your machine out to you as soon as we get the information. So, guys, we got another great show, and guess who we got on the show today, Jane, doing education?
I know, my buddy Chris Talk. I'm so excited to see him, and I cannot wait until he tells us and shows us what he is going to make for Christmas.
I know. So, as y'all, if you're new today and you haven't been on this week, what we're doing every single day this week around I think it's today is at 11:30. Pacific time, and it'll be 11:30 Pacific time the rest of the week. We're going to have an educational session, and basically it's last minute Christmas gifts, what you can make last minute. And we have Chris Talk on today. We have I think it's Angela Wolf tomorrow, and then Joanne Banco on Friday. And so some really good educators,
great lineup,
very creative people, as you know, Jane. And we're super excited they're part of the show.
The best. Now, can I give you an idea what we can make before we see Chris?
Yes.
Okay, so if everybody has an old empty pasta jar or peanut butter and jelly or peanut butter jar, all you need to do, take the jar, clean it up, cut some felt and some googly eyes and add it to the jar. You can put candies and treats in there. And then we all can sew yourself a quick little felt hat with and sew on some trim. And there you go.
That is really cool. So you can use that for a number of things: candy dishes, a soap dish. You can put all kinds of stuff in it, couldn't you?
Yeah, and we do a little bit of felt. We all got our scraps. Use your scraps, put it together, and you can do that. Make a bunch of them today.
Hey, fast and easy. So, Jane, before we get too started, I got to say a big shout out to some of our people that are watching today, and because we have a huge SMP Nation out there. But we got Annette Myers watching from Kentucky. We have Dion Carpenter in Southwest Nebraska. Have Julie Danbury in Connecticut. We have Deborah Lane, Virginia Beach. Diane Feltman in Kansas. Cindy King in Odessa, Texas. And Clara Cooper in Arrow, Oklahoma.
And by the way, my friend Diane here. Hello from Chicago, Diane. Diane Deekson. Hi, Dan.
So we have the SMP Nations out here in strong force today. And
everywhere.
Hey, guys, we have Amy Meeks, educator from Janome. She flew in all the way from Montana, and she's going to be here. Jerry Granada was going to be here as well, but Jerry got sick and cannot talk, lost his voice. So Amy is going to do all the Janome sessions today. So she actually is here in our studio with us today. Is going to be doing that. So we'll have her in here shortly. But she's got a big job today. She's got to fill in for Jerry.
For hours and hours. Hey, Blaine, so you say she flew in from Montana?
Yes.
I bet her arms are tired.
They are. And you know what? They're having a winter storm there. So she's down here in sunny California.
Yeah, good for her. She did the right thing. Excuse my dad joke. I know. That was just being funny.
Hey, you know what? It's all in good fun today. And we're going to have a blast day. We had a fun time yesterday. And we're going to even have more fun today. And guys, we have got some great stuff to give away today as well. So y'all never know when I'm going to give something away, Jane. So they got to stay tuned all day.
You are Santa Blaine, especially today with your Santa outfit on.
All right. So I see Jill saying hi from Maple Grove, Minnesota. So hey, Jill, glad you're on the show.
They're getting hit, I think, in Minnesota with some heavy storm.
Well, yeah, I think that a lot of people are getting some winter storms right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Somebody says she's missing the weather. It says hi from Minnesota. Julie is from Minnesota.
Hey, Blaine, is it snowing there in San Diego today?
Oh, no. So I will have to tell you this. I woke up yesterday morning driving to coming out here to the show. And where I live is in Valley Center, California. And we have Palomar Mountain right by my house. And it was snow covered. So they got snow on it yesterday.
So you saw the snow?
Yeah, I saw it from 15
really
miles away.
Yeah. Good. That's
so
nice.
Yeah, it was beautiful. So, but yeah, it usually never snows in San Diego. So hopefully, I don't like cold weather. So I like the warm weather.
It's pouring rain in Chicago, pouring rain. It's going to be raining all day. So I'm really actually very excited to be here because I don't want to be standing out in the rain. And by the way, Nana from Georgia, I love Georgia. I lived there for a couple of years too.
So I see Belinda. She says, love Santa Blaine, sunny here in Florida. So thanks for being on the show, Belinda. And hey, we're glad it's sunny in Florida. I love Florida as well. Great weather down there.
Hey, I love Florida too. I love Arizona. Anybody from Arizona today? We'll see if they chime in.
I bet there is.
I
got to tell everybody real quick too, Jane, to make sure that y'all, if you want to ask some questions, hold your questions until toward the end of the demo. So we make sure if you got any questions about a machine or something, we'll try to answer those. But if you answer them too early in the chat, sometimes we miss them. But we do have chatters. We have, Marina, Rhonda, and Deb are going to be on the chat on Facebook and YouTube today. So they're going to be trying to help answer your questions. We have live chat agents on our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, that can also help answer questions. And then Nick's whole team today, they're all on the phones over at the call center, answering your calls. And so you call the 800 number, and you'll get them. And again, we're really busy right now on the phones. So if you can't get through on the phones throughout the day, I'm going to be saying, hey, Kyle's putting a link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. And what that link is, it's a link to Google Sheets. And when you click that link, it opens the page up. You'll just put your name, your phone number, and the machine you're inquiring about, and that gets updated all the way over to the call center, and they'll see it immediately. And then what they'll do, as soon as they get off the phones, they'll be trying to give you outbound call. So if you do that and you see an 800 number calling you, make sure you answer it.
Hi, Debbie from Arizona. And Blaine, I think it's super important to remind everybody how they win.
Yes. So how you can win, basically go subscribe to our YouTube channel, give us a thumbs up, hit that bell notification. If you're on Facebook, like our page, share the video to your own Facebook page, and then today, just make comments and ask questions. All those things will actually increase your chances to win. And then we randomly pull names up, as y'all see in the spin the wheel. When Kennedy spins that wheel over there, and hopefully your name will come up and you'll get to win some prizes today.
Yep. So super easy. Just stay interactive and talk to us, be social with us all day long. We love hearing from you. I love reading the messages when everyone is doing their presentations. We're watching, but I'm also taking notes on what everybody's talking about. So, and I love the questions at the end are great, because that's the most important thing, is that we educate and we learn from each other.
They are. And one of the things too, I got to tell everybody, Jane, we've have 30 something products. I think I can't remember the numbers, a lot of products that we're showing this week. And, but if it's not the product that you've had your heart set on, it's not on the show, don't worry about that. Just give us a call, because we have thousands of products that are on the Countdown to Christmas special that are not on the show. So just because you don't see it, give us a call anyway, because there's a good chance that it's going to be on the special. So just call the call center. They can tell you what the specials are on the products you're looking at, and you can go ahead and get it. But if you got to buy it by Friday if you want to ensure that you get it by Christmas, because we're working extremely hard to get all the products out this week on the FedEx truck. And if they hit the truck, there are good chances you're going to get it, unless some kind of winter storm interrupts. But you should be able to get it before Christmas.
And we all decided that getting the present and opening it up on Christmas Day is the best.
Oh, yes.
I've
seen people do the pictures like you'd suggested on Tuesday or Monday.
Yeah.
And I understand that's the next best thing. But, having that thing right in front of you so you can start sewing immediately.
You're like, who are you people sitting in my house? I'm busy with this machine that I just got. Like, you guys worry about your own dinner. Bye.
Well, just think about it. If you have a Christmas party at your house and all your family's there and you got a new embroidery machine, you're going to be embroidering everybody's name on their shirts.
Of course you were. You're like, take your shirt off. I got to put your name on it. Come. You're like, this is a brand new shirt. Don't care. Put your name on it. Let's go. Come on. Let me show you. Let me show you how it works. Yeah, it's fun. What happens in my world is people come over and we end up by the embroidery machines. And then it's just like a whole party by the machines. And then it's like, what else are we going to make? And what else are we going to make? I'm like, wait a minute. I know I love to do this, but can we just hang out? But, it's fun. Everyone loves it.
Well, I got to say a big shout out this morning, too. We got, Kicking It Kennedy's in the studio, Big Daddy Kyle and Rock and Roger. But Rock and Roger's running the cameras over there helping Amy. And then we don't have a camera on Kyle and Kennedy this morning because we're using that camera to help, for Amy's demo. So, but they're here. They're raring to go.
Can we hear them? Can we hear them?
We're ready. We're ready.
They're here. They got microphones at least. So, but we'll have a camera back on them tomorrow. And they're going to be some new outfits tomorrow too. They're going to be wearing. So, and Jane and I are going to have new outfits tomorrow as well.
I'm going to have a new outfit next time you see me, Blaine.
What's that?
I'm going to have a new outfit next time you see me.
I'm not going to give too much away. We're going to have new outfits.
Right. Absolutely. Yes.
Well, guys, we're ready to get going, Jane. And hey, Jane, I'm going to see you back in here about an hour probably. We're going to be popping back in and forth. But I think Amy's got 2 back-to-back demonstrations that she's going to do. And she's going to be pulling double duty today. So we're going to have to be pulling in machines and taking in machines in and out. And so it's going to be a little hectic for her, but I know Amy is a trooper and she's going to be able to do it. So anyway, guys, we are going to go right to the studio over there. Amy's there. We're going to talk about the Janome 1000 CPX Cover Pro this morning. And so Amy, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Blaine. I'm glad to be here.
Man, we are so happy you're here. And I know this was a last minute thing for you because we had planned for you to shoot this from your studio at home. And Jerry Granata was going to be live in our store in the studio and do some things. And he got sick. And, you know, as a trooper, I mean, last minute, you booked a flight last night, flew out here last night, you got here, you're here bright and early this morning. So thank you for doing that. I know that was a lot on your plate. And I know that you're having a winter storm as well. So you may be staying in San Diego for a couple more days.
I think I'm going to get stuck in Salt Lake.
Oh no!
But,
All right,
you know, that's part of life on the road.
it is. Well, Amy, we're gonna let you get going on that, and then we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, and I'm gonna tell everybody how they can get this Cover Pro.
Great. You know, it's Christmas time. I don't know if you noticed it, but part of it is to give a gift from your heart and your hands, and to make something for someone and give it to them. There's nothing better than that. But you know, we like the matching jammy thing. I'm telling you, my kids love the matching jammies, and without my Cover Pro, I would not be able to get those done as fast as I do. Any hemming, anything like that I want to do. This is not a serger. This is a top stitch kind of machine. Where with the serger we cut. With this, we're not going to cut. We're not going to cut it at all. It's going to feed through, and you're going to get hemmed. Now, everything we have, can you zoom in on that, Roger, and show a hem? So, everything we have today pretty much is stretch. If you're not wearing stretch, especially around the holidays with all those cookies and candy and good meals and parties, we need that stretch. So, when we're sewing on stretch and hemming it, we hear use your double needle. Yeah, that works, but I'm telling you, once you get a cover stitch machine, you won't go back. So when you're hemming those jammies, when you're putting them together, if you're using knit, this is the fastest way to do it. The first thing we have to get over, though, is the hurdle in everybody's mind. Oh, I can't thread that. Oh, come on. You know what? On this machine, it's so easy because, can you get in here, Roger? If you look, I only have one looper on this machine. I have 3 needles and 1 looper. And when I go to thread my looper, I just pull this little knob down here and the looper flips down. Just like that. And all I have to do, I use tweezers, I pull it up through, pull it in here, and then I just leave it hang. You just leave it hang about that much. And then I pop it back in, and I'm ready to sew. It's so fast and easy to thread this. And like I said, this is a top stitch or a flat stitch machine. There's no 9, so we don't have to worry about that. We've got our tensions up here. They're lay-in tensions. So we want to be sure our foot's up when we're threading. And then I have 3 needles. So I can get different looks for different stitches. And I can use 3 needles. I can use 2 needles. And they can be any 2 needles. I can take the middle one out and do some beautiful top stitching and give myself a wide opening there. Or I can move it over and make a narrow stitch with 2 needles, and I can either take the right needle out or the left needle out, depending on what I'm doing, and get a beautiful hem on anything I do. This machine is so fast and easy that, I can put it up, I can get right in here with it, and the best thing about it is when you're hemming, what do you need? What do you really need? You need a tweezer. So I've got all of that right here. Let's talk about the different uses of it. My goodness. Making lingerie. So many women today, if you look on Facebook, there's a ton of places to help you make lingerie, custom lingerie that fits you. It doesn't fit anybody else, it fits you. And what you can do with that is you can use this up here, you're going to have a knob. That's your pressure on your pressure foot. So when you get to those heavy seams, or those heavy, I'm looking for a heavy seam, I don't think I have that yet. When you get to a heavy seam like this, I'm going to be able to adjust my pressure so it will just slide over there so I don't have those stiff stitches I've been having in the past. And once again, I'm going to talk about the lay-in tension. I don't play this tension. I just don't. It's something I don't do. And with this, I can set it, and I know. But if I need to tighten it just a little bit, I have to switch right here to flip that tension. Just like that. That's all it does. It tightens it just a squeeze. Just a squeeze. On the side of the machine, I have my stitch length, which means how many stitches per inch. So when I'm doing that, I can adjust it. If maybe I want a loose decorative stitch, and if I was going to do a decorative stitch, what I would do is I would turn it over and I would work from the back side of my garment. So I get this, can you get in here on this zigzag stitch, thread in there, and do that. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. You can use a decorative thread. You can put a ribbon. I use some of that ribbon that has a curlicues on both sides, kind of a ruffly, with a flat down the middle. And I use that decorative thread right through there. And it just is beautiful. And of course, I packed in a hurry. I have to apologize. I left it laying at home. I don't know where. It's somewhere at home. I'll find it when I get back, and I'll let you know. So I've got that on the side. So maybe I want more stitches. Maybe I want it a little sturdier. Maybe I'm putting some elastic in, and I want it longer stitches. I just adjust it right here. Very simple, very easy. Then down below, I have differential feed. Differential feed allows me to stretch out my fabric or to gather my fabric up. So maybe I'm putting elastic in, and I want that elastic to stretch a little bit. I might lower my feed so that it's okay.
Hey, Amy,
Yes.
we're having a little trouble with audio, so Kyle's gonna see if he can fix that real quick. And while we're waiting to see if we can get your audio a little bit better, because we have a couple people saying they're having a hard time hearing you, guys. I'm gonna tell you about this. This Janome 1000 CPX Cover Pro. Again, guys, the price is $629. We have a special holiday pricing and free bonus kit. So again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 to place your order. We do have that bonus kit available as well. And again, Amy's going to show you all about this, but guys, this is a great machine. And I think there was a couple, questions out there, and hopefully Amy can answer those when she comes back on. But one of the questions I think somebody asked is, what's the difference between the 1000 and a 2000? So when Amy comes back on, I'm sure she can answer that for you. But we're going to try to see if we can get that audio just a little bit better for y'all, because we want you to be able to hear, everything that Amy's saying on this. And I know Kyle's working on it. But hey, while we're waiting real quick, let's go ahead and give something away, Kennedy. What do y'all think?
I was just about to say that, Blaine. Right. Let's do it.
Let's give something away. I'll tell you what. You know what? Let's give $100 gift certificate.
All right.
So for y'all being patient with us and waiting, we're going to do a $100 gift certificate. Hey, and I see a lot of familiar people out there on chat. So we're so happy you are joining our show today. And but anyway, Kennedy, you ready to spin that wheel?
I got it up and ready.
All right, let's spin that wheel right now.
All righty.
Here we go. We're going to see which one of y'all are going to get that $100 gift card today.
Ooh, I see all my friends on there.
You know me.
You know me.
We know you know me. She is on Facebook today watching. So congratulations, you know me. She actually, Kennedy, if you remember, came a few months ago
Oh, I do.
to San Diego and came and bought one of our 12 needles
Yes.
from us, and one of the SWF 12 needles. And so she is a great customer of ours. So congratulations. And you know me, you know how to do it. So just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see, excuse me, where you see the claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and then we will email you out your gift card. And then all you have to do is when you purchase something, put it in at the time of checkout. You just put that code in and it'll give you a $100 discount. So anyway, that's how you do it. It's just that easy, Kennedy.
I know.
All right, so how are we doing over there, Kyle and Roger?
I think we're getting there.
They're getting there.
All
All right, so while we're waiting, guys, we'll just go ahead and give something else away. What do you think about that?
Okay. All right.
So our audio problems is beneficial to the SMP Nation out there. All right, guys, we're going to give away a sewing mat, and this is our world famous sewing mats. Everybody loves these things, and as I always say, if you don't own one of these sewing mats yet, you're doing your machine a disservice because they are so functional. Not only do they reduce the vibration from your machine to the electronics in it, it makes it last longer because let's face it, you are spending a lot of money on machines now, so you want that thing to last as long as you possibly can. Also, it dampens the noise that it makes. It keeps the surface you have it sitting on from getting scratched up. So if you have it on your kitchen table, your counter, it's not going to let it scratch it. And then the fourth really good reason, it doesn't let your machine slide around. It sticks on that mat. The mat, whatever you put it on, will not slide at all. It's got a neoprene backing. These things are awesome, guys. They come in all these different colors. The blue is brother blue. The gold is baby lock gold. The red matches the Janome and Bernina red. And then we have a lot of different colors. So we have 12 different colors to choose from, 4 different sizes of each. And you can just go right now to smplive.tv. We have the mats on there. You can click on it if you want to see the dimensions of each size. But we're going to give 2 people a mat this morning, and we're going to let you pick your size and your color. So, Kennedy, are you ready to spin that wheel?
I'm ready. I've got it up.
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I think I heard everybody from all over.
I think everybody's getting into the routine now.
Yes.
Jim Allen, congratulations, Jim. Jim is watching today from YouTube. So, Jim, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, and just fill out the information. Most importantly, tell us what color sew mat you want and what size, and we'll get that thing shipped out to you. All right, Kennedy, let's spin that wheel again, and let's get us a second winner on the sew mat.
Perfect.
Here we go. Cindy King.
Yay.
Congratulations, Cindy. Cindy is watching today from YouTube. And so, Cindy, go to smplive.tv and scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, and just fill out the information. Most importantly, the color of sew mat you want, the size of sew mat, and we'll get those things right out to you as soon as we get them. So I think we're getting, hopefully we're going to get a check. So we are going to try again, guys. We're going to go back to Amy and see if we can make sure we have good audio. And Roger and Kyle's been working on that. So let's go back to Amy, and she'll continue with her demo on that 1000 CPX Cover Pro.
Are we ready?
Can you guys hear? Can everybody hear us online?
Can you hear me?
Let's try it. I think so. Nope, they can't hear her. All right. So, Roger, everybody give Roger some encouragement. Come on, Roger. Everybody's clapping in the studio here. We're trying to encourage Roger to get this. No pressure, Roger. We only just have thousands of people out there waiting to hear Amy. Just kidding, guys. All right, test it now, Amy.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Is there pack on?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna reboot this section one more time.
Okay. Wonder if Jane's around anywhere.
Yeah.
We could bring Jane back on. All right. Well, guess what? We can still give some stuff away.
We still can.
We can still give some stuff away. All right. So, what do you think we ought to give away, Kennedy?
How about some bags?
All right. Let's give some event bags. We're going to give 2 people some event bags away. Now, guys, if you don't know about our event bags, these all have special sayings on one side of them. On the other side, the opposite side, we have says Sewing Machines Plus and has our phone numbers and our store locations and things on them. But every one of them has some really cool things. Like one, it says, "I like big hoops and I cannot lie." So it's really cool sayings on them. People, stuff these things full of fabric. A lot of people use them to go grocery shopping,
Oh yeah.
put their groceries
I see
in.
one on my truck.
So they're awesome for things like that. So again, guys, these come in 8 different colors. The pack, if you bought the whole pack on our website, is $49.99, or you can pay $9.99 for each one and buy them individually if you just wanted to buy one. But we're going to give 2 customers a set of these bags this morning. So Kennedy, spin that wheel. Patricia Teester. She is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Patricia. So Patricia, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, and we'll get that out to you just as soon as we can get your information. All right, spin that wheel again, Kennedy, and let's give another set of bags out. Kim Sessions. Kim Sessions is our winner. She's watching today from YouTube as well. So Kim, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get that out to you as soon as we get your information.
All right, we're ready. Okay, all righty. 1 second, we're just going to test.
We're going to test it real quick, see if we got her back.
Can you guys hear me?
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Test, test, test. Oh, all right, we're good.
We good?
Okay.
All right, come back to me. All right, so they're going to mic Amy back up, and we're going to get this thing going. And guys, I apologize so much for that, but you know how technology is. Sometimes it just, doesn't work. But we got it working now, and that's a great thing because we really wanted you to hear Amy, because I know the audio was there, but it wasn't a very good quality, and so they've got that worked out. And so let's go back to Amy and let her start back in.
Well, I'm back. I hope you can hear me now. And we were talking about on the side of the machine what we have. We have this big hand wheel which moves our needle up and down. And then we have the stitch length, which means how many stitches per inch. Then down here we have our differential feed. Differential feed allows you to stretch the fabric, or it allows you to gather the fabric. So depending on what you want to do, they're scaring me because they're moving. Oh, it's not working. Blaine says it's good, so we're going ahead. It'll stretch it out. So maybe I want to put some elastic in and I need to stretch it out a little. Maybe there's an area on my dress I want to gather, maybe along the side of a dress or a t-shirt. I want to gather it a little. I would use my differential feed for that. Now, the difference between a serger and a cover stitch machine is that a cover stitch machine doesn't cut your fabric. A cover stitch machine works flat. So I'm always going to work flat. You see, there's no knife here. Now I do have holes here to put attachments in, and I'm always working on these machines from the wrong side of the fabric. So my zigzaggy piece, this zigzaggy piece is going to be on the bottom of the fabric unless I work from the wrong side. So if I wanted that to be on my top, I would work inside out. And you can get some beautiful stitches. You can do all kinds of things with this. It makes hemming. How many times do we go when we buy a pair of pants? And I don't know about everybody else, but I'm under tall. So that means I'm not overweight, I'm under tall. So when I do that, I have to hem my pants. And how am I going to do that? Right here on my Cover Pro machine. Right here on my Cover Pro. I can tighten it and loosen it. I can get over those humps with this. If you took my cover stitch out of my sewing room, it would be like taking my microwave out of my kitchen. Do I use it for everything? No. But when I want some hems fast and easy around my cuffs, I make all my t-shirts. You know, I buy my t-shirts, I wash my fabric, I make my t-shirts. I have all kinds of t-shirts I've made. So, and I just use my cover stitch machine for my hems on all of them. My cuffs, I just did a beautiful lace dress. I used my cover stitch machine for that lace. It never showed up. We're switching again. I'm so special. I get all kinds of microphones when I. We'll see if they have an Amy phone. I should be good. Kyle's telling me. Oh, I hear me. That's scary. So when you're using your cover stitch machine, you want to be sure your threads are at the back. It's a little different. We can't sew on it without fabric under our needles. That's just the way it is. And it's made to go in a circle. You don't have to go in a circle, but the machine thinks you should all the time, you know. So when we're talking about that, if I put this in and I want to go, let me show you how you finish it. So I'll always work if I want just the stitches on the top, just the top stitching, I'm going to fold my fabric up. Got it, Roger? I'm going to put it under here and I'm going to make sure I get under my needles. Now I don't have to put my needles down, but I'm going to put my foot down and then I'm going to stitch. Hear how quiet and smooth that is? Now, I may not be even on this, but when I get to the end, I have to do a special thing to get it off to lock my stitches in. So I'm going to go down once, back once, and then I'm going to pull my needle threads. Lift up my foot, pull my needle threads, and then I can just pull this out the back and cut it. So I missed a spot there, but you can pretend I caught it all. If I have it like this, I can trim it off right here. So I've got that zigzaggy stitch on the back, which is yellow, and I've got 3 rows of stitching on the top. And like I said before, I can take 1 needle out. I can take 2 needles out. And if I want to chain stitch, which I do sometimes around the necks of my t-shirts just to hold my serging down, I'll take 2 needles out. And it doesn't matter which ones you take out. I can take my left one out, my center one out, or my right one out. I have to have 1 needle in, but I can take whichever I want out to get the width I need. So if I need to tighten up, I have this little flip that will tighten my tensions just a little bit, just enough to make it for a soft fabric or a heavy fabric. As you can see, you can use a variety of fabrics on it. So I can use, this is a twill, a stretch twill. This is just a t-shirt knit, but I used some stretch leather up above, which was great. Excuse the wrinkles, but I used that stretch leather and it worked beautifully. I've got a lightweight t-shirt knit here. I've got a regular t-shirt. This is a well-loved camo shirt that I wear. You can see shirt. It's just a lightweight knit t-shirt that I've used with it. The one I have on, I've used with it. Leggings. How many of us love leggings? We can get that sporty look by working in the reverse with it. So you've got everything you can need right here to get that done, to do those beautiful finishes on your garments. Pajamas, pants. How many times does somebody, oh, don't you love it? I need a pair of pants hem. You don't mind, do you? No, I don't mind with this machine at all. I can do it in a minute like that. My biggest thing is matching the threads. So I've got it all together right here in this machine. Now, to add the threading, lay intentions, they just come across. All 3 needles use the same take-up lever. So you've got it right here. Everything in one machine. Again, I don't know if you saw this earlier or heard me earlier. This is how I thread my looper. I don't have 2 loopers on this machine. It's a 1 looper machine. So I can do this, thread it, and I'm ready to go again. It's all finished. I don't know. Are there questions for me? Roger, can you check? I don't know how many of you sew on knits, but I sew on knits all the time. I think that's what we mostly, if you're a garment construction person, that's what you do. But you can use it for your quilting. Stitching, you can use it on, I use it on my bags for top stitching because I take my center needle out, I get a beautiful top stitch.
Other than how many can you use?
You've got 3 needles. So you can use 3 needles, you can use 2 needles,
Don't leave me.
and you can use 1 needle. With 1 needle, you're going to get a chain stitch. So it's going to be like you have to lock that in or it's going to go. You can use that to put your quilt bindings on, which is very nice. If you're not really a true quilter and you want that look of putting binding on, so fast and easy on this machine. You put it in, right around it. Okay, I'm sorry for all the things. Now we've got me working, so stay tuned because I've got much more to show you today. But I'm going to pass it back to Blaine so he can tell you about the specials on this.
Well, thanks, Amy. So, guys, again, sorry for all the audio problems. Hopefully, got that fixed out, fixed for you. But hey, this is the Janome 1000 CPX. If you are interested in this machine, give us a call right now. We have a holiday special pricing on it at $629. Plus, we have the free bonus kit. So you can go to smplive.tv, scroll, find that 1000 CPX, click on it. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. And again, if you have any questions, we have live chat agents on the website that can answer questions for you, or you can give us a call at 800-401-8151. Now, again, the free bonus package that comes with this, you're going to get the Janome adjustable seam guide. You're getting that Janome wide elastic gathering attachment and the Janome narrow elastic gathering attachment. So there's some really cool things that are coming with this. Now, some of the features on this machine, just kind of give you some things. The seam tightening system, it's called the STS on this. It has that convertible free arm, chain stitch, 3mm double needle cover stitch. It has the 6mm triple needle cover stitch, extra large.
Everyone's still there? Hold on, we had a fuse break in the studio.
So am I live?
I believe so. Fuse pop.
All right, everybody. So sorry about that. We're trying to get everything back up.
Yeah, you're live. Yeah. Can you hear us?
I hear music.
See us?
All right, give us a thumbs up.
Yep, they can see us. Okay, we're fixing stuff right now.
So we're having all kinds of problems today, guys. So sorry about that. I don't know. This kind of never has happened to us before, has it? So anyway, we blew some kind of fuse or something in the building. And so it knocked our power out to everything. And so they're gradually getting everything rebooted back up. So it takes a while, as you know, computers. And so that was very odd. Anyway, we're getting that done, and just bear with us. And so Kennedy, can you have any control over that? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and just put let's play some music and put the thumbnail back up, and let me see if I can help out
You
here.
are back over here.
And you can go ahead and take that now,
Yep,
Kyle.
you're back. Go ahead and put them on, Kennedy. Go ahead and put them on. Put them on. There you go. There you go.
So there, Kyle's coming in to rescue us. So it's I think Amy brought her snowstorm with us today. Oh my gosh, it's crazy in here this morning. All right, so we're gradually getting everything rebooted back up, and all the clocks and screens and computers all crashed. And Roger, did sparks fly out of the wall?
Yes, they did.
Sparks flew out of the wall, so we don't know what happened.
It was a bad extension. It was a frayed extension cord.
So they say it was a bad extension cord. So the lights on the Christmas tree are still working though.
They are, yeah.
That's awesome. Must be on a different breaker. All right. So hey guys, are we officially back on air? So we're back. Everything's good. So I don't even know where I was at. I was talking about the CPX 1000, and I heard a big pop, and I went away. So, guys, I promise you we're going to get this worked out. Thank y'all for your patience with us this morning. This has been kind of crazy so far. But anyway, Kennedy, if we could put the overlay back up there, I will try to finish the CPX features this morning and tell y'all all the great things about that. I think I was at the 6mm triple needle cover stitch, and then it has the extra large bed space of 4 inches by 5.5 inches. It has that vertical needle drop, tension release device, foot pressure adjustment. Most importantly, it has the differential feed ratio of 0.05 to 2.25 millimeter. It has the greater variable stitch length and differential feed, one-hand thread cutter, and superior needle system. And again, guys, this thing is just loaded with accessories that come with it, a ton of things that come with this. And again, guys, if you have any questions about this, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have the special price of $629 plus that free bonus kit. So you're getting a really nice package. And you Janome fans out there, yeah, I don't have to tell you about the quality of Janome. I mean, I'm telling you these things, the chassis on these are the best in the industry. And so they're really, really great machines. And we love our Janomes. So I think we're back on track now. We are going to go back to Amy here in just a second. They're getting it set up. And next up, guys, we are going to talk all about the MB4. Is that correct? All right, so we're going to talk about the MB4. And guys, this is a 4-needle embroidery machine. And when I tell you how awesome this thing is, it is so lightweight. It has such a small footprint on it. It is extremely portable. A lot of people buy these. They take them to flea markets and to trade shows to do, on-site embroidery for people. And it is a really great machine for us that, because embroidery is great. 4 needles, you can do a lot of different, things with 4 different colors. And so is Amy ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so we're hopefully back on track now, guys. And let's go right back to Amy. And we're going to start this demo on the 4 needle. And I'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. I want to share with you this machine. This machine is one of my favorites. I had this machine for years and years and years, and I used it constantly. I used it for all my embroidery. But, when you're talking about it, you've got 4 needles. So I've got 4 different colors I can put in. But Blaine was talking about taking it to fairs and that kind of stuff. This is a great fundraiser machine for your baseball teams, your gymnastics teams, your whatever teams, because you can put 4 colors threads up here. It comes with fonts built into it. So I can go in and put each color and do a name. I can set it up, put their t-shirts, their bags, their shirts, everything right here. And I can hoop it. It comes with 3 hoop sizes. So you're going to get your large hoop here. You're going to get a 5x5 hoop. And you're going to get a little bitty baby tiny hoop for cuffs or collars or little places, onesies, those kinds of things that you're going to want to do to get into small places. So you've got 3 hoop sizes. You've got 4 needles. What can you do with 4 needles? Most things that are printed are only printed in 4 colors. So you can use your most standard colors across the top. What colors do you want? What colors do you use the most? Maybe you're using purple and gold for your high school colors. Maybe you're using red and blue. You can put them up there and use them as you please. You can put 2 colors. I always kept a black and a red and a white on mine, and then I'd change my other color. So when we're talking about threading, we've got our upper tension here. We've got a lay-in tension. You've got some check springs down here up and through your needle. Very simple, very easy. We have our screen here that allows us to edit. So I can go in and pick a design, put it in an edit screen, add to it, take away from it. I can put words in with it using the fonts. It has 3-letter and 2-letter true monogramming, which is very unusual. It has forward and backwards, your standard things, but to edit in the screen, I can do anything I want with it. Move it, place it where I want, get it exactly in the hoop where I want, move it around. But we've got to remember when we're using a multi-needle that it's not always going to start with the first needle in the center needle position. Sometimes this might be the first color I'm doing, so the needles will all be over here. So we want to, when we're doing placement, I have 2 start buttons. I have one here and one here. So if I don't have my screen on, I can do it on the side of the machine, but it's always much easier with the screen. So if I want to go ahead and put some lettering in, I can go into the machine. I can tell it I want to do one color. I want it to show me the red. So it's going to show me the red right here. That's what color I'm stitching. I can go back. I can go ahead one color. I can back up. They've been doing some fun little scrolls here. Let's look at some of the things you can do. I brought some fun Christmas things. One of them is, excuse me, I'm walking in front of the camera, is this. Now look at these. I can do all of this right in the hoop and then sew it together on my regular machine. So when I'm doing this, I have my colors, which basically on this, it was white, red, green, and this beigey color. So right there, I only have 4 colors. So I never have to worry about changing that thread. It's there for me. I can do one. I can do quilting in this where it allows me to piece the pieces like this in it and move it and flatten it. Now it will stop between colors, but I may not want it to stop and it will just go to the next color. I don't have to get up and change it. But if I need to add a stop, say I need to add a stop because I'm doing an applique, then I could put a stop in, it would stop, allow me to trim, and then go back to it and add the accents to it. It's very easy. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of this, maybe. And it's going to tell me color 1 is brown. Is this gold up here? So when I start it, let's hear how quiet it is. It's going to remind me what hoop I need to be in. And if I needed to, I could go in and clip. I'm just going to move the thread out of the way. Hear how quiet it is? See how fast it goes? And when I finish the first color, it will go back in and do the second color without stopping. So I've got it stitching. It's fast, it's quiet. The machine weighs less than 50 pounds, so it's easy to maneuver around. I can move it from a flea market type situation. I could use it at the gym to put the kids' names on their bags. It has built-in lettering.
I can slow it down. Say I need to slow it down, I can touch right there and slow it down. I can move it up. Maybe I want to only go 600 stitches per minute, and it will go up to 800 stitches per minute. Look at how little it's vibrating. It's really not. It's really moving nicely across it. It has the editing capabilities, and that Janome name means quality. So you're going to get the Janome quality. I'm going to stop it now. We've heard it run. It will change. So I'm going to cut my thread, and I'm going to tell it I want to go to the second color. We're just going to skip. Oh, I went to the fourth color. Look at that. And I'm going to start. Again, I get a reminder. And there, I can switch threads. Ooh, that's moving. Let's slow it down. It's a great machine for those craft fairs. If you're doing a lot of embroidery, if you have a small business, this machine does everything you could want right in it. I love the capability of not having to get up and change my threads. So if I'm doing a large project and I'm using the same color thread, I don't have to worry about it. You can quilt in the hoop. Remember, I told you that? Look at this. These were digitized with the quilting in it. So all this stippling is right in the design that's in. And did I mention it has a USB port? So I can import anything I purchased right into the machine. I can put that dog with his name on it right there. So look, I put the stippling in. This crosshatch was all quilted on the machine. It's all done. And if you'll notice, most of my embroidery is only in 2 or 3 colors. So I didn't get up to change my threads. I just use this, and you can see how beautiful the quilting comes out in it. So for you quilters, you can cheat just a little bit, or maybe sew smarter. So look at that. You can do just that. If you've got a project that's in a hurry, you can do all of that just faster. It's sometimes people like to do it all. They like to stipple. They like to do that. But sometimes you've got to be in a hurry. So when we're talking hoop size, again, I've got these different hoops, and there are optional hoops so that you can use this to get into places. I want you to look. The difference between this and the combo machines, I didn't cut my threads. The difference between this and the combo machines is this has the small neck here. So I can get into places that you usually wouldn't get into, like down pant legs, into pockets. They can't be little tight pockets, but a nice big pocket. I can get into some bags. T-shirts are really easy because you hoop them and then you slide the t-shirt underneath. So I don't have to worry about that. How many of you have done the oops thing where you've sewn 2 sides together? We've all done that. So you've got this nice thin base here to get into objects and hold them open to stitch around. Now, we can always use different threads. I'll have, you know what else I like about this machine? I have a bobbin winder on the back of it. So I can wind my extra big bobbins, as you'll see down here. It has a bigger bobbin than most. So I've got a nice big bobbin, and I can wind it right on the side of the machine
with a spool back here. So I've got this big one. I'm not having to change my bobbin all the time. I'm not having to worry about that. That's one thing. I'll be embroidering. The bigger the designs, the more bobbin threads I'm going to use. So, you know, I always have a load of bobbins ready to go, the pre-ones. But on this, I've got this nice big bobbin. So I don't have to worry about that all the time. It's right there for me, ready to go. I wind a bunch of them, put them on a spindle, and I pull them out and put them in as I need them. So I think we're ready to go back to Blaine. And he's going to give you the specials on this. And you don't want to pass this machine up because you know why? You want it at your house now to finish all your Christmas sewing.
Well, thanks, Amy. Again, guys, this is the Janome MB4 4-needle embroidery machine. And this is such a great machine, as Amy was talking about and I talked about earlier. Man, to take to flea markets, take to trade shows. If you wanted to start a home-based business, you can do so many things with this. And it's a small footprint, doesn't take up very much room at all. It's extremely lightweight. Special holiday pricing plus a free bonus kit. Guys, this thing is $49.99. Free shipping right to your doorstep. And again, that bonus kit, you're going to get that MB4SE hat hoop. It's 100 millimeter by 60 millimeter. You're getting the lettering hoop holder unit. You're getting the number 7 lettering hoop. It's the J8. It's 25 by 121. You're getting the free number 9 lettering hoop, J6. It's a 66 by 66 millimeter. And again, guys, this thing is loaded with features. It has the new Echo Stitch. It has the backlit LCD screen, auto thread cutter, USB memory key compatible. It has the ATA PC card port and USB port, so you can load in those designs. Compatible with the Janome software. The embroidery speed is stitches up to 800 stitches per minute. It has built-in features, just tons of things that's built in. It has built-in designs, and there's 50 built-in designs, 10 fonts. There's 2 and 3 lettering, monogramming. It has expandable built-in memory. It has a large bobbin. It's 1.4 times larger than a regular bobbin. It has that change color to favorite thread. Janome, you know, the Robinson Anton, the Madeira, Metler. It has the drag and drop editing for easy placement. Embroidery design, resize up to 80%. So rotate, you can flip, you can do rotate it to 90 degrees, flip vertically, horizontally. It comes with 3 hoops. You're going to get the M1 hoop, which is a 240 millimeter by 200 millimeter, that's about a 9.5 by 7.88 inches. And then you're getting that M2 hoop, which is a 5-inch by 4.3 inch, which is a 126 millimeter by 110 millimeter. You're getting that M3 hoop, which is a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter. It has the embroidery area tracing. It has my set screen controls for contrast. It has the zoom in, zoom out, multi-languages, stitch out time indicator, stitch counter on it. There's just so many things, and it is loaded, absolutely loaded with accessories and things that come with it. So again, guys, $49.99, free shipping right to your door. We do have some 0% financing available for you, but it is just a great package. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can go to smplive.tv and scroll till you find the MB4. Click on that. It'll take you to the product page. You can also have, if you have any questions once you're at the product page, you can talk to our live chat agents, and they can help you out. So I wonder if Jane is around. We could bring Jane back in. So let's bring Jane back in. And so Jane, they're setting up.
Hi, Blaine.
To get the other machines ready for Amy. So I thought, what we could do is we could kind of talk a little bit about some of the show, some of the things they're going to get to see.
Yes.
And then we can give some things away.
I love that. Let's give some things away, Blaine. So far, so good. We're doing
All right,
great.
you're muted,
Everything's
Jane.
awesome. What? My mic is muted?
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't muted.
So it was our side. Everything's our side today.
Hey, I'm wearing an elf costume.
Yeah, I like it.
It's got jingle bells on the bottom.
All right. So hey, we've
Hi,
had all
everybody.
kinds of technical issues this morning, but hopefully we get the show lined out and get ready to go and have a great afternoon.
It's
So
live. It's live. It's live
oh my
TV.
gosh.
We expected. It's just what happens. The little elves have been busy and they're just like tired for a minute, but everything is good, Blaine. We're having a blast.
I think we've got a bad Santa or a bad elf on the shelf hiding back here somewhere. It's the
Like biting the
couple of them throwing in
wires.
some stuff.
They're like this. They're like
I
this.
tell you, I got to give
I'm going to
some
get my
props
scissors
to-
and cut the wires. I'm going to cut the wires.
I got to give props to Kennedy, Kyle, and Roger. They were running around trying to figure out what was going on, and they got it up and running pretty quick. Actually, we went completely dead.
Black.
I mean,
Yeah.
black.
Yeah.
We blacked out in
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and so they were running around trying to figure out what happened. And we found out what it was. It was actually a cord that they plugged in. The cord had a short in it. They were plugging it in a machine, and the machine cord had a plug in it, and it actually blew the whole breaker.
Wow.
So
The
it was
whole
a
breaker.
bad
You gotta
cord
flip the
culprit.
switch, right?
So they had to switch a cord out on the machine, and everything's fine now. Got everything turned back on.
Yeah, it's all good. It's technology. Whatever. It's all good. We're here. We're having fun. It's countdown to Christmas, Blaine. It's Santa Blaine. It's Elfie Jane. We're going to have a great show today. I can't wait to do some education with Chris Talk. And we got a full afternoon of all kinds of cool things, and including right now. But did you say you wanted to give something away?
Yeah, I kind of do. I think y'all tell me, or y'all wanted me to give something away?
Yes, they want you to give something away. I'm answering.
All right, so we're gonna get Kennedy's gonna get her wheel all ready to go, and you know what? Let's since we've had so much trouble this morning, and everybody's been so patient with us, I'm gonna give another sewing machine away, Jane.
Yes, do it, Blaine. Give another
All right.
sewing machine away.
We're gonna give one of those Encore 260As away. We're gonna also throw in the free extension table. Well, it's not free, is it? If I'm giving, I guess it is now. Yeah. The extension table, I'm going to give you a free extension table with it. And so, guys, this is a great machine. This is a machine that's made exclusively just for Sewing Machines Plus. And the people who out there who have one of these, they're going to love this thing because we've done some head-to-head competitions with it against some of these real expensive machines. And I tell you what, this little guy can hold his own with the stitch quality. This thing is awesome. So anyway, we're going to give one lucky viewer out there one of these. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Hey, Blaine, I thought you were going to say you're giving away a free extension cord, because you're talking about cords.
Yeah, Roger's got one he'll give away.
Well, I'm sure you have a great extension cord. Doreen Warren watching with us on YouTube today. Hello, Doreen. Congratulations. You know what? How you redeem the prize. Go to smplive.tv, fill out, I'll scroll all the way to the bottom, fill out all the information. Tell us everything you can tell us about yourself, everything that's there. We want to know it all. Plus, we want to know where to send the prize.
All right, fantastic. I think we ought to give some more things away.
Yeah, you better give some things away, Blaine.
All right, let's do a couple of those Singer irons, Kennedy. What do you think? You want to do a couple Singer irons? All right, so Kennedy, we're going to give away a couple Singer irons, and these things are the pink and gray. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel. There, it's slowing down.
Marissa Dandridge. Congratulations, Marissa, watching on YouTube today. I hope all the confetti is falling on your floor in your sewing studio.
That's what we need to do, James. Get everybody to order some confetti cannons at their house. And if they win something, they pop their own confetti cannon.
That would be fun. And then I need a video of it because I still want to see the pictures, and I still
Hey, we're going to get ready to show some pictures, matter of fact. So,
no kidding.
So Marissa, make sure you go to smplive.tv and scroll down toward the bottom of that page to claim your prize and fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your iron out to you. So we're going to give one more of these away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spinning. This is fun. Early giveaways, Blaine.
We've given a lot of stuff away already. I think we can't give Marissa 2. So let's spin that wheel again.
Wow, Marissa, go play the lottery today, will you?
I'm telling you.
Because 3 is a lucky charm. Go play the lottery. Handcrafted by Sissy. Congratulations. You're watching on YouTube. I love that. Again, go to smplive.tv to redeem the prize. Fill out all the information so Blaine and his elves know where to send the prize.
All right. So we've got some pictures, Jane,
Yes,
that were sent in. And so, Kennedy, who's our first picture of? So Linda Brooks sent a picture in. There's Linda.
Hi,
so,
Linda. Oh, she's
hey,
got her
Linda.
reindeer
She
ears.
has her
reindeer
Christmas
ears.
sweater on and
Yep.
her antlers. And then who's the next picture
I
of?
love the selfie Elfie, selfie reindeer.
All right. So our next picture is Renee Bolton.
Oh,
There
Renee.
she is. I can't read her shirt.
Flamingo Bell.
Okay, so she's got her Christmas shirt on and she's with her sewing machine. So
That's so cute. I
that
love
is
it.
awesome.
These are great.
All right, and who's our next one's of? Oh, this is Wolfgeist, our snake girl. She's got a picture of her snake.
Oh my
She's in her
God.
sewing room and she's got her Christmas
Meowie.
sweater on.
Meowie catnip. That's great. I love it. This is
All right, so
fabulous.
Wolfgeist, you need to tell us what kind of snake that is that you're posing with. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, Wolf guys. That's
It's an albino python, Roger's saying. So so now he's saying it may be a boa. So albino, though, you're saying it's an albino. Okay, so Wolfgeist, let us know what kind of snake that is. Roger's curious. And we got any more pictures there, Kennedy? Oh, we got Belinda Bryan picture. There she is. There's Belinda.
Oh, hey, Belinda.
She's
Everyone's
sitting with
wearing
her
a holiday
machine.
shirt. Santa baby, so cute.
Santa baby sweater on, and she's at her machine.
Yep.
So y'all send your pictures in. You can either go post them on our Facebook page or at SewingMachinesPlus.com or our Facebook page on Sewing Machines. I guess it's just SewingMachinesPlus.com, or is it just Sewing Machines Plus? Facebook. So it is SewingMachinesPlus.com on the Facebook page. You can find
I
it.
want to see
Go
all
post
y'all's
it on there.
pictures. Yeah.
And then you can also send your pictures to info@SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we'll get them. And we'd love to share your picture of you in your Christmas outfit or your hats or antlers and
all of it by
or-
your machines. And I
Yeah.
love seeing your sewing rooms. I want to be in those rooms with you. I want to be picking your brain. I want to be sewing with you and chatting away. I don't want to have a snake around my neck, but I would like to be in the rooms.
So did Wolfgeist ever chime in yet, Roger?
She did. It's a ball python, and she's a blue-eyed Lewistic. So she's got blue eyes.
So it's a blue-eyed.
Lewistic?
Lewistic.
What that means, but that's
Okay, so but it's an albino
it's a python.
Oh.
python. Okay, blue-eyed
Ball
python. All right, ball python.
Pretty cool, wolf guys.
So Roger's saying that's pretty cool, Wolfgeist. All right, so thank y'all for sending your
Pretty
pictures, and
scary.
make sure, hey, if you send some more, we'll post them. We would love to share some pictures with everybody, and even in your sewing room, if you got pictures of your sewing room, we'd love to share those with you as well.
Yeah. We want more Elfie selfies.
Yes. So guys, again this afternoon, I think it's going this morning actually. It's going to be at 11:30 this morning. We got Chris Talk coming in, and Chris is going to. He's basically going to show you some real quick Christmas gifts you can make last minute, and so that'll be cool. And everybody loves Chris when he comes in. He's a character.
It'll be so much fun. I love hanging out with Chris, and I love all of his demos. They're insightful, and they're funny, and they're engaging, and they're educational. So I can't wait to hang out with Chris.
And then coming up next, we got Amy Meeks still back in the studio. They're going to have another machine that we're going to do, and it's going to be that Janome M500E, which is an embroidery only machine, one needle. And so she'll be here just a few minutes, and we're going to get that going. And Jane, so far we're on day 3, and it's flying by, isn't it?
I mean, really and truly, I literally can't believe it's Wednesday, day 3, and we're almost halfway through the show already. Really a fantastic weekend, Blaine. I love, you really want to make it work for everybody, because we look at these beautiful products from all of our favorite places and we want them. And so this is the time. You're giving us these really deep discounts. You're allowing us the opportunity to get those things we've had our eye on just at the end of the year, right before Christmas, a very special time. And so what I think is great about it is that it's not only what you're showing us this week, it's anything on your website is what you're saying, right? So if there's something on the site, maybe we're not covering it today or yesterday or tomorrow. If I'm into it, I should call.
Well, I would recommend it, Jane, because not every single item on our website is on sale because for the Christmas special, but there's thousands of items. And when I say thousands, there's thousands of items that Kyle and his team have got marked down on the website. And some of them we can't even share the pricing on the website. So you have to call to get the special because, and I'll tell y'all that if it's a call-in special, that means that there's a minimum advertised price that we can share with the manufacturers. Actually,
that's a MAP price.
Yeah, they call MAP pricing. They actually set those pricing, and we're not allowed to advertise it, on one of these shows or in print below that price. But when I say it's a call-in special, that means to get the lower price, you have to call and talk to the call center on the phone to get it, and they can share that price with you over the phone and take your order. So
can I share something with you right now?
Yes.
Denise Jackson Looney just wrote in, just so we know. She said, yes, yesterday I got a good deal on a snap hoop simply by asking if there were any deals on them. So there you go.
Yeah, we've got thousands of items that are in that, category. And so again, like we keep telling you, if it's not on the show, give us a call and find out. And that's a perfect example of that. But, we got some great pricing on the show. We got, tons of great items that we're going to be showing you all the rest of this week, and some fabulous educators to show you all about them. So we're super excited about the rest of the week. Monday we had, Brother was the first thing, had the Brother showcase. Then we had Handy Quilter showcase. Yesterday it was Baby Lock showcase, and then Grace showcase. Now today, this Janome's showcase. And then, we got a lot of multitude of different people coming in this afternoon. And it's kind of that way the rest of the week. I think we have Juki on Thursday, their Juki showcase on Thursday morning, but it's a lot of products we're going to have. And we got another product that we're going to show on Thursday. That's a brand new world premiere from Juki that nobody's seen before.
Wow.
And it's got some technology that not any other machine has. So it's going to be pretty cool. So everybody want to make sure they tune in for that.
And you know what I'm doing? I'm busy making ruffles with my brother serger today as well, because what happens is I'm here with you and I get so excited and inspired to create that I go to my machines and I'm using my brother serger, and I'm so obsessed with ruffles these days. And I'm making like this really super cool upcycled shirt for New Year's Eve.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, that's the time of the year to do it. If it's when you're at Christmas time to make those.
And I think everybody, we're all here, we're all like-minded, we're all, getting more and more creative as we talk to each other. And it's certainly, I would say, if you are getting excited about making things, if you are making something while the show is on, put a number 1 in your comment box, just so I can see how many makers are making as we go through the show, because I know people are, because I know you.
Oh, I know. That's a cool thing to do. They can be sewing and watching the show at the same time, and have it playing in the background. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of number 1s in there because a lot of people love to do that.
Yep, that's right. Oh,
right,
no,
Jane.
Denise is working. Boo.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's getting to watch it at work, though.
Well, actually, she's working so she can make money so she can buy more machines.
There you go. Well, hey, I think let's continue on the show, Jane. I'll see you back here in just a few minutes, but we're going to go ahead and go back to Amy, and we're going to talk about that Janome 500E. This is a single needle embroidery only machine. And guys, this is one of the most popular Janome machines that we've sold. And you're going to love this. And Amy's going to tell you all about it. And we got some great specials on it. So I'll be back in about 30 minutes. We'll tell you exactly how you can get it. So let's go back to the studio to Amy and let her tell you all about this 500E.
Jane, I hope things are good in Chicago. I hope that my snow from Montana hits you soon. But what I'm going to talk to you today, we were talking about making quick Christmas presents. Everybody wants to give gifts around. And I'm going to tell you, I have wonderful neighbors, and I love to give them just a little gift. I don't want them to feel they've got to go buy me something or give me something, but I want them to know I'm thinking of them. And I'm going to tell you on this 500E, it's the best thing you can do because you can make your neighbors mug rugs. Now, what's a mug rug? I think we all know what a mug rug is, right? We have mug rugs. Mug rugs are so you can put your cup of coffee down. Let me get it so it's pretty side up. I can put my cup of coffee down, my cup of tea, maybe some hot cocoa with a few marshmallows floating on top, and maybe some cookies right here. And I can put those out. And what I do is I go when they have those clearance cups at some of the stores, you know, you can find a mug here and a mug there. I take those, I get some hot cocoa mix, and I make my neighbor a mug rug and I put it in there. And I did it one spring because she'd done something very nice for me. And I thought, oh, this will just be a nice. Pretty soon I can hear her over the fence saying, you know, Christmas is coming. I need 2 mug rugs for Christmas. So these little mug rugs take a half hour. I just made 41 of them, custom mug rugs for my son's wedding. And we gave them out at the rehearsal dinner to everybody that came to the rehearsal dinner, had a mug rug in their place. So they're nice gifts. They're fun to use. There's a bazillion and a half of them that are already designed that you can purchase. And when you purchase something, you're just going to put it on a USB stick and stick it right in the machine. You can put 2 or 3 of them in a hoop, and you have a gift for your neighbors, the ones that pop by with a bottle of Hershey Kisses for you, or the Santa Claus thing Jane showed earlier. Put this with it. They're just fun gifts. Something else, you can make a zipper pouch. Everything is made in the hoop. These are in the hoop gifts. I never have to get my sewing machine, nothing. They're all done right in the hoop. So there's 2 of those that I've made. I've made bunches of them. Look at these. We quilted these, and we even did the flying geese in a large and a small. You buy the pattern, you do it right in the hoop. And we're going to talk about the hoops in a minute. So I've got all kinds of things. I made this for my husband. It's just a little card. I quilted it, made him an envelope. I gave it to him. He thought it was really sweet. I found it under a bunch of stuff at home. This was one thing that I found on the internet during COVID, that I made a whole bunch of these. They can be a sunglass case. They can be a purse. I put chains on it. My granddaughter got a double scoop for her sunglasses, you know, and it was all done in the hoop, and I glued this on. How easy can that be? So let's talk about the machine. We've talked about projects we can do with it, and I'll show you some more in a little while, because in the hoops, the way to go. I make my stuffed animals in them. I do everything with this machine. Now, I'm going to get the machine, and if you'll notice, my hoop connector is on the right side of my machine. What does that mean? If I've got something to put out, I can lay it out, and I've got this nice big table to support everything I do. Everything. I can put it on here. I can, you know, those blankets. You can buy them everywhere for $12.98, the big plush ones. If you've got to make one, you can make one. You can put the names on them. Buy it for $12.98, put the name on it, and it's a great gift. A great gift. It does have a needle threader. You're going to have to change your thread one at a time. But let's look at the hoops it comes with. It comes with a small square hoop. And I'm going to cheat a little bit here, and I'm going to look at my hoop sizes. So I'm not fibbing you. This is 140 by 140, and that's millimeters. Then I've got a 200 by 200 millimeter. And you can see they all attach right here. I've got a 140 by 200. And then I've got a nice big hoop. It's a great big hoop for those fun in the hoop projects. And it is 7.9 by 11.4, I believe, but it's 200 by 280 millimeters. So you've got these 4 hoops. It comes with them. You're not adding any hoops. You're not having to do any of that. It comes with fonts. It comes with everything 2-letter and 3-letter monograms, excuse me. It has got my editing screen. Can you get that editing screen, Roger? Some of the editing screens don't photograph well. So I can pick the size hoop I want. So I want that great big hoop. And I've got this little owl guy in there. But you know what? I want that owl to rotate a little bit. I can make him larger or smaller. And I can rotate him. And I'm going to rotate him just that much. And I'm going to put him down here in that corner. And I say, okay. Then I can go over and I can tell him I want an owl in every corner. Look at that right there. My owl's in every corner. Now, if I wanted to add more to it, I just go home. I do have, once again, I'm going to remind you, I have a USB. For anything that I've purchased online, any designs I've bought on CDs, any of that, it's right here. So I'm going to add, I don't know, do we want to have an owly Christmas, Roger?
I think so.
You think so? So I can put that in. I have a space and I'm going to say okay with that and put my owly up here. Now look at that. Something that bothers me, I'm not a straight line person. I like to kind of curve my stuff. So once I put my lettering in, I can take this now and I can arch it. I can arch it above. So there, I can arch it more. I can over arch it if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. But now I want, and I say, okay, I want to add more lettering. So I'm going to go home again. I'm going to go to my lettering. Maybe I want to pick a different font. Look at all the fonts I have. I have 2 pages of fonts, 2-letter and 3-letter monogramming. I have a border. These borders are fun to play with because they look like you sewed them on your sewing machine. So you could make your own things. Something that's fun too to do is we all can find these dish towels and you can take them and put things on them. And this would be something I might want to do is add some border to this. Well, not so much that one, but I might want to add a cute little border across the bottom here. That looks like I sewed it on my sewing machine, but I didn't. I put it in the embroidery unit and sewed it. I cheated just a little bit. I don't like to use that word because it's really not cheating. So I'm going to go in and change my font. And I'm going to say, oh, let's see if I can fit Christmas in here. Oh, oops, you know what? I made a mistake. So I can go back. Look at that. Autocorrect. If you catch yourself. Say, okay. I have small, medium, and large lettering. So it's a great, look at that. Now, do I want that arched? Roger, do we want that arched?
Maybe.
I
like it. I like it straight there.
You like it straight there?
Yeah.
And you think that's okay? But you know what? Those letters get a little close together there,
Yeah.
don't you think? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, pull those letters. Oh, I pulled Owly apart instead of Christmas, but that needed it too. And look at that.
That looks good.
Doesn't that look good? And look, I did it all right here on the screen. I didn't have to go anywhere else. I didn't have to do anything else. It was all right here. And I'm all ready to go. Hoop it up, and there I go. I can make my owly Christmas. I don't know if anybody'd want to do that, but you can. Now, we're talking about the size of designs. If I go in here and I look, I have designs in every size. This is for my little hoop, and it says right here, I'm going to use that square 14 hoop. And that's just my small hoop. So I could take any of these and put them in. But if I want to go and use my big hoop, I can go here and I can look in and I can say, okay, here's my big tree. I want to put that in the big hoop. So that's in the medium hoop. Maybe I want to make this as a gift. Maybe I want to make this for grandma. And I'm going to put the family tree together. So I'm going to put each kid's name on a branch and put each grandchild's name on a leaf. I can do that right here on this little screen. We have micro lettering on this that is beautiful, just fabulous to use for those little places. You know, sometimes we get that little tiny printing and it doesn't come out clean. On this machine, it does. So here, I've got it in the big hoop. I can make it bigger. I can make it smaller. I can add the names. I can center it. But one of my favorite things is if I want to copy and paste, I can go in and have it combine all those. So instead of 16 4-color designs, it does 4 colors. I don't have to worry about it. It'll do all of it the way it's supposed to. So I've got everything set up. I can do my gifts. Let's talk some more about in the hoop things that are fun. How about a little pencil carrier? Done in the hoop. I don't think it does the quilting in the hoop. This is one of my favorite things. I'm waiting for somebody to lose a tooth. So I have tooth. Roger, are you going to lose any teeth while I'm here?
Hopefully not anymore.
Because this is a fun little thing, and it's made just like a mug rug. So that's an in the hoop project. What are you waiting for? I know that this is a good price. Everything you're getting, 4 hoops, on-screen editing, a color screen. The editing alone on this is just unbelievable compared to some other machines in this price point. Now I can center this. I can make it all one color. Let's say I only want one color. It's going to take it and it's going to tell me it's all one color now. I don't have to change threads. It'll just keep doing the same color. So, you know, a monochrome thing. We've got a list of colors here. It's going to tell me what colors I need to take out of my box. And like I said, it's coming back. Remember, when you have a machine like this, you don't have to have it at a table, or you don't have to be able to sit underneath it. You can put this on a kitchen counter. You could put it in a sewing room, on a dresser, on a storage cabinet. You can put this up high because you're not going to be sitting in it and you don't have a foot control for it. All you have is the start stop button. So, you know, I always hear, oh, I don't have space for another machine. Clear that counter off. Put it in on a dresser. Just make sure you've got enough room back here for it. Get a small table to put it on. So it's going to be a smaller footprint. It's a lot of fun to use. You've got all the accessories you need to get started. You've got lettering. You've got, you know, hot pads. How many of us make hot pads? Look at this cute hot pad. And I chenilled it it didn't chenille real well. But I chenilled it, and look at that. What a cute thing. I don't think I'd want to take my macaroni and cheese out of the oven with it. But to hang on the wall for Christmas in your kitchen, what a fun thing. What a fun thing for a cookie decorating show. You know, oh, come on, kids, let's make our cookies. Oh, look at the cute hot pads. Stockings can be done in the hoop. Let's look at, I'm going to put the big hoop on and show you how easy it is to put the hoops on and off. You're going to get your grids. In case you didn't know what these are, when they come with your machine, they're a grid. So if I need to put something right in the center, and I've got it upside down, if I need to put something right in the center, I can take this and put it in the, and it has little grooves on it, and I can mark the center. And then I know if I've got that item centered on it, or if I want different placement. So look how easy these hoops slide on. Extra high lift so I can get that hoop in, pull it down, line it up, and there. My hoop's on and ready to go. So if I wanted to stitch this tree out, all I would do is say start. Oops, I didn't lower my foot. It has a low set. Oh, listen how quiet it is. It just purrs along. Let's see how many stitches per minute. On our screen, it tells me right here, I'm sewing at 600 stitches per minute. The auto tension is on. This is going to take 6 colors. It's going to take 26 minutes, so you won't get to see it sewn out. It's telling me what hoop is on. It's 200 by 280 millimeters. It is 189 by 190 millimeters. Now that's how big my design is. The hoop is the RE228B, but this is how many stitches this is. Like I said, 600 minutes, 6 colors. Everything's right here for me to see. If I want to skip a color, I can just stop it and go on to the next color. So it's going to stitch, and it stitches beautifully. I love this machine. I love this machine for in the hoop projects because it's one color and it will stop. I don't have to worry about forgetting that stop. It's fast, fun, easy to use. I'm not limited in colors because I change it myself when it stops. It does have a needle threader. I can't show you because the needle's moving, but it has a needle threader. See how that table supports that hoop? That is such a nice accessory. If I'm using a smaller hoop, I don't have to have the table on. I can take it, fold it up. It folds up very easily. Let's stop it so I can show you that. The table folds up very easily for storage. So if I'm using a smaller hoop on the kitchen counter and I don't want my table out, I can fold it up and put it away. But then again, I can always pop it out, pull out my legs, and it's ready to go. Also, it's a good place to hide your glasses, just in case you're wondering. And I had a leg collapse in the back here. So I've got the table. Let's go over what it comes with, because it comes with 4 hoops. Remember, 4 hoops. This is basically a 5.5 by 5.5. Blaine will give you the exact, but I'll give you the estimated. This is a 5.5 by 5.5. You're going to get a
I think this is 7.9 by 7.9. This is basically a 5.5 by 7.9. So you're going to get, it's basically a 5 by 7. Those aren't exact measurements. And then your great big hoop. So you're going to get the 4 hoops. You're going to get the table. You're going to get the color editing, the easy hoop clip. You're going to get an accessory. So if you wanted to, also there is a thread stand that can go on the back. That is an add-on. But I'm sure if you talk to somebody on the phone, they know where to get you one. It goes on the back, but this should be enough. It's going to come with your spool caps and thread nets. And let's go back to stitching. Listen to how quiet it is and how smooth it runs. Oh, and your electric cord. So it's going to run smooth and quiet. All your embroidery can be done on this. It doesn't just have to be in the hoop project. You can do your quilting in the hoop. You can do your whatever else, shirts. I have a really cute shirt and I forgot to put it on my table. Can I run get it? Let me run get it. Roger said I could. Okay, this is a jean jacket I did on here. Look at that. So you can do the back of a jacket. It comes out great. Look at that unicorn. And, you know, to be real honest, to sew over the seams on denim is no problem for this machine. It just does a phenomenal job. It's a workhorse of an embroidery machine that you can use for all your needs, all of them. You didn't see that Rod, do you want to wear it, Roger? You can wear it. I don't know either, but I mean, this is just a jacket I picked up at the thrift store. And I embroidered that, I put the lace on it, and then I embroidered the unicorn on it. It has a t-shirt to go with it, but I don't know where it went. It ran off. And isn't that great? Isn't that great? And it's just, they're nothing to do. I mean, what a great gift. What a great gift. You have teenage girls. This is all the rage with, you know, we're talking about Christmas and we're talking about gifting. We're talking gift yourself a machine so you can gift. Right, Roger? And I think so, because there's nothing better than saying, thank you, I made it. You never want to hear, you know, I hear it all the time. Oh, you did not. Oh, yeah, I did. You can, those lace ornaments, so many ladies make those pretty lace ornaments and put them in Christmas cards. I don't know how they have time or enough thread in this world to do it, but they do it. And they make those pretty, I don't have any because they take too long for me. But the lace ornaments done on this machine and put in a Christmas card, it's fabulous. Just, wouldn't you like to get one of those, Roger?
I think so.
You think so?
They're very intricate.
Very intricate, and they take a long time. But you know what? If you're sewing on your other machine, quilting or whatever you're doing, making t-shirts with your new Cover Pro that you just bought, if you're doing all that, you can have this machine running making lace. You know, if you're at work and you're watching this, you know what? You could have one of these going in your office. Nobody would. It's very quiet. So you just act like it's a printer or something. Remember I said you don't have to sit it on a desk? You could probably sneak it under your desk. Be very careful if you do that, though. Be very careful because we don't want you kicking it or anything. But you could be making all kinds of things with this. Oh, Christmas cards. Remember the Valentine I said I made for my husband? Wouldn't that be a great Christmas card to give to somebody special? I mean, I don't know what you do with it. My husband, I found it. I don't know. I don't even know if my husband knew I still had it. But I made the envelope even. And so, you know, all of that. What great, nice, thoughtful, easy gifts for people you love. And a nice, thoughtful, easy gift for yourself. But you can use the excuse that you're buying it to make gifts for your friends and family. Does it work? I think it does. See how nicely it moves too? Remember, Janome quality. This is run on Janome quality. It's smooth, it's quiet, it's consistent. You're going to get the same design over and over again with it. Just lovely, lovely. Should we talk about hoops again, Roger, or do you think they know? Go. Yeah, that'd be good. You think so? Remember, 4 hoops. 4 hoops. So you're going to get the small hoop, right? Now, this is great for kids' shirts. It's great for small things. It's wonderful for hot pads. And you can buy designs that will fit in this hoop. And right now, all the designs out there are so flipping cute anymore. Basically a 5x7. This is our most requested hoop at Janome. Everybody wants bigger and better, but then they always want their 5x7. So we've got our 5x7, our little bit bigger square for those daddy shirts and those kind of things. And then our 8x11. That's great for the back of jackets, for sweatshirts, for any of your in the hoop projects. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous for it. And remember, you're going to get the table with it. It comes in a big box, but it's worth every, you know, they say good things come in little packages. Well, good things come in big packages too. And like I said, gift yourself this so that you can gift all these things I've shown you. Did I show you the bags? Look at the purses. You know, a couple hours and you've got gifts for everybody in your family, your neighborhood, everything. Mug rugs. Roger, what do you think?
I think it's a good deal.
You think so? You think Blaine has something worked out for us so that it's a really good deal?
I think he does.
You think so? Think we should turn it over to him?
Yes.
Okay, Blaine, make some really good deals on this.
All right, Amy, I'm going to try my best to have a really good price for everybody. So again, guys, this is the 500E, and we have got a great holiday special for this. And pricing, it is $2,099. And guys, that is a really great price for what you're getting. And again, let me tell you a little bit about this thing. It has that, you know, touchscreen, on-screen editing. You can do so many things with this. You can reduce, you can rotate, you can flip designs, drag them and drop. You can do arcs. You can combine designs. You can copy and paste. You can do groupings. You can do corner layouts, single color sewing. You can zoom in. It has the automatic thread cutter, advanced needle threader. And again, it has that maximum embroidery area. It's a 7.9 inch by 11 inch. 160 built-in designs, 6 fonts for monogramming, 2 and 3 letter monogramming. Embroidery speeds, you can embroidery from 400 stitches per minute all the way up to 860 stitches per minute. It has that flexible stitch traveling by units of 1, 10, and 100. Has the auto return post thread break, on-screen editing, all the different things you can do. And it, like Amy was showing you, all the hoops. It has that 7.9 inch by 11 hoop, has the 7.9 by 7.9, a 5.5 by 7.9, and a 5 by 5 by 5 by 5. And then you can get an optional hoop, a really small optional hoop, which is a 1.5 by 5.5. Again, guys, this thing is loaded up with accessories, and you get a just a ton of accessories when you get this machine. And again, guys, if you want to take a look at it, just go to smplive.tv. Just click on the Janome 500E. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all about all the accessories and things that come with it. You can also talk to one of our live chat agents. And you also just call us at 800-401-8151. And again, that's going to be, you have to call in to get that special pricing on this. We have a great sales price at $2,099, but give us a call because they've got a lot of different options for you over there. We also have financing available at 0% interest. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we'll ship it free right to your doorstep today. So if you get this ordered, they are in stock, Kyle, and I think we're getting low on these, aren't we? Because we are selling these out, guys, but they're getting low. There's 5 of them left. Kyle just showed me there are 5 left. So guys, if you want to get one in time for Christmas, you got to order it this week. So there's 5 of them left. So make sure if this is on your list, go ahead and pull the trigger today and give us a call right now. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. And so coming up next, Amy is going to actually move up, and we're going to do the MB7. And again, we've talked about, we started out, with the MB4. Well, the MB7 is just the big brother, and it has, 7 needles on it. And so, if you've had a flatbed or a 1 needle machine and you've, or a combo machine, and you've been wanting to get that multi-needle, and you've been thinking about that for a long time, hey, we're going to try to make it extremely easy for you today because the MB7 is actually one of our most popular machines we sell with Janome, and we sell hundreds and hundreds of these things, and there's a reason why, because people love the multi-needles of the 7 needles, and also, this machine too has a very small footprint, doesn't weigh very much, so it's extremely portable as well. So that's one of the things about the MB4 and the MB7. They're extremely small multi-unit machines. So we're going to go right back to the studio, and we're going to let Amy start in on this MB7. So take it away, Amy.
Thanks, Blaine. I'm so excited to show you this because I showed you the MB4, which is a great machine. But when it grew up, it got 3 more needles. So it's an MB7. We've got 7 needles. So you've got 7 colors that you can use. And it just makes it a little more flexible, a little more fun. You're going to get your biggest hoop right here. And they just slide on. And once again, I'm going to point out to you, this has that nice small throat. So unlike the machines that are flatbed, this is kind of a free arm. So if I wanted to hoop something, I could hoop. Oops, I got to get my magnet to open. I can hoop this and slide it on to get into places. Now, I don't want you to think this is a one-trick pony because you could remember all the fun things I showed you, the in the hoop things? You can do that on these machines too. But I want to show you a lot of different options, and I'm going to show you some quilting on this. The one thing, this was a gift I made. Took a photo snapped it in our digitizing software, added doggy bag to the top. And this is my little dog. This is my little dog. And I gave it to all my friends because they hung out at my house. They love my dog as much as I did. And so I made him a doggy bag. Nothing big about the bag. I mean, it's just a typical bag. but I customized it with my puppy's picture. So how much fun is that to give to somebody? Remember, we're buying these great embroidery machines and sewing machines so we can gift our friends and family what we love to do. Now, I've got a lot of friends that say, "You what? You sew? You no." And I sew. I can, and I'm sure all of you sew. And a lot of our friends don't want to do that, but that's okay. They don't have to do that. We can give them our joy through a gift. Look at this. Gift yourself this machine and think of how much you can gift your friends and family with it. You know, nothing's more fun than getting your name on something. So we're going to get our big hoop, right? We're going to get the smaller hoop for little things like logos. You know, you never want to take the biggest hoop and put just a little dollop of something in it. You want to support all that thread. So if I'm doing something smaller, I want it right here. You want to fit your design to the size of the hoop. So I'm going to use this medium hoop. And then I've got my itty bitty tiny baby hoop. And these hoops are great. They just snap on. They have these arms here. I just slide them in, snap them on. And I'm ready to sew. That's it. Nothing complicated, nothing hard. Then to take it off, I just snap them out. That's it. That's all there is to it. Fast, easy. If you're intimidated by the 7 needles, don't be. It's so easy to use. Once you get it threaded, you don't have to think anymore. You want your color 1, maybe you want your color 1 to be black. I can change that. So if I've already got this threaded in black, I could go in and in my program change it. So whatever color black is, that's the needle. I will change that to that time to stitch. Does that make sense? So if I've got a blue, I can tell the blue, this is color 5. I can tell it on my machine that needle 1 is color 5. So you can take this, and like I said before, I only threaded like black, white, and red because those were the colors I use most. For some reason, I use a lot. You always use a lot of black for shading, for outlines, for lettering on most things. You use a lot of white because you fill in with a lot of white, and you use red. For some reason, red is used a lot. Halloween time, orange and black are used. You know, you've got your holiday times. In the autumn, you use more of the autumn colors. But you can put those colors up here and just have them standard there. So whatever colors you use most, put them in and use those needles. So I can go in. It does have my lettering in it. Remember, I showed you lettering. These screens, there I go. I'm moving. It's going to the last pattern it did. I don't know what it is. I'll tell you now. It's deciding. Oh, it's going to be a spoon and a fork. So maybe I'm doing a little dish towel for my next door neighbor. It's going to tell me on the screen. It's 88 by 90 millimeters. It's going to take 21 minutes. It's going to use 5 colors. It's got 8,567 stitches in it. So I know that it's there. It also has a USB slot. So once again, whatever you're purchasing online, whatever you're buying in CDs or USB sticks or however you're getting your designs, put it on your USB, stick it in your machine, and it's ready to go. You pick out your design. It's going to set it up just like this. It's going to tell you what colors. It's going to tell you which needles it's in. So remember I said, well, I'm going to pretend that my sienna, I can go in and change that so that number 5 needle, I'm going to change that to number 1. So sienna is going to be number 1 needle. And it's just a simple program in the machine. Once you get it, you'll see how to use it. I have the capability to show only the color I'm sewing right now. I love that feature because sometimes I don't want to go in and change the color in my edit screen, which I can do here. I can go in and say, I don't want that ivory white. I want it beige. So I can go in and change the beige to it. But you know what? On the beige, then I go, oh, why is that? I know I'll remember that. Do I remember it? No, I don't. But if I set my needle up that way, I'll know that that's the right way to do it. So I've got my editing on screen. I've got my, oh, I got to say, okay. Okay, so we've got the machine fighting with me right now. I can go in, pull anything out. I can set this up and personalize it for me. I can personalize it all the way I want. The color of the screen, the size of the grid. I like my grids in 5/8 of an inch. That's how I think. So I like it that way because I know it's about a 1/2 an inch. But you may want a 1/4 of an inch. You may want it bigger. You may want it smaller. You can set that up right here on the machine so you always have it. Also, it has a question mark on it. You know what? It's going to talk about winding the bobbin. This has that great big bobbin again. Look at this nice bobbin. It's big. It's a nice big bobbin, so I'm not having to worry about changing the bobbin. And this does have the bobbin winder on it. So you can wind your bobbins up, stack them on one of the spindles back there, and have your bobbin ready for it. Nothing worse than running out of bobbin thread in the middle of a project. Right, Roger? Mm-hmm. So I can put this back in. And I'm ready to sew. It's all set up. I'm ready. Now I can do names. This again, it's the small footprint. I think this weighs just a little bit more because it has the extra for the extra 3 needles. So I'd say it weighs about less than 55 pounds. So you can easily move this. Even if you can't handle that, 2 people can handle moving this. It's not like the great big one where it takes 3 or 4 people to get it. So I've got my 7 needles, my tensions. It's got the double tensions. Can you see those, Roger, up here? Way up here? It's got the double tensions. So if I need it just a little bit tighter, I can tighten my back ones rather than mess with all of these. So maybe I'm using a metallic thread and I need a little less tension on it. I don't have to worry about this tension so much as I can play with this one back here. So we've got all our threads ready to go. We can put our hoop in. Just slides right in. And I'm ready to sew. I'm ready to do it. It's going to tell me I've got my help screen here. It's going to talk about how to wind a bobbin. It's going to talk about needle threading. It's going to talk about threading. It's going to talk about your hoops. It's going to talk about your needles. So you've got help right here. So There we go. There's showing my bobbins. If you'll notice, it's a half of case bobbin holder. That is a very professional thing to do for that bigger bobbin. It's going to sew faster. I'm back to my design now, and it's ready to sew. I don't think I have the right colors on, but we'll go ahead. I want you to hear how smooth it is. It's going to give me the warning what hoop I need to have in. Once again, it has up to 800 stitches. I'm going to stop it because I've got a thread flap in there and I know it'll wrap around the foot. Don't we all know that? See how smooth and quiet that is, though? For a big machine like that. Oh, and I've got the black going first when it should be beige, but we'll get over that. I can speed it up. Now, I don't know. Last time So maybe I need to slow it down. Sometimes certain colors you have a problem with. It's usually your favorite one. Look at that at 800 stitches per minute. It's sewing beautifully. So, my scissors are right there, so it will cut it and I can take it off. But I have all 7 done. I only have 5 colors here, so it's only going to use 5 needles. But you can go up. You know, if you're done with one, you can always rethread that while the other ones are sewing and get it ready to go, or stop in between. Now, let's look at some of the fun projects that have been done. Look at this quilt. It was so much fun to do these little houses. I'm telling you, what sold me on this were the couches. I love the couches and the pillows. It's been folded up, so please excuse the creases, but look at how much fun that was. And all I did, and it's an applique, so I would put a stop in, quilted these in the hoop. Everything was done in the hoop, basically. Now, my favorite one is this Valentine one. And I just loved the typewriters on it. I love the typewriters, the mailboxes. And look at this. These are done with so much love and so much fun. And you wouldn't have to say you've got a blogger in the family. Just to do one typewriter on a pillow would be such a cute thing. And then write a note. You know, you're just my type. That is so cute. And to put that on there, maybe you got a stamp collector. Roger, what's a stamp collector's official name? Do you know?
Stampologist?
No.
I have no idea.
Kennedy's shaking her head down there at you. What is it, Kennedy? Anyhow, if you got one of those people in your house, what is it?
Stamp collector?
That could be. FDR was a stamp collector, so it was big in the 40s. Look at a photographer. Make a photograph bag, a camera bag. A what? A philatelist.
Oh, that's interesting. For stamps.
There you go. There's your trivia for the day. Blaine's laughing at me over there. I hear you, Blaine. Don't laugh at me. I'm educating here. Look at the little mailboxes. You got a mailman? I got a mailman. And he puts up with my darn dog barking at him every day. Every day. Wouldn't that be cute to make him a little thing like this and maybe put a stamp on it? Or those little letters I made up earlier and put a stamp on it. Just fun, easy projects. You don't have to do the whole big thing. You can take bits and pieces of what you like. Like I said, I love the couch. I think because I live on a couch when I'm not at work. So look, I had, this is my favorite couch. Or sofa. Davenport. What is it, Blaine? Davenport, sofa, or couch? Couch. I think it depends where you are and what your grandma called it. But look at these were so fun, and they have appliques in them that are different kinds of glass, just fun stuff. And you can see you can do any kind of add-on with it. You know, the foam underneath makes it stand up. So if you wanted to do some things with a baseball cap and you wanted it those raised letters like are so popular, you could do it there. The flying geese on an embroidery machine are so easy and fun to do. You can make strips and strips of them and then just strip them into your quilt and pretend like you're really that precise of a quilter, like I do. See, look at how precise my quilting is here. Look at my points. Don't look at the one I cut off, but look at my points. You got that, Roger?
I do.
Are your points that perfect?
Mine are never that perfect.
Yours are never that perfect, but look how perfect. And I did it on the embroidery machine. So look, I mean, here's another one. Oh, this one is perfect. Be sure you show the perfect ones. They'll think I'm perfect. See, look at that. And it was done on the quilting machine, on the embroidery machine. Quilting on the piecing on the embroidery machine, and it's exact. And you could make a big strip of these and add them into whatever you're quilting, add them into a border. It takes a little while, but it's so pretty and fun, and it's faster than cutting all those little pieces up and putting them back together. Putting zippers in on an embroidery machine is so easy because it's all set up for you. You just have to follow the instructions and remember to unzip the zipper halfway. Otherwise, your stuff's really secure in there because you can't pull the zipper. Again, let's look at this one with the quilting in it. So look at the quilting. I did the quilt, and then I used my template to get it right in the center, and I stitched it all. I stitched it out. Then I bound it. I mean, how easy is that? And what a great, this was a 9-patch. Takes no time to put a 9-patch together, and then to quilt it this way takes just a few minutes on each square. And it all can be done on this machine. And I know that, if you're looking at the 4th thread, a 7th thread is just 3 threads more that you don't have to thread all the time. So if you've got that red, black, and white, or even just black and white that you want on there, you've got 5 other colors you can put on and switch between them. I get a big old cone of black, a big old cone of white, put them on there, and then switch my other 5 colors out. And I can do almost any of my embroidery with it. It's fun, it's fast, it's easy. It's that time of year. We all have so much to do, but we want to gift. If you're watching this and sewing, I think that's the best gift of all. So I think we're ready to go back to Blaine, aren't we? Blaine, are you ready?
I'm ready, Amy. I got to tell everybody how they can get this. And guys, we have got a great special on the MB7 today. And I tell you, it's one of the best specials we've had in a long time. Not only are you getting the special holiday pricing, we're discounting this thing down to $59.99, but you're also going to get that free bonus bundle with it as well. And again, you're going to get that hat hoop, and you're getting that big, large support table with it absolutely free. We're going to ship it free to your doorstep. And guys, we also have some low interest financing available if you happen to need it. But again, guys, this is that single head 7 needle. It's got the 5x7 inch screen on it. And they basically call that a remote screen. You can actually detach that from the machine as well if you need to. But it's a really cool feature. It has the 6 LED lights on it that really lights the working surface up for you, so you can do all the work and see really well. It has 50 built-in designs, 10 fonts for monogramming, 2 and 3 letter monogramming. The maximum embroidery size on this, it's going to embroidery a 9x4 by 7.9. It does have a USB port on it, so you can transfer designs. The embroidery speed on it is up to 800 stitches per minute. And the embroidery formats, it does the JEF plus, it does the JEF, and it does the DST files that it'll read. And it does all the editing functions just like the MB4 did. It does the resize, the rotate, the flip. You can group, you can re-edit, zoom, duplicate, monogram, and combine designs. It has the programmable jump thread trimming, flexible stitch traveling, auto return post thread break, adjustable hoop positioning, thread brand selection, so you can select different brands of threads in that, upper thread and presser foot sensors, stitch out time indicator, and the stitch counter, independent bobbin winder. So that's a really nice feature right on the side of the machine there. It has the bobbin winder. And so it has the embroidery area tracing. It's compatible with all the Tajima hoops as well. And then it includes the 8-pin spool pins. Includes in the accessories, you get an instructional DVD in there. And guys, here's the important thing about this too. I kept talking to you about the MB4 and the MB7, the footprint. Well, the footprint on it is 11 inches by 17 inches deep. And guys, this thing only weighs 50 pounds. So, I mean, think about that. That's 2 people can move this thing around extremely easy. And matter of fact, one person could probably lift it. I wouldn't recommend it, but one person could probably lift it, but 2 people could lift this thing so easy. And that's why there's so many people buy the MB4 and the MB7 that take them to flea markets every Saturday, and they do on-site embroidery, and you do hats with their hat hoop and different things. And it just is a really versatile. Guys, right now with the pricing we have, this is a great price on this thing. Is normally way over $6,000. It's $59.99 right now with that free bundle, and we're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And guys, we know the phones are busy today, so if you can't get through on the phones, Kyle, like I keep telling y'all, he's going to put that Google Sheets link over in the chat. When you see that, if you want to call back, you click that. It'll open up Google Sheets. You just put your name, your phone number, and the machine that you're inquiring about. It gets updated real time in our call center, and they're going to give you a call right back as soon as they get off the phones and take your order. So if you get a call, if you fill the sheet out and an 800 number is calling you, it's us. So make sure you answer the phone. All right, guys. Another great machine from Janome. And so far, let's kind of recap. Guys, we had the CPX Cover Pro, the 1000. We started out with the first thing this morning. Then we got to see the MB4. We've had the the 500E single needle. Now we've had this MB7. So what a great lineup of embroidery machines, and that Serger Cover Pro is so good. And now we're going to continue on. And guys, we have got a break right now, though. We're going to get Jane back in here, and we're going to give Amy a little bit of time to get set up, because she's going to come back. We're going to jump in the world of Elena, and we've got the 780 Plus coming in. And guys, this is I don't know if y'all know this, but Janome makes all the Elena machines. And so basically it's kind of the same company, and they are, the 780 Plus is the exact same machine as the Janome 9450. Now the 9450, we can't sell it online. We can only sell it in the retail stores. But if you want one of those, you can get the 780 Plus because it can be sold online and we can ship it nationwide. It is a great sewing and quilting machine. And Amy's going to come back here in a minute. We're going to show you all about that. But let's bring Jane back in.
Hello, Blaine.
Hey,
I changed.
Another outfit change.
I'm officially turned into my mother since it was her vest and was her necklace. And I used to make fun of her. And now I'm like, oh, it's perfect. Thanks, Mom.
That's awesome. All right. So, again, we've had a really fast-paced morning. We've had some technical issues early this morning, but hey, we're back on track. We're ready to go, and we're counting it down. Hey, we've got, the Janome 780 next. Then we're going to have an educational session. We got Chris Talk coming in. But hey, Jane, I want to kind of ask you, I know you showed us the jar this morning that you made. Do you have any other projects kind of laying around you could show us that you've been doing?
Yes, I'm working on a ton of things, and even here in the studio this afternoon. So a couple of weeks ago, we did on our Takeover Tuesday, I made this holiday banner from my serger and also on my brother's scan and cut using that accessory roll feeder. And I'm going to take you over here and hopefully tell me if my microphone goes out or not. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right. So this is Billy. You all know I'm a Bills fan because I married the Mafia. But what I did on my roll feeder is I did this heat transfer vinyl and I cut it out on my scan and cut and I put it on this beautiful fabric. I've got some great fabric here. And then I've got this beautiful sort of a suede. It's a faux suede. I ironed it on with my heat transfer, cut it out, ironed it on. And this seam here, this is just a rolled edge that I did on my serger. I told you I was obsessed with my serger, making ruffles these days, but this is a rolled edge. My serger is the PS 5234. And then here on the edge, can you see that? Blaine?
Yes.
Oh, good. You can see it, right? Okay. So this is, I thought maybe it was just me talking to me. This is just like a decorative stitch that I did on my machine. And then what you do here is do a little bow on the ends. I've been giving these away to all of my coworkers, friends, and family. So you do a cute little bow and then you hang it from your mantle or put it in the tree. But you're using your scan and cut. You're using your serger. I'm using my sewing machine to get the beautiful edge. And isn't that cute?
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. So because you guys know I'm a Bills fan. So I did Believe, and then I did the Bills fabric on the end. So I made this for my sister-in-law because she's obsessed with the Bills too. She lives in Buffalo. But I just did this cute, rolled edge with some Bills fabric on my serger. And again, just going to tie it up like this. This is fun because you can use this like all the time. It looks holiday, but I feel like you can use it a lot more. Isn't that cute? Super
I got some trivia for you, Jane.
Wait, I got more things to show. But yeah, I'll take some trivia
for you real quick about the Bills.
Yeah. What do you got?
Did you know they're the only team in the NFL history that's went to 4 straight Super Bowls and didn't win it?
Do I know about it, Blaine? I hear about it every single day from a family member. Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. Jim Kelly was the quarterback.
I know. In fact, my husband is from Buffalo, and so he's been living that horrible nightmare for so many years. That's why they're excited. And I'm from Chicago.
I was a huge Buffalo fan back when he was playing there.
Isn't it great? It's just fun to watch. They're exciting. I'm just a big cheerleader, so the team's doing fantastic. I should come over here and tell you. I'm a big cheerleader, so the team is exciting and fun to watch. And everyone's like, but you're from Chicago. What about the Bears? I love the Bears. I always love the Bears. But I tell everybody I married the Mafia, so I'm going to have to like the Bills while they're doing great.
That's funny.
Can I show you some more inspiration?
Yes. Show us some more.
Okay, let's go over here. All right. So the other day on Facebook Live for Brother with our friend Angela Wolf, I showed you how to upcycle some old denim jeans. And again, this is a design that's already in your scan and cut. I just cut a bunch of them out using my heat transfer vinyl. This is an already built-in design in my scan and cut. I ironed them on, and I'll show you, this is just the top part of your denim. I can turn it inside out so you could better see what it is. In fact, a bunch of people made them and they sent me pictures, which I absolutely love it, just to get a little inspiration. But you'll see, I just cut it in half. So this is the front and the back, and you just sew this little L shape right here, and is just the perfect little container, little baggie. You can put a gift in there. You could put a bottle in there. And then what I do is tie it with a little ribbon. And I think it's super fun to put, if you're doing a bottle, you can put in a wine opener from here. In fact, I might have one to show you. I do. Here you go. Check this out. See, there's my bottle. I have it all cinched together. And then you could put a card right here in the back and the wine opener right there. Cute, huh? How about some more? Okay, great. So another thing, you know, I love to upcycle, and you know, I love to upcycle fashion. I go to the thrift store. Guess what this is? This is a table runner. Ooh, sorry, made from neckties. Do you see it? So
Oh, that's
Blaine,
pretty cool.
be careful, because I'm going to come over and get your neckties. So these are literally from the thrift store. I found some straight solid green ones, but these are neckties. I just sewed them together. I left the stuffing inside of them because I was looking for a cool update. But when it lays on your table, isn't that great?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
very creative.
And then another upcycling feature, and I'm sorry that this is it's a little blurry, but look at this. These are flannel t-shirts that I cut apart and I turned into a tree skirt. See?
I thought that was like a bib to go eat ribs with.
Well, for you, it's a bib to eat ribs. For everybody else, it's just a flannel shirt, and I lined it with
around your neck.
Yeah, you put that around your neck. I use my embroidery machine here to do a cute little Christmas. That was a built-in, just the built-in fonts that you have, and I outlined it with some other things. But see how cute this is, and I'm using one of the fronts of the shirt. You can see I'm using these buttons here to close the back. Fun, huh?
Yeah, that's really cool.
So it's a way to reuse all those old flannels. I love to reuse my flannels. And then finally, I've got one more for you. This is a la the shirt I was wearing on Monday, but this is just a pillow, a decorative pillow. You can see done just a fancy fabric with a lovely zipper. But because I'm obsessed with zippers, but I love to put zippers in my pillows. This is a fun embroidery that I found. It's supposed to be the Grinch. This is, again, that pop art fabric that I used here with a little bit of fun fur here. And then I stitched in Joy. And I have another one that says Jolly, and they look so great on my couches.
So Jane, I got a question for you. So how are you figuring out, or how do you come up with all these, little unique things to do? Because that's really creative. Even like the jar you showed this morning. I mean, how do you come up with all these craft ideas?
Yeah, it's so funny. We were talking about it on the radio this morning. It'll just pop into my head. And I love to recycle. I love to upcycle. And so with the flannel thing, I do a lot of like, how can I turn the shirt and wear it still as a shirt? But I thought, well, Christmas is cozy and these shirts are cozy. And I thought, well, what if I put a bunch together and mix the colors and textures, and then I can make that into a tree skirt, because we're always looking to update our tree skirts. The pillows, I got inspiration from a super fancy designer that rhymes with Steve McQueen. And I thought, well, he's like all about skulls. And I'm like, well, what if I made like a cool pillow with that skull design, but a little cheeky with the hat? So that's what that was inspiring that one. The denim, again, back to the recycle, upcycle, and the neckties I used to make halter tops out of, and I also used to make skirts out of neckties like 20 years ago. So I'm like, well, what's the next thing? So now I'll do a footstool. And I thought, well, how about a runner? Because that's easy and everybody can do it. For me, my whole goal is to inspire people, the masses, to create. So if you've never sewn ever, and I know this is a totally different audience, but when I do things on TV, I want the women who have never sat down at a sewing machine, the moms to get inspired to upcycle their kids' old clothes. Yes, of course, if it's new and it's wonderful, do hand-me-downs, let somebody else wear it, get some good use. But I want to inspire people to create. So I like to make my designs easy. My ideas are easy. Anybody can do them. It's a couple of straight stitches and some math. You just need the right tools to get it done. I use my tools from Brother. Those are my right tools. Blaine's got tons of right tools to get the job done. And so for me, it's just all about inspiring people to create. Because by the way, when you're creative, that is a wellness boost because it lowers your stress and it makes you happy because you did it yourself. How about that for bringing it?
I like it. I like it. So, that's what this is all about, Jane, is being creative, coming up with things. And I think that's what makes people love the hobby of sewing so much. And, that you can do embroidery, you can do quilting, you can do serging, you can do anything. And just repurposing like you did. I mean, what a great Christmas gift. I mean, you could basically make a lot of Christmas gifts real inexpensively just by repurposing things and going to thrift stores. And there's so much things you could do with doing that.
Yeah, and I think, it's fun too because people when they receive that handmade gift, and I always say give the gift of handmade along with something store-bought. If you're going to bring someone in like a hostess gift, a bottle of wine, you might as well bring it in this cute little denim wine bag because then somebody says, "Oh my gosh, where did you get that?" And you say, "I made it." That alone inspires people to create. They go, "Oh, well, how'd you do that? Do you think I could do that?" And 9 times out of 10, they'll try it, they like it, and then they're hooked. So it's fun to give the gift of handmade just to inspire other people.
Yeah, I love the wine bag idea. Just talking about you could put the card in the back pocket, in the front pocket, you can put the corkscrew.
How fun is that?
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then like it doesn't have to be wine. Like this is a little tiny bottle. This could be like bubbles. Maybe you made some homemade, bath bubbles or salts or something like that. Maybe it's jam or jellies. You could put that in here. And it's just a great way to just showcase, the fun and creativity and
Yeah,
it's kind of
maybe
unusual.
it's a bottle of Mountain Dew with a Reese's peanut butter cup in the back pocket.
The only thing I ask is that those jeans are clean before you start sewing on them or give them away.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, Jane, let's give some stuff away. What do you think?
Oh, let's do it. Yes.
We're getting, I think Amy's getting geared up back there, but we're going to give some stuff away real quick. I hope that's okay with y'all if we give something away.
I think they're going to like
be.
it. It is Christmas
All
time.
right. All right. So first up, I think what you want to give away, you want to give some irons away? Sure. All right. We're going to give four Singer irons away. And guys, these are awesome little irons. They are the pink and gray, and everybody loves these things, but we're going to give 4 of them away right now. So Kennedy, somebody's even saying, spin that wheel, Kennedy.
Spin.
Did they? So, all right.
Mama needs a new iron.
Together one time. We got to do it the right way this time. Let's all really try hard to make it all together. All right. 1, 2, 3. Kennedy.
Spin.
Kyle already messed it up.
Jeez.
All right. We're going to say, I do it like I do it. Kennedy. All right, say 1, 2, 3. Kennedy. Spin. That wheel.
That
wasn't too bad.
That was pretty good.
Oh my gosh. Linda Von Bank won. She's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Linda. And so Linda, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit that, and we'll send your iron out to you. So, all right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again, and we're going to get another winner of the iron. Deb Smith.
Congratulations, Deb, watching on YouTube. Love having you here, Deb.
All right, let's spin it again. Let's get us our third winner of the Singer iron.
Ooh.
Arlene Bordeaux watching today from Facebook. So Arlene, congratulations. All right, let's spin the wheel one more time for our fourth winner. Barbara Jones.
Barbara Jones.
Congratulations, Barbara. She's watching today from YouTube. So all you winners, what you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we will ship your irons out as soon as we get your information. That's awesome. All right. I'm feeling good, Jane. I think we ought to give a sew mat away.
Well, let's give sew mat away. Hey, look.
Let's do a sew mat. We're going to actually pick 2 winners. 2 winners for sew mats. We've got 12 colors. Oh, Jane's got her purple one. Look up there real quick, Kennedy. There it is.
There you go. This one is gigantic.
That's the extra large purple. That thing is huge, isn't it?
I know it. It's really big.
So that's for all you out there that have the big combination machines like the Solaris, the Luminaire, the 880 by Bernina, the big Janome, M7, all those, the M17, all those big machines. You know what I'm talking about? These great big machines, the extra large, it'll actually fit on that and it'll cover the whole surface you have it sitting on. So we're going to give you your choice. We have 12 different colors, 4 different sizes, and we're going to pick 2 winners and let you pick your color and size. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Hey, that was better because we saw each other. It's better when we're looking at each other's faces to say it.
It is.
Oh, well,
awesome. I want a mat.
You want a mat, Blaine.
Yes. I will take a flag mat. I already got 2 of them, but I'll take a 3rd.
I know. I have my blue ones are actually under my
Aaron Potts.
Oh, Aaron Potts. Congratulations, Aaron.
She is watching on YouTube today. All right, let's spin it again. Give 1 more of these mats away.
That's another use.
So I don't count Blaine out of this sew mat.
Zena says she could use it as a yoga mat. She probably could, as big as the extra large is.
Yeah, totally.
Brenda Parker. Congratulations, Brenda. All right, so both of you winners, how you're going to claim your mats, you got to go to smplive.tv, scroll down till you see claim your prize, fill out the information, and most importantly, in the notes, let us know what color and what size of mat you want. Hit submit, and we'll get those shipped out to you.
All right.
What do you think about that?
I think that's great.
It is awesome. Hey, and guys, we're counting it down. We're getting ready to go back to Amy Meeks. And we're going to talk all about that 780 Plus Elena. And then we have Chris Talk in the house. He's coming in. And y'all know Chris. He's a big YouTuber. He's got a huge following with YouTube. He is a cosplay guy. He does all kinds of costumes and things. So I cannot wait. Can you, Jane, to see what Chris is going to have for us?
I know.
The last minute Christmas gifts.
You can actually use this as a cape too, Blaine. Instead of you using it as a bib like this.
I think I like the bib idea to eat ribs with.
It's a poncho now.
Yeah, it looks like a poncho.
Yes, I can't wait. I was thinking cosplay is what I got in my head.
You just put, you can, man, there's so many uses for it after Christmas season, right?
Right.
All right, everybody. All right, Jane, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
You bet.
And so we're going to go back. We're in the studio. We're going to go right back to Amy. And we're going to talk switching gears from Janome to Elena, and we're going to talk all about that 780 Plus. And guys, again, let me remind you, this is the same machine as the Janome 9450. So all you Janome lovers out there, if you've been wanting one of those, hey, this is the same machine, just has the Elena name on it, and we can ship this nationwide right to your doorstep. And we got a great special on it today. So let's go back to Amy, and she's going to tell us all about that 780 Plus.
Everybody, welcome back to my little place in the world. Right now, I get the privilege of showing you one of my favorite machines. Now, this is the Elna 780 Plus. I want you to look at it. First of all, it is 11 inches. That bed is 11 inches. Most of us are working on machines that are this big. That's our throat. So 11 inches is this nice, big space. Now, I know it's got this nice flat bed on it, and I love that. I love to sew on this machine But you know what? My favorite part is I'm going to stand up. Sorry, Roger.
No, that's
And I'm going to show you. I'm going to take my utility tray off, and I have stuff hidden in here. Look it. In here, you're going to see it comes with 3 throat plates. That's right, 3. So I'm going to get my classic zigzag plate is what this is. Now, this is a 9mm machine. What does that mean? That means this opening here is 9mm. So the biggest zigzag it can do is 9mm, or the biggest decorative stitch. Now, I know so many of you go, oh, I don't use decorative stitches. And you probably say it just like that. That's what my husband says when I make fun of people's voices. But you know what? Once you start using them for different things, you can't stop. I use them to put quilt bindings on. My quilts are not competitive quilts. They're quilts I want people to love and use and wash and snuggle with. And, you know, when you don't feel good, use them. I use a big 9mm stitch to put my bindings on, and it stays on, and they're pretty. And they go, oh, look, it's hearts. Or, oh, look, it's a snake. What? Snake, I want to say, but there's no snake here. I saw that lady. What kind of snake was that, Roger?
it was a ball python.
So it has, oh, let's say I want to put a sheep on there. It has a sheep. So I'm going to put a sheep on. So you've got, sorry, no snakes. I don't think. I could pretend one was a snake. Anyhow, it comes with this. And did you see how fast and easy it was? I forget to show people because it's so fast and easy to change a plate. So it's going to come with your 9mm zigzag plate. It's going to come with your straight stitch plate. Can you see that? So it's got a straight stitch plate with just the hole to support that so that you're getting a nice straight stitch all the time. No flagging. And then it's going to come with what we call our high performance plate. It pulls the needle to the left needle position and just lets it fly, and it makes a gorgeous stitch. And we'll talk about each of these as we go on. But did you see how I change it? Right here is a button, and I pull down on it. I change the plate. And you know what happens when I put this straight stitch plate on? And we hear it all the time. You know, we have a great Facebook following, and that's Janome Classroom. And they'll say, I can't get it to zigzag. And the first thing we say is, well, what plate do you have on? Look, it blocked out all the stitches that can't be done with a straight stitch plate. So it protects me because, you know, you never put that straight stitch plate on and sew with it with an old needle. You know, you've always got a brand new fresh needle in, and then you break it. But on this, it's not going to let you do it. So I'm going to pop that off, and I'm going to put this back on. And look at how fast and easy. If it's fast and easy, what are you going to do? You're going to change it. Do you have to? No, you don't have to. The only one you have to change it for is the HP. But you don't have to change it. But why not? To get that gorgeous stitch, you want to. And I don't know. I change mine all the time. So I don't get what people get upset when they have to change it. But just because the right tool for the right job. Okay, so this machine, you know, I said it had this nice flat utility tray, but look what it comes with. This great big, huge table, extension table. Look at that. It is big. It is beautiful. It is fabulous. I can adjust my feet maybe. I can adjust my feet. Look at that, how nice that is. Big extension table for your ruler work, for your, and you level it up. It's got leveling feet on it that you can level it up on your table. We didn't do that today, but you would level it up. And look at that nice big surface you get. These tables run anywhere from $99 to $199, depending on what accessories you get. But you get this in the box with your machine. So I'm going to put my extension table back on. And look at the stitches. Beautiful decorative stitches. Beautiful utility stitches. And right here, it's going to tell me, you got that, Roger? Right here, it's going to tell me this is for the straight stitch needle plate. Right here, these are what stitches it'll do. Then this is for that high performance plate. And when we start talking about feet, we'll talk about that. This machine, now Roger, don't get upset with me. Don't giggle either. I'm going to show you something that this machine has that everybody loves. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
Did you see that light pop out of there? Look at this. And I can adjust it to where I need it to be for me. Isn't that awesome?
Mm-hmm.
And something else this machine does is it opens up so you can see inside. So when you want to clean it, when you think you need to clean it, you can open that up and look inside. You get a thread break in there, you can clean it out. You don't have to bring it in and have it worked on. It does have the needle threader right there. And I hear this all the time. My needle threader doesn't work. And they sound just like that. If you lock your machine, and it's standard threading, come up through, down, around, and I put it like this, and I pull this over here. As long as my machine is locked, my needle threader works. And the reason for that is because when I lock it, it allows my foot to go down and out of the way from the needle threader, and allows the needle, and allows the tensions to stay open. So I've got my tensions open and my foot down, which I can't do unless it's locked. So I have all my utility stitches. I have decorative stitches, and you can see across the top. I have applique, I have heirloom, quilt, satin stitches, bridge stitches, which allow me to join stitches. I have decorative stitches. I have long stitches. I have pictograph stitches, and I have play stitches. I also have lettering. So all that right here in this little machine. Now, the buttons on the front, see this little button? It doesn't look familiar on a lot of the machines. This is my presser foot up and down. What does that mean? I have an auto presser foot. So when I start sewing, my foot automatically goes down. I don't have to worry about it. When I want to stop, it stops. But I have something over here that goes with that auto presser foot. If I want to take one more stitch and turn it, my foot lifts up, but my needle stays down. When I'm chain piecing, when I'm doing long stitches, when I'm doing curtains, when I'm doing any of that, I've got this built in right there. Look at that. I can just bump another piece. I'm going to take this piece here and watch. Okay, get here. I'm ready. It just is so easy. So it's got that. It's got my scissors right here, my needle up, down, a tie off. that allows me to stitch in one place, and my reverse. Now it has a start stop button, and the start stop button can be used if I take off the foot control. So if I unplug my foot control and use my start stop button, I don't use my foot control, but I'm going to pull this foot control up here, and I want you to see this because this is a big, huge, ergonomically correct foot control. It makes your sewing so much more comfortable, because I can put my foot right here and just press my toes. Now over here, this is a remote thread cutter. So I can just be sewing along, and then I need to cut my thread. Just tap that and it will cut my thread for me. It also has a knee lift. This lifts my foot up and down, and I started sewing. It lifts my foot up and down, so I can use that when I've got my hands on something. I can come in and lift up and get my piece under there to go. How often do we do that? And then you've got to figure out which hand you're going to let go. And when you let go, what happens? Everything pops all over. So I don't have to worry about this. Now, if you get used to this, you can use the lever in the back, but you don't have to anymore. It's kind of like your hand wheel. We have a hand wheel over here, but how often do we reach over and use that? Not very often anymore. Between my needle up, down, and everything else, I don't use that anymore. To adjust my stitches, I just pull up this menu and I can adjust my stitch. Of course, it's in a straight stitch, so that's going to be my needle position. This is a 9mm machine. That means it has 91 needle positions. When somebody tells me they can't get the right needle position and you got 91 to pick from, I'm just kind of, really? Wow. So you've got 91 needle positions here. You've got stitch length. I have it on auto tension, but if you need to override the tension for some reason, you've got that right here, and the auto presser foot. That presser foot senses and will automatically adjust itself. But if you feel you need to change it, you can change it right there. Something I love that this machine has, it has something called my favorite stitch. My favorite stitch allows me to program in what I use the most. So I have a favorite stitch, and it is in the quilting, and it's a quarter piece. So that pulls my needle to the left so that I have a full foot. Are we talking about feet now, Amy? Really? Because I want you to see all the feet. Got that, Roger? Mm-hmm. All the feet this machine comes with. All the accessories. Look at this. Look at how many feet it comes with. But our 1/4 inch foot, it comes with 2 1/4 inch feet. So when I pull this over, my whole foot is on the feed dogs. I didn't skinny out. I shouldn't say Elna did not skinny out their foot so that only half the feed dogs are under it. They have the full foot on these feed dogs. So you're getting an even feed on your 1/4 inch because your needle's all the way over. Can you see that? Your needle's all the way over to left needle position. Now, everybody's 1/4 inch is a little different. We need to measure it out because of the way we sit in front of the machine, the way we visualize our machine, the way our eyes work together. Everything makes a difference. So you want to measure out, but you've got 91 needle positions to get in there to get your 1/4 inch exactly where you want it. And you've got 2 feet to do that with. And for you quilters, I know how picky you are about that. But I take my 1/4 inch, and I am a bag maker, and I love to make bags, and I love to do clothes, and I'm always having to do my 1/4 inch and 1/8 inch. So what I do is I set this up for a top stitch. Right now it's at 1.8 stitches per inch. And I like it at about 3.5 for my top stitching. So I go in and I set this at 3.5. And I can go into my favorite stitch setting, which is in my settings, turn it on, save it there. Then I take this, which is a center needle straight stitch, and I set it to 3.5, and I move it all the other way, and I get an exact 1/8 inch seam from that 1/4 inch. So I've got an 1/8 inch and a 1/4 inch seam for my top stitching on my bags. And all I have to do is hit my favorite stitch. And whenever I go in there, I know they're set for it. It's phenomenal to use that for whatever you use it for. It is great to always know you have that favorite stitch in there. So let's talk about the feet. We already talked about the 1/4 inch feet, right? Let's talk about some of the other feet it comes with. It's going to come with your standard applique open toe and a closed toe applique foot, right? Roger, where you want these?
You can place them anywhere and I'll zoom into it.
Oh, I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to get this big piece of blue fabric that's laying here so that you can really see them. So look there. Those are my applique feet. This is my zigzag decorative stitch. The reason I don't want to use my standard A foot, which is what is on there right now, is it's flat. This has a little bit of a raise to it here so that my satin stitches and my decorative stitches, I doubt if you'll see it. You can feel it more than you see it. So when you get your machine at home, feel that. You can feel it in there. You want to feel it, Roger? Here, feel it.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I can feel that.
Yeah. You can't see it so much, but you feel it. So you can get all your beautiful decorative stitches. You're going to get a rolled hem foot. You're going to get an over the edge foot. You're going to get a blind hem foot. I'm just pulling feet out. You're going to get free motion feet that snap on, and we're going to talk about those in a few minutes. Right? So look at that. Already you've got 4 free motion feet, right? You're going to get a zigzag free motion foot, or you can also use it as an applique foot. You're going to get your echo foot. You're going to get a closed toe stippling foot and an open toe free motion foot. You're going to get your 2/4 inch feet, one with a flange and one without. A flange is this little black piece there. And you know, that's great when you're just strip piecing or just doing simple layers. But when you get into more than one layer, sometimes that flange will kind of flip out. So you want to use this foot without the flange to get in there. You've got 2 more free motion foots. You've got an open toe and a spring-loaded closed toe. And then I'm going to get to, oh, I found another foot hiding back there. Oh, a button sew on foot. You know, I hate to sew on buttons. I hate it. But I made these coffee sleeves for a wedding party. And I sewed 15 buttons on in 15 minutes. It took me a minute a button to sew that on, and it was a 4-hole button. I can't tell you, I use that to sew on a button. It's so easy because I can go here and flag over to my buttonholes and find my button. And there it is. Look, there's my T-foot right there. And all I have to do is snap that foot on, put my buttons on, and I'm done. I don't have to get a needle and thread, and I don't have to knot it. No, I don't even have to find reading glasses to do it. So we've got all those, but I've got some specialty feet here that I want to talk to you about that come with this machine. Now we've already got how many? Did you count them, Roger?
No, I didn't,
1,
but it's
2,
more like 10. More like
3,
10.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
There you go.
19 feet. And that includes my buttonhole foot. Now, I know y'all say I don't use a buttonhole foot, but you will because it's so fast and easy. If it's faster and easier, we're going to do it, right? Okay, so I'm putting all my feet back. I have an order. Get them out of your way. Okay, so now let's talk about these specialty feet. First of all, remember we talked about the HP plate. Well, this is the HP foot, and this is the HP AccuFlex foot. These two only work with the AccuFlex plate. We're going to, with the HP plate, excuse me. This will pull my knee, the HP plate pulls my needle to the left needle position and allows me to get a scant 1/4 inch. Now, I heard a rumor through the office that at one point curves were so fun to do on this machine because of the HP foot. And I went, oh, come on. Curves aren't fun to do on a quilt, no matter what. Guess what? Everybody in my family's getting a curved quilt this Christmas because I love this foot and I love to do curves with it now. So I found that this just works beautiful. One pin in the middle, and those curves just go right in. If you're doing princess seams on garments, this works miracles. Any of that, sleeves, sleeve caps, all your circles go great with this. So I love the HP. I very seldom take the HP off. Now, I want to talk to you about AccuFlex. We have 2 AccuFlex feet that come with this. And the sole plates come off, and you can purchase separate feet to put on here. I use these, and everybody goes, oh, it's a walking foot. This is 10 times better than that, because when we look at this, and I'm going to pop this foot off, we have our 7-piece feed dog system here that lifts our fabric up, pushes it back, drops it off, and repeats itself. This feed dog matches up with that feed dog, so I get a clamshell effect, and it will walk with those feed dogs. So I'm getting a more accurate feed than I would with a walking foot. A walking foot attaches to your bar and bounces up and down. This is an integrated feed system that is hooked into the back of the machine with this hook. There's a little hole here that I can pop that in, and it feeds beautifully. Your quilting is so much easier. I'm going to show you a couple things. I'm known for doing I told you I love bags. Look at this bag. This is upholstery fabric. What was funny was I bought this fabric on a clearance rack at a store for $1 a yard. And I bought a whole bunch of them. My daughter fell in love with it. And then I said I wanted to put patent leather with it. Look at this. This is patent leather. This was sewn together, and it's lined. You can see it's lined with just cotton and all the stuff that you put in purses to make them stand up, or bags. I used the AccuFlex. It fed perfectly, perfectly. Look at how gorgeous that is. That patent leather just sewed. Ooh, look at a shiny zipper. Look at that. Just beautiful feed with crazy fabrics, upholstery fabric and patent leather. Yeah, I sew with that every day. This is canvas and cork. If you're a bag maker, cork is the bomb to sew with. Look at this. It handled it. And this AccuFlex feeds it through so beautifully. You're going to look inside. I've got quilt pieces cut in there. So look at the feed on this, though, with the different fabrics and the different thicknesses is just fabulous. You just can't beat it for all of that crazy stuff you do. You know, we're talking about quilting piecing. Look at this. This was pieced on this machine and then the cork sewn in with it. And feel it, Roger. Tell them how thick it is.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty.
It's
pretty
foam
good.
in there. Yeah, it's a thick foam. We opened it. I never know. Oh, I got presents for you before I leave. So I've got all of this capability. I mean, this is foam, cork, and piecing all done on this machine with the AccuFlex. AccuFlex feeds so perfectly. So we've talked about AccuFlex. And if you're a quilter, if you're a bag maker, if you're anybody that I did a trench coat in cork and scuba. And it went together beautifully with my AccuFlex. So, you know, that to me says everything. If I can sew whatever I want with it. Let's talk a little bit more. I'm going to put my foot back on just because I don't like to see a machine without a foot on it. Snap on, snap off feet for fast, easy changing. This machine has lettering, and the lettering is beautiful. I don't know. Can you see that, Roger?
I can see that.
Yeah. This is a little Christmas card. I don't know who I made. It's just as a postcard. And I made it in 2010, so it's pretty old. But it's the same lettering. We have lettering right here. You're going to get block, script, and Broadway. And you're going to get block 9mm. So this is the 9mm right here. But you can get little things like this done. And it's just nice. On my granddaughter's dresses, I write across the bottom of it when I made it, what I made it for. She just was the flower girl in Uncle Chris's wedding. So it says, Evie, 2022, Uncle Chris and Aunt Heather's wedding. So you can just put little messages in, you know, pajama bottoms. Let's talk about ruler work. Who doesn't love? I love ruler work. And I do all kinds. Now, I don't have any big ruler work projects because this was a last minute thing and I just was throwing stuff in my suitcase. But look at that ruler work. It's beautiful. It's just so much fun to do. Ooh, somebody cut this. I wonder who cut that. I'll cut them. Look at that. And to put it together and to use it, and people go, oh, that's so hard. 1 minute. I can go to sewing applications right here. And I go to quilting. And I go to ruler work. And it's set up and ready to go. It comes with the ruler foot. You can use high shank, low shank rulers with this machine and get these effects with just a simple, it tells me to lower my feed dogs. It's right there. I'm ready to do ruler work. What more could you want in a machine? What more could you want? This machine has everything to get you started and going, whether you're quilting, whether you're doing garment construction, whether you're doing everything. This machine will take it. You've got your speed control, and it's got the turtle and the bunny, which are my favorite. Everything right here. You will love this machine. And I think Blaine has some really great deals on it. Do you have some great deals, Blaine?
Amy, I sure do. And again, guys, this is the Elena 780 Plus. And it's the same machine as the Janome 9450, but guys, we can sell this online, ship it nationwide right to your doorstep, and we have great pricing on this. The price is $4,099. And again, guys, this is that sewing and quilting machine, and it is just loaded with features. 350 stitches, 11 buttonholes and 2 alphabets. Maximum sewing speed is adjustable up to 1,060 stitches per minute. Has a 9mm maximum sewing width, full color high definition LCD touchscreen, automatic presser foot lift, dual feed system, automatic foot pressure adjustment, easy and guided bobbin threader and built-in thread cutter, automatic and programmable thread cutter. It has 9 high illumination LEDs that really light up that whole work surface. It has the USB port so you can import designs. And guys, this thing, when I tell you, comes with a ton of feet. I think Amy showed you. I think she said there was 19 feet that came with this thing. I mean, it's got every kind of foot you can imagine that comes with it, with that huge work surface. And then also it comes with that extension table, big extension table for this. So when you're doing free motion quilting, you've got a great surface to put it on. Again, you also get the extra big foot controller as well. You're getting a really nice accessory package on it. And guys, we have got a great package for you put together today. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Kyle's telling me right now there is 4 left. 4 of these left. So Amy did her job and sold a bunch of these, but there's 4 left of these. So if you want to get it in time for Christmas, you better get on the phone now before they run out, because we will not have them in time once these run out to get them for you for Christmas. So 4 left. Make your order now, or you can go to smplive.tv. Just click on the 780 Plus icon, and it'll take you right to that product page. You can read more about it. And we also have live chat agents standing by. Hey, and if you are local in Southern California, make your way down to our San Diego store down on Mission Bay Boulevard, or come up to San Marcos to our store there off of Nordell Road and 78. They have these machines in stock as well, and it can show you all the different machines they have. Everything you're seeing on the show today, they have them in the stores as well. So if you're local, make your way in, and they can let you demo them right in the store. So, all right, guys, let's bring Jane back to the show.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Hey, we're continuing on, and guess what time it is?
It is time for some education.
It is our first educational session today, and guess what? We got Chris Talk coming in, and he's going to tell us some of those last-minute Christmas gifts. So I'm going to let you go ahead and get ready for him and see what all he's got to show us, because I'm excited to see what he's going to show us today, and because he's always got some surprises.
Wow, you're absolutely right about that. Chris Talk is one of a kind. We love him. He is a YouTube sensation. He is a brother ambassador, and he is a wealth of knowledge about all things brother. I love him for that. He's the owner of Talk Custom, and he is a boundless energy and enthusiasm and inspiration for us to create. And he is also a great educator. So please welcome to the show. Everyone say hi to Chris Talk. Hi, Chris.
Hello. Is this all working? Can you guys hear me?
So great. I love that you have your hat on. I wish I would have known. I tried to dress cool for you, but I'm in.
There's a reason I did. And by the way, hello everyone. Hi Blaine. Thanks everyone for watching. My name is Chris Talk, and I'm wearing this hat because I'm going to teach you guys how to make one right now. That's why we're doing it. Yeah.
How are you?
By the way, Jane, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you since Nashville. You look great.
Well, thank you so much. You look great too. How are things going in your world? What's going on?
Things are good. I just got back from Tampa. I was a cosplay guest at a show there last weekend. So I'm back and I'm ready for this live stream and teaching you guys how to make some hats.
So I love the hat. Super cute. Can't wait to make it because yours is nice and long and mine's like short and not cool.
I made this 20 minutes ago just to remind myself how to make hats.
Is it a quick process?
It's very quick. Yeah, I've got half an hour to show you guys, and I think it'll take me half that time. And I got some other surprises and bonuses for the end if I have time.
Well, and that's cool because I want to ask you this question because I mean, everyone loves you. They're getting to know you. You're around. We see you. But what I find fascinating is your journey into sewing because it wasn't that long ago that you got hooked.
God, it's been like 8 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm self-taught. I made a costume for a costume convention, fell in love, and started making clothes and bags and taking commissions, live streaming, teaching, and all kinds of stuff. So I'm one of the people that just caught that sewing bug and stayed addicted forever.
I love it. And you know so much about like the rules and regulations of sewing for being self-taught. Was it a lot of study?
No, it was a lot of broken needles and wasted fabric and making lots and lots of mistakes and errors and yelling at my sewing machines until I figured out how to tame them. And I've got a pretty good routine by now.
You're so good, Chris. You're so talented. It's always great to see you. All right, I could talk to you for like the next half hour, but I really want to learn how to make this hat.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. And now's the part where everyone leaves and I'm just flying solo with you guys. I'm going to put on some music for myself just so it's not super quiet in here. But thank you guys all for watching. We're going to go into the studio, which is this button, I think. So this is my sewing studio. I live stream and teach from in here. And I think to start, we've got, nope, that's the wrong one. Here we go. So the materials that I'm going to be using for this, and by the way, I can read chat, so I can hopefully interact with you guys. Let me know if there's any issues on my end. But these are the things that I'm going to use to make a red winter hat like Santa. So I've just got some red blizzard fleece, this is like a short hair faux fur. This is a long hair faux fur. Some tracing cloths. We're going to teach you how to make the pattern from scratch as well. And then just cutting tools, markers, and rulers, stuff like that. So let me move pretty much everything. Oh, and the bowl is for making the pom-pom. I forgot to buy these, so I had to make one. So I'm going to teach you guys how to make a pom-pom type thing as well. Let's see. So, all right. Now, this is going to happen really fast because this is a very easy project, and I've only got 25 minutes to teach you guys. Yeah, so let's see. All right, so I already took my measurements of my head, and around my forehead, like around the entire thing, is 23.5 inches. So I'm going to start by, now this is just that like transparent tracing cloth fabric for making patterns. I love this. I've done a couple of demos on how to use it and why it's amazing. But to start, I'm just going to draw a straight line that is 23.5 inches wide. And then I want this hat to be about 22 inches tall. So I got to find my center point here, which should be 11 3/4 inch right there. All right, now we're going to go up 22 inches and draw our diagonal line. Now, it's important that we curve this bottom line here, otherwise your hat will not be even all the way around. So we have to figure out, this is longer than 22 inches, so I'm going to go and mark that exactly 22 inches right there. I don't know where I put my tape measure. Here it is. All right. This is not muslin. It's actually called tracing cloths. If you guys ever make your own patterns, this stuff is super valuable to have. It's really cheap. I just buy it by the bolt, but I think it's Pellin brand, you know, just like all the interfacing and stuff. So I'm just kind of making a dotted line here so that I can do a proper curve. I'm just going to do it on one side and then we're going to mirror it. But something like that should be good. I'm going to connect the dots. This is funny, you guys. I haven't streamed in a long time. I feel like kind of nervous, but it's also like riding a bike. I haven't done this in a few months. And I'm surprised that Blaine even had me back at all. I must have done something right on the last live stream that you guys did. I thought I might have like just been too disorganized and immature, but apparently you guys wanted it back. Thank you guys all so much for being so engaged in chat too. This has been really fun to watch the last few presenters. And by the way, you guys, what do you think of Blaine's outfit? I was really curious to ask him where he got that or if it was handmade, but that thing is pretty incredible. I don't think he'd mind if I said that. All right, so I'm just cutting this out with a rotary cutter. I folded it in half so that we've got a nice symmetrical pattern. And oh, I forgot to add a seam allowance, which I meant to do, but I'll do that when we go to cut this. All right, so here is our pattern. So this was 23.5 by 22 tall. And you know what? I already made this earlier for the fur band that goes around the top. I made one that is 23 inches wide by 4 inches tall, and there's a little bit of a seam allowance built into this, so that should be good. So now we've got our pattern. Hopefully that all made sense. And we're going to pull out our red. This is just a Blizzard fleece, I believe, which is really cheap. You can buy a ton of this and make a lot of hats really fast. Doesn't really have a right or a wrong side, but it does stretch quite a bit, which is nice, so that this will kind of wrap around our head and fit nicely. So, simply put, I'm just going to lay down my pattern and cut this out with the rotary cutter because I'm lazy and I don't want to use scissors. I have definitely injured myself with a rotary cutter when working quickly. One time I had to go to the hospital. I'm sure you guys have had some injuries as well. Oh, crap. I forgot to do the seam allowance. You know what? I'm going to just do it again. See, that's what happens when I'm streaming and I'm paying more attention to you guys than myself. Whatever. I just had some scrap fabric sitting around anyway. Okay. I don't want this to be too tight, so I am going to add the seam allowance. And I have to add it all the way around. That probably wasn't necessary. This is really stretchy, but whatever. Okay, sweet. All right, so we've got our hat fabric with an actual seam allowance that time. You guys are going to take the blame for me making mistakes. That's fine. Actually, you know what? Now that I've got one mistake recorded on camera, hopefully I won't make any more. Okay, so here we're going to use our short hair faux fur to do the band. And this does have a little bit of two-way stretch, which is nice for getting it around my head. So it stretches not that way, that way. Okay, so definitely want to make sure you follow the grain line so that it does stretch around your head properly. And I'm going to be really lazy and use a rotary cutter on fur, which I normally never do because I don't like fur to go all over my workshop, but this is kind of a speed build, so we're going to just get this done. All right. It was cool when Blaine and Jane, I've never said their names together like that, were introducing me and talking about cosplay. I noticed there was a lot of people in chat that were excited about cosplay, so I prepared a little slideshow of some of my costumes, if you guys care to see it when we're done with this hat. But should be really fun. Okay, so now we've got our fur band and our hat panels. See how we're doing on time. I got 18 minutes. We're going to do just fine. See, look at this. I got fur going everywhere. I'm sure you guys have dealt with that before. All right. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not even going to iron this, even though there's like a crease right there. I don't really think it's going to matter. So I'm going to try to find the right side, which is the side I'm looking at. And we're going to fold this in half lengthwise. And I'm going to pin this edge together, and we're just going to end up sewing this set of raw edges together at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And then we're going to do the same thing with our fur binding as well. Some people can really make those. Yes, they can. I'm kind of one of those people too. But yeah, I started with sewing. Sewing was my first craft and my first love. And then I got into doing leatherworking and 3D printing and foam fabrication and prosthetics, electronics, fog kits, LED lights, all that stuff. And when you put them all together, you can make some really cool stuff. Okay, so the band, I'm going to put this short side together, fur sides together, or right sides together. Now, I didn't set up a camera for the sewing machine, so hopefully you don't mind just staring at my back for a minute while I do this. But I can see chat over here. So really quickly, I really should have set up a camera. Now you're just looking at the back of my elf hat. Okay. So this is just the short fur part. And now I'm going to do the long red fleece hat part. Actually, now that I think about it, it's only like 3 stitches total to make a hat if you don't use a pom-pom at the end. And if you do, it's only 4 stitches, I suppose. So it really is very simple to do this. I am doing a stretch stitch on all of my seams. I don't really need to on this one, but it's too late because I already did it. All right. Oh, I should be talking about the machines I'm using. So I'm using the Brother ST150HDH, which is Brother's small heavy-duty machine. I love this machine so much. I bought 2 of them. So I've got my construction machine and a top stitch machine, but I can sew through leather. And I did a stress test where I sewed through like 28 layers of cotton duck and 16 ounces of leather. Like, it's ridiculous how much that machine can sew through for only like $300. Dion, I have, I think, 11 machines, but I only really use about 6. I kind of swap out my scan and cut for some of my other hybrid machines. And then obviously the PR 1055X is incredible. I know you guys have had a lot of embroidery, what do you call it, demonstrations today or this week. All right, so I'm just going to very quickly trim my seam so that it's not too bulky on the inside of my hat, even though it probably doesn't matter, but I really just want to make sure that I'm trimming the tip of this so that we get a nice crisp point at the end. And I've got a seam turner ready for that. Drooling at costume. Linda, I'm going to show you a whole bunch of costumes as soon as we're done with this hat. All right, so this part is a little counterintuitive, and it took me a minute to make sure I was doing this correctly before the stream. But normally, I would do right sides together when I'm making a hat, but this is a little bit different because we want to curl. Here, I'll just show you. We want to curl the fur so that it comes up like this. So I think I sew the right side of the fur to the wrong side of the fabric, and that way it looks like this, which is kind of weird because I can see the inside of my seam here, but the outside of my seam here. But when we curl it and flip it up, then it all looks seamless, right? So I'm going to be sewing, again, the right side of my fur to the wrong side of my fabric, if I am correct. And I'm going to just put like 4 pins here, and that should be good. You went kind of fast. Oh, the model of machine, and if someone wants to type this in chat, it is the Brother ST150HDH. Very, very powerful, small, heavy-duty machine. Okay. Oh, wait. Let's do it this way so that the hat is on the inside of the hoop. Okay. So I've got one end pin. Now I'm just going to kind of stretch it so that this all lays evenly and my raw edges match up like that. And I'm going to pin the opposite side, and then we're going to pin it into quarters. Oh, thank you, Diane. Can you guys actually see my pants? Oh yeah, that's right. I have the wide shot. I made these fun anime style pants for something called Dragon Con. If anyone knows what Dragon Con in Atlanta is, but it's one of the world's biggest costume parties every year in September. There's like 150,000 people that fly in just to party for a week. All right, so this is all pinned. I'm going to make sure that we do a stretch stitch because this has to stay stretchy, and I'm going to do this at a 1/8, or I'm sorry, a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Yes, people know their Dragon Con. All right, hold on. Maybe I can do this. My camera's going to be crooked, but just so you guys don't have to stare at the back of my head. Is that going to work? And forgive my naked mannequins. I didn't have time to dress them up since I got home from my business trip. All right. So now, what am I doing on time? I got 11 minutes. Hopefully Blaine and Jane will not be angry with me if I go over on time. You think they'll just kick me off the air and then I won't get to say goodbye to you guys and then I'm going to be really sad for Christmas? I don't know. I think we'll get through it. Surprisingly enough, the longest, I think the most time-consuming part of this is making a handmade pom-pom. Again, you can buy them. I just forgot to do it, so I'm going to make it from scratch. And it's actually really easy and fun to do it. It's kind of like making a little stuffed animal with no arms. All right. Excellent. Okay. I'm not even going to trim the seam because who cares? This is a quick, fun little build. All right. Thank you, Teeny. All right. So now, you know what? I'm going to take off my green elf hat and we're going to... Oh, wait. I should show you this way. I really hope I did this correctly. So I'm going to hold this hat right side out. If I screwed this up, I'm going to be pissed. Okay, so now, yep, that should be right. So this seam should be hidden on the inside and this seam should be on the outside. And then when I flip this up, yes, it should look something like that. Oops. Okay, now I've got my seam turner and I'm going to go in here and make this point nice and pointy. We're not really doing anything fancy here. There's no interfacing, there's no embroidery. It's just straight fabric and a little bit of faux fur. You can get a ton of this stuff for really cheap and make a whole bunch of hats or stockings or whatever. All right, so my hat is more or less done, but I do want this little pom thing here. So I found a cool trick on how to make them pretty easily. All you need is some kind of fabric. In this case, we're going to use fur. And we're just going to cut out a circle of fabric and stuff it with a little bit of polyfill, which should be nice and easy. So I'm just going to take a rather large bowl that I got from my kitchen. Actually, this was the first bowl I ever bought when I had my first apartment back when I was 17 in Knoxville, Tennessee. And this is a long hair fur, so I am going to use scissors because I don't want this stuff everywhere. So I'm just cutting very carefully through just the mesh parts so that hopefully I don't get fur in my entire studio here. Oh man, I really should have requested for extra time so I don't... No, I think I'll be okay. I think it'll be all right. I got 8 minutes. Yeah, this is going to be all right. Okay. Now I've got a circle of fur. Oh crap, I forgot to grab a needle, or I did, but I lost it because, you know, needles are easy to lose. Oh, here we go. Wait. Here we go. Okay, so I've got a needle here, and I will use black thread so you guys can see it a little bit more easily, because I want this to make sense if anyone here actually is planning on making a Santa hat. Come on, thread. What happened to you? I'm going to use upholstery thread too, so this doesn't break. Unfortunately, it's stuck in the spool, and because it's upholstery thread, it doesn't want to come loose. There we go. Okay. Oh no, I did it again. I like cutting tip for fur. Okay, here we go. Thank you guys for being so supportive. This is the part of me being disorganized where I just feel like, why the hell does Sewing Machines Plus even want me doing any kind of presentation? And I hope that all the staff over there are just shaking their heads at me right now. Like, what a tremendous embarrassment this is for all of us. Okay. That was way more than I needed. But whatever. You know what? Why did my doorbell just go off? I don't have time for that. Hold on. I have to see if it's something important. Nope. I think someone wants to sell me new windows or something like that. All right. It's only because I'm live, right? All right. So I am just knotting off the end here. All right. This part is really kind of fun, actually. So I've got my bowl-sized piece of fur here, and this is going to be really easy. So we're going to do really loose, like 1-inch hand stitches. Again, I'm using black thread so that you guys can hopefully see this. Blaine wants to sell me a new machine. Is that what it said? It's Blaine wants to sell. Yeah. And I'm going to be working with the Sewing Machine Plus crew through the new year to get me set up to help recommend and do some reviews on machines through next year, which is going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to check out some new stuff. And Blaine and their whole crew have been super cool. I got to meet Blaine at the Brother Show in Nashville. God, it seems like that was like not that long ago, but it was like over the summer. All right. Oh, crap. I've only got 5 minutes. All right. See how I'm doing this? Just real loose, wide stitches, about 1 inch apart. So I'm going to sew this almost completely around before I start to gather it up. And I'm using upholstery thread so I can pull it really tight and the thread won't pop. And if anyone here has ever used upholstery thread, you know it's like sewing with steel cable. You just can't break this stuff with your hand. All right. Well, maybe I'll still have the chance to share some of my stuff at the end of this demo. All right. So I'm going to start gathering this, and it's going to kind of start to curl around into a little fur bowl type shape. And when we're almost done, I'm going to grab just a handful of polyfill and cram it in there and sew it shut, and it's going to make a little pom-pom. And then I don't even have to cut my thread. I can just use what's on here to sew it right to the tip of the hat, and then we will be done. I know that was really, really quick. So I didn't do a great job of explaining the steps I'm doing, but it should showcase just how easy it is to actually make one of these hats. And you can obviously use much nicer fabrics and more refined techniques to make it look even better. Okay, so if I pull this tight, it's going to close completely. So I'm going to grab a little bit of poly stuffing. You got this, Jeanette. I'm going to do my absolute best to make this in time. Okay, so I'm going to grab about that much filling. Could probably do more, but who cares? Stuff it in there. I know it's hard to see it because it's white on white. Now, I just want to pull this really tight, and it's going to cinch it all together. I know it's kind of hard to see it because my hands are blocking it, but it looks like that. Actually, that one's better than the other one I made. Now I'm just going to do a couple of hand stitches that go across, so it's going to hold this together. I really should use a much longer needle, but you know, when you're live streaming, you can't find your stuff, you just kind of make it work. All right. It's not thick, it's just I keep grabbing the fur. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to do like 2 stitches across. We're so close to being done. Okay. Great project, yes. Am I a free spirit? I don't know. I'm doing my absolute best to watch my language because I know this is a family-friendly stream and it's about the holidays and making gifts. And I haven't made too many big mistakes. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna just not even cut my thread. This is still on here. And I'm just going to sew it right through the tip. Yeah, this is absolutely a beginner level demonstration here. I do have a video on this. I think I filmed it a couple years ago with my friend Tiffany Gordon, who's a fantastic artist. And we did some matching hat demos. So if you guys weren't able to follow this demonstration live, I do have a video on this exact project. All right, now I'm just going to do 2 stitches because, again, this upholstery thread is super strong and it is not going to fall apart. So on the second stitch, where it makes the loop right here, I'm just going to put the needle through that loop. Oh, look at this. I got 1 minute to spare and I just finished. Look at that. And Jane and I, we got carried away. We could have talked to each other for probably 4 hours. So I forgot about that. Gloria, I was at a convention in Tampa and one of the other vendors came from across the aisle after the first day just to tell me that she enjoyed my speaking voice, which I thought was really funny. Okay, here we go. So we are done at exactly time. So let's see if this actually fits and looks good. It should, because I just did this like an hour ago. Look at that. Look at that. And we've got a Santa hat done in like 20 minutes or something with only 1 mistake. And I'm pretty happy that this turned out well. And really quickly, I'm going to pop over to my studio here, or my desktop. So hopefully you guys can see that this hat actually does work. Oops, come on, camera. This is why. There we go. Okay. So Santa hat is complete, and I'm actually pretty happy with this. And I can wear this for, I've got a little bit of fur on my shirt. Don't mind that. Also, I need coffee. And something I thought I was going to have extra time, so I prepared a little thing here. But this is, oops, there we go. Wait, desktop. Does anyone know what Clo 3D is? I was actually going to try to speed build this hat in the software, but I didn't get a chance to. But this is some software that I use for pattern making. So I actually modeled this Santa hat in Clo before I even made it in person, which is totally overkill for something like a Santa hat. But the software is really powerful, and I thought it would be fun. Let's see. But I did a pretty cool, elaborate leather vest. Oh, my videos, just look up Talk Custom on YouTube. But yeah, this was like a leather tunic that I had modeled for a costume that I just made, which if I had time. And by the way, the people from Sewing Machines Plus, you guys can interrupt me whenever. But I was just going to briefly show you guys some pictures of some of my costumes that I've made over the years. This is an assassin from Italy. This was a more recent one. I actually shot this in Vienna, Austria about a month ago of my Admiral Gallius from Monster Hunter, which is really cool. This is a character called Edward Elric, who's got a metal arm and leg. There's Dracula from that was at Holiday Matsuri last year. This picture was taken last week. I made that costume in 1 week, and I wore that to Holiday Cosplay Tampa, which was really neat. So that's all real leather. That was that tunic I just showed you. And then this is Lothar at BlizzCon. That's actually real leather armor, which is really neat. And this was my cyberpunk fashion shoot that I did in Chicago a few months ago. That was right after the Brother trade show when I met Blaine. So I made that jacket, and it has LED lights all built into it. All of the patches and embroideries I did on my Brother 10 needle, which is really neat, including the back pockets on those vinyl pants. And I think that was about all the stuff that I had to show off and share. But whenever, okay, I did everything that I meant to do. I got to make a hat, show you guys that software, and a few examples of some of my costumes. And I do make all my own clothes, and I love teaching. And moving into next year, I'll be doing a ton more demos. So you can find me, if you just search Talk Custom on anything, you will find all of my stuff, including my website. But yeah, YouTube is my favorite platform for teaching. So lots of pre-recorded stuff there. And thank you, Sewing Machines Plus, for linking all of my stuff. Here, I'll type in chat. @Talk Custom. Bam. That's it. Okay. Is Jane ready? I bet you thought I was going to take more time. There she is. How'd it go?
We're just letting you go, Chris. We're just letting you go. It's all good. We love it.
Good. I got to grab my coffee. So
yeah, grab your coffee. So
yeah. And Jane, I'm sure you know how to make Santa hats, but hopefully that made sense if you were actually watching.
It was fantastic. In fact, I noticed that you didn't do the seam allowance, but I was like, it's stretchy. It's no big deal. And so I was surprised that you actually even redid it. But I always learn like little tips and tricks from you. And I love the little pom-pom. You know what I would do? I'm always like making it out of something else, but the way that you did it is great. I'm like, tons of polyfill at the house.
No, that was really easy. But
I'm gonna make pom-poms, put them on a string, and use them to wrap my Christmas presents.
Well, and that took me what, like 2.5 minutes to make this with just a circle of fur and some poly stuffing. So that's pretty easy. But
yeah, and your photos were great. I'm just curious, when you were in Chicago, you didn't call me.
Oh, I was working.
Excuse me.
Wait. No, I saw you like in Nashville 2 days before that show.
You left like maybe a couple hours early.
I had to leave the show early to go to Chicago. So that's why I didn't call you, because I had just seen you the day before. So forgive me. You know, I still love you, right?
No, I love you more. So that's cool. And thank you for your tutoring on all of my web cameras too, because Chris was instrumental in doing that.
Oh yeah. Well, and I mean, Jane, you and I kind of go back. You filmed the documentary for Brothers Side Hustle campaign in my house. Jane has been to my house before. She's one of the few.
I've answered that door bell. I was the one answering the door. And when I was there is when you got your 10 needle.
That's right. It showed up while you were here, or no, it was right before, and I couldn't pick it up by myself, or I was too nervous to, because I didn't want to drop that thing, because it's
there's a diagram. It says 2 people pick up, so we had a couple of guys there, and we picked it up. Hey, question for you. Somebody was asking what your pattern software was that you wanted everyone to see.
Oh, I'll type it in chat, but it's called Clo 3D, CLO 3D.
Okay.
And I would have loved to have showcased a little bit more, but you know, it is advanced, and it's not specifically a sewing machine, but it's in the world that we all live in, and I've been using it a lot lately. It's really fun. So I don't have to draft patterns in person anymore and then waste a bunch of time. I can model it specific to my measurements, and then it's going to fit on the first try, and I can print it right on my printer.
And that's like so awesome, because back in the day, we're measuring and I'm drawing and I'm doing the math in my head. And I always tell people when they're putting a pattern together, because I don't actually like to use patterns that I buy from somebody else. I like to make my own pattern. Right. So this is probably the way to go, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's really, really powerful. And it's pretty easy to use too. If you understand basic construction and patterns, I think most people should be able to figure that out.
Tell me this. They're asking the 2 Brother machines that you have. You have a lot of Brother machines, but you have 2 of the same one.
Yeah, I have 2 of the Brother ST150s because when I'm sewing, I usually do like marathon sewing streams or just projects, and sometimes I'll sew for 12 to 16 hours at a time. And switching between regular thread and top stitch thread and colors, it takes too much time when I'm bouncing back and forth. Mm-hmm. So I've got one for each. I've got a construction machine and a top stitching station, and it saves me a ton of time.
And you do a lot of heat transfer vinyl, right? With your
I do. Yeah, actually, this shirt I made with my scan and cut when I first got it. It's a it's a big, like 2.5 foot tall Zinogre suit of armor, which is the first set of armor I ever made.
Did you design that as well?
I did. So this was a design I made, and it's based on, I don't know if you can see, there's a green suit of armor over on a mannequin over there. I didn't get to dress all my mannequins before the
I
stream.
know,
but
it's embarrassing. They're naked.
I'm not going to tell you what my mannequins' names are because they're not appropriate for
No, don't.
this
Don't
kind of
do
stuff.
All right, so you have the 2 heavy duty machines from Brother. You've got your 10 needle, which is the PR5
1055.
1055. Yes.
Booyah. Yep. Wait,
And-
Desiree? Is that the Desiree I know from Dragon Con? Sorry, I'm getting carried away with Chad.
That's okay. And then don't you have some other Brother machines?
I do. I've got the SE400. I've got what is it? The 1034D Serger, the PE770, which is a 5x7 inch embroidery machine. I think I have 8 Brother machines. And I've upgraded some, so some of them are kind of just sitting around the house doing nothing. I use them as decorations.
And some people use them as decorations. And some people have noticed that you you sort of like tattoo up your machines with stickers.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. In fact, I've gotten in trouble for putting so many stickers on my machines because, you know, when you do sponsored content, people don't like that kind of thing. And some of my stickers are not super mature, but yeah, I like having a little bit of flavor with my studio here. I don't know if you can see.
I love, but by the way, Chris, you need to tell everybody you made the table that your studio is in the center of your studio.
That's
I
true.
mean,
So, yeah, this is a 5x4 foot handmade table that I put together, constructed, and dyed and stained myself. Actually, this table back here I made as well. Oh, and Blaine, thank you again very much, because I got all these Sewing Machines Plus mats. These are 2 of the XL mats, and then I've got a third one where my keyboard and mouse are. So amazing. I'm all decked out, and I'm all branded up with Sewing Machines Plus stuff here now.
That's so great. And by the way, I love that Renee says her granddaughters sticker up their machines. This is why I was asking you. I was like, oh, the kids these days are stickering up their machines. And as you may think that I'm a child and kid too, and I would sticker up my machines, like, you know, if I was a teenager, I don't. And I'm like, oh my goodness, you put stickers on your machine. Like when I came to your house, and I've been to other places where they put stickers on the machine, and then everyone's like, no, Jane, this is what we're doing. Yeah. So it's the cool thing to do.
I make a lot of vinyls and stickers on my Scan and Cut too, which is really fun.
Yeah.
There's just, you know, something about like homemade embroidery and vinyl cutting. Like you can just make stuff that you can't buy or find anywhere else. It's so cool. As long as you have a stupid idea, you can come up with anything.
So people would like to know if you have patterns for your pants.
I use a store-bought one that I modified over the years, but it's a Vogue pattern. I believe it's Vogue 8801. I don't even think they sell it anymore, but you can still find it somewhere. But it's a great pattern for men's jeans. Jeans are not particularly easy, but I did shoot a full demo on how to do every single step. In fact, I think it's the only video on YouTube that exists of how to make a pair of jeans from scratch, from start to finish. And I put that up a few months ago. It's quite long, but if you watch the whole thing, you'll know how to make a pair of jeans.
All right, and 2 more questions before I let you go. Number 1, what is on Chris's Christmas list this year?
Ooh, I wanted to get a 24-inch wide plotting printer so I can print patterns right from that design software that I showed you. And I don't know, just lots of coffee. And I would love to purchase free time if I could do that. That would be really fun.
That's tough. That's tough. And then the second question, and then I'm going to let you go so we can all go make hats because they're so cute and I love your pattern. They want to know about the quilt challenge that you are having with Blaine and Angela. Have you started, and what's your quilt going to be like?
Wait, do I know about this?
Oh, I thought you did know about it. Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. So, well, then we'll bring Blaine in too. They're challenging you to make a quilt for it's March for Quilt Fest. Oh, there's Blaine.
Blaine,
hey, Chris.
When were you going to tell me that I was in the midst of?
Well, I thought you remember we talked a little bit about it the last time you were on at SewFest, and we were talking about we probably ought to do something. We haven't organized it yet. We've just been talking about it, but Yeah, everybody wants to see a quilt challenge between Jane, Angela, you, and myself. We all have the same size quilt, but it's basically anything you want to do.
I would love to do that. In fact, I've never made a quilt before, but I know all the techniques necessary to make a quilt. So I would be happy to do that.
Awesome.
And if it's if it's
you
like
know-
small size, we could all do it together or something. I don't know, like a
Yeah.
4x4 foot.
So we all
little-
make our own, and then all of our friends from the SMP Nation will judge with,
Yeah, they're gonna
with
vote
no
on 'em.
names on it. But I'm pretty sure they're going to know whose is who.
Well,
So
we
what
all
we'll
know
do is
that
we'll
Jane or
start,
Angela are going to win
no.
because you guys are the most beloved of everyone in the community.
I'm gonna. There's a totem pole. I'm gonna be under the ground in the winning category of a quilt. But I'm gonna
think
try
what-
my hardest.
What's going to happen is we're just going to do them, and we won't tell whose is whose, and we'll just let them vote on the one they like the best. But we'll do it. We'll sign it in January, so that way we'll launch it in March at Quilt Fest. So that way we have about 2.5 months to work on them.
I would love to do that. Yes, I mean, shoot me a text or let's jump on the phone and we'll talk after the marathon this week, and I'd be happy to do that. I'm running a huge international costume competition for a company called Blizzard, which is a big deal right after New Year's. So after that, I will be good to go for any new projects.
Chris will get his done like in one day, and I will wait until the last minute, and then I'll just try to get it all done, and then I'll just throw it together.
Chris, we have to know where your pants are from. We have to know.
Who is speaking right now?
That's Kennedy.
We're behind the scenes, and we've been talking about your pants this whole time because they're so amazing.
Okay, like I would imagine this would make sense, but you would believe me if I told you I made them, right?
Oh my goodness.
I
Okay.
would.
Yeah. I can't necessarily prove it, but I mean, I made these pants. I made these for a convention called Dragon Con, like I was talking about earlier. But I make all my own custom pants. That's why Angela
Where'd you
and I
get the
get along so
fabric?
well. Is because we both make custom jeans. But yeah, I made my hat. I modified my shirt and I made my pants. So I'm all handmade from top to bottom right now.
Hey, Chris, where'd you get that fabric?
The fabric I found from some weird specialty shop in Los Angeles. I have not been able to find it since, but apparently it's Alexander Henry fabric. But I can't find it anywhere else. It's really cool though.
Do you have any, when you have great fabric, do you use it right away, or do you throw it into like the fabric stash?
Yeah, it was in the stash for about a year before I was like, oh, it's time for me to use that. But I'll just buy fabric if I see stuff and I like it, and who the hell knows when I'm going to use it. But yeah, like I'm glad I kept this stuff because we've been sitting on the shelf for 2 years. Now I just made new. Look, and we're all holidayed up.
Yes,
Between
Hey,
you
if
and Blaine and I.
Chris, if I'd known you could have made hats, I would have got you to make me one. I wouldn't have had to buy one.
I would love
Now
to. But
we all know how to make them. Now we're all gonna make our own hats.
Blaine, where did you get the shirt that you're wearing? That is crazy.
I made it.
You did? Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Damn it, Blaine! Don't fool with me like that. That's crazy.
Don't you just? This is actually a button-up shirt.
I know.
That has screen printed all the stuff on it and the belt.
That's fabulous.
Pretty cool, huh?
Chris, we just found out that you and Blaine have the same size head. We were all curious after you were measuring your head.
Did you measure Blaine's head?
Oh, and he measured mine too.
Kennedy was like, a 2-foot head? Oh my gosh, that's huge. I said, Kennedy, yours is probably
Hers probably like 23 inches or something, right?
Yeah.
Watch
So
Shane.
we measured
Shane's doing it.
Kennedy's, and hers is 21 and a half.
She's got a tiny head.
She got a little peanut.
Yeah,
I told her, I said, that's kind of
Oh,
normal.
gee. What? How big was yours?
Oh, wait, what is yours,
How big is
Jane?
yours?
Mine's a 22 and a half.
Okay,
22 and a half. I'm 23 and a half.
Yeah.
That's a melon right
Blaine's
there.
a big dude, and I think you and I are like, we're just as tall as each other, but he's a big, intimidating presence. When I first met him, I was like, this dude's gonna just slap the hell out of me in front of all these people at this convention bar. But no, he was super nice. It was great to hang out with you.
It was a blast meeting you. Well, hey, you want to stick around for a little bit? We're going to give a few things away.
Yeah.
Sure.
our
Did we
next
just
presenter.
cut
We're going to have all about
completely-
dress forms coming up, but let's give some stuff away. What do y'all think?
Let Chris do the Kennedy spin the wheel. Let's hear it in Chris's voice.
I will try it. And
Yes.
I should apologize to
All right, so-
Eileen Roche because I think we cut into her entire segment.
Well, it's Eileen. It had a little bit of a problem, so she's coming back on at 1, and
good.
so we're going to get her at 1. But next up, we're going to have the dress forms come in. But we're going to. So how you got to do it, Chris? Is just you got to say Kennedy, spin that wheel. But in your radio voice, it's going to sound a whole lot better.
I wish I had my studio microphone plugged in for this, but hopefully it sounds good enough. I could try to.
I think it's going to sound
It'll be
great.
great.
All right.
I have
All right.
faith.
So what are we going to give away, Kennedy?
You want to do a sew mat?
Let's do another. We'll do a couple sew mats.
Okay,
We'll do 2 winners of the sew mats. Right there, y'all see them.
Well,
There they are.
Chris loves his sew mat.
Yeah, you sent me like 6 of them, dude. I got sewing mats all over my house now.
Well, we thought you might sew them together and have a yoga mat.
Right? All right,
all right. Are we ready?
Kennedy,
All right,
are you
Chris.
ready for this?
Okay.
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
Booyah, here we go.
Wheel.
He did. He did good
Big
for his
winner
first
right
time.
here.
Yeah, he did good. He's got the voice.
Oh, my
Hey,
name showed
Chris,
up.
you got in there.
Oh, Desiree Kump. That's funny because that was someone I thought I knew. But Desiree, congratulations on winning some of these mats. These mats are great.
All right, Jane, tell her how she can claim her prize.
Desiree, what you need to do to claim your prize is go to smplive.tv, scroll all the way to the bottom, fill out all the information so we know where to send your prize. Congratulations, and thanks for spending your day with us.
All right, Chris. We're gonna do one more. Are you ready?
We're going to do one more. All right, Kennedy, do me a favor and
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Say less.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Big money. Oh, I thought Sewing Machines Plus was going to win. Liza Schwartz, congratulations on winning one of the other Sewing Machines Plus giveaways with some mats. Jane, do you want to repeat your how to claim?
I'd love to. What you need to do is go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll all the way to the bottom and fill out that information. All the information. Give us your address, your name, your phone number, all the good stuff, and we will send it to you.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
All
Can we
right.
give away something that's like crazy valuable?
I mean,
We
it's up to
can. You want to do a
Blaine.
sewing machine?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't ask for permission before I brought that up.
I
All right,
do all
so
the
we're
time,
gonna give
Chris.
away-
Chris, you're for the people.
We're going to give away a Encore 260A sewing machine with extension table.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
So,
here.
all right, Chris.
I'm
Okay,
glad I
ready,
asked
Chris?
because this is a big deal. I want to really feel the power of this kind of giveaway punch. All right, Kennedy, do me a
Yes,
favor and spin the wheel.
You got it. That was amazing, Chris.
You should record all of these sound clips for the next time you do giveaways.
Oh,
All right.
don't you worry. We will.
This
We
is
will.
big money, no whammies. Stop on Wendy Retzer. Congratulations on winning a brand new sewing machine.
Wendy, what you need to do, go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Give us all your information. We know what you won. We'll send you your sewing machine. Congratulations. Thanks for watching us on YouTube.
That's amazing. I can't believe I got away with getting you to give a sewing machine away like that. It was too easy. You put up zero resistance.
Yeah. You just gotta
I
ask.
didn't do that.
All you gotta do is ask.
All right. Anything else? Are we good for now?
I think that's probably enough for right
Okay.
now.
We
Giving
gotta,
away.
We gotta
Let's
keep everybody on their toes.
bring Jane and Chris back up so they can wrap up.
Yes.
All right. Jane, good to see you. And everyone watching, thank you guys so much for supporting this event. And I'm glad I got to be part of it again.
Oh, Chris, it is wonderful to see you. Thank you for sharing your time and talents and everything that's running through your head with all of us, because you're a joy to hang out with and you're so much fun. I love the hat. I love the photos. I love catching up with you, and have a Merry Christmas. And a
You too.
New
Happy
Year.
holidays, everyone, and Happy New Year. We'll see you
Thanks,
next time.
Chris. All right, everybody. That was so much fun. Who doesn't love Chris talk? He's great. So thank you, Chris, for hanging out with us for just a little extra. I know your doorbell's ringing. People are calling you, but you know what? We love you here at SMP Nation. So I'm going to bring Blaine back in because I know we are going to move on to our next guest in just a little bit. So Chris is great. So much fun.
He is. And hey, we got Joe Vecchiarelli coming up, and he's with European Dress Forms. And, you know, Jane, everybody needs a dress form, but when they see these dress forms, I think they're going to be blown away at how accurate, how great they are. And so we're really excited to have Joe on the show. And we're you know, we just launched his products on our website. And so he is, you know, a new product for us. And this is the first time he's ever going to be on our show with us. So we're super excited to have Joe on.
I'm so excited for Joe, and I can't wait to see these dress forms. I'm obsessed with dress forms. So, and I like vintage dress forms. I like just dress forms that just have dress form, you know, put clothes on it. I like dress forms that you work on. So I'm excited to meet Joe and see the product.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And you know, Chris Talk, what can you say about Chris? Man, what a great guy, and everybody loves Chris, and he's so much fun to be around. And I cannot wait till we have our quilt challenge now. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see what he comes up with, because it's going to be crazy, I'm sure.
There's going to be like lights going through it, like LED lights. It's going to have like, I don't know, it's going to be able to walk.
Well, you never know, because he wears a lot of, he makes his own pants. There are always these kind of wild outfit looking things. So I'm just kind of thinking, I'm imagining everybody out there, they're probably not going to be able to pick, you know, Angela's, yours, or mine, whose is whose, but they're probably going to pick his immediately just because of his style.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know, like, I think maybe coming through for all of us in our own style, but Chris's will definitely stand out.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking it will. All right. Well, hey, Jane, we're going to see you back in here in just about 30 minutes, but we're going to bring Joe in. Joe is from European Dress Forms, and man, we're so happy to have him. So Joe, welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you, Blaine? Thanks for having us on today.
Man, I'm doing great. Good seeing you. It's been a while. I think we saw each other back. I think it was like in August or sometime. I can't remember. It's been a while back.
Yeah, we saw you this past August, and it has been a few months, and here we are with the year being over already. Can you imagine?
I know. So, hey, we're going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes and tell them how they can get some of these great dress forms, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to French European Inc. And we're broadcasting live from our studio here in Glendale, California. And actually, it's our main facility, and we have a studio back part of it. And I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about dress forms today, and what separates our forms from everybody else's forms, and what have you. Again, we've been in the form business. I've been in the form business for all my entire life. I am a manufacturer and creator, and all the good stuff that goes on to what makes a dress form important for the use. And I'm going to talk about that today. These particular forms that we bring in from Europe, which are called French European forms, are very high standard forms. And the reason we call them high standard forms is the way they're made and the way they fit. And everybody, I always tell everybody, is when they go and do a pattern at home and everything else, is really what it turns out to be is your body is perfect and all those patterns are wrong. And so the whole idea is to get the perfect body to fit. So when you get that pattern, you could actually adjust it to your body instead of taking that pattern and adjusting it to yourself. Okay? So those are the two options. Either you take that pattern and try to just adjust it and tweak it, or take that pattern and put it to yourself, or take that pattern and put it on your body and make your adjustment right from the body form, which is your true body. So this is your perfect fit, and it becomes your perfect form. Let's talk a little bit about dress forms. So there's a lot of choices in dress forms today. What we have, we've got the full body feature that we're looking at right here, and then we got the dress form feature, which we have right here. If you're doing pants, of course, and tops and jackets, this is really the ideal form. And then if you don't ever do pants, this becomes your ideal form, because this uses jackets, tops, dresses, and skirts, and blouses, and what have you. But of course, it's not going to be able to do pants. But this one does everything, the whole enchilada. So let's talk about it. So as you can see, when you're looking at these forms, you're seeing that these forms have what they call princess seams on them. They are full princess seams. And every seam is measured accurately on the entire body form. Maybe hard to see, but you will see the green tape on here, which represents the princess seam, which is directly sewn on the actual material that we have on these forms. And by the way, the material that we use here is called an Irish linen, a very tight weaved Irish linen, fully pinnable form, so you can actually pin into these forms with no problem, fully pinnable. Okay, now here's the real good thing about it. So everything's measured precisely on these forms. Here's your seam that's right on here that's going to give you your bust size or bust wear and fit. It's got your side seams that you actually have on the form that are hand sewn right here on the side, which are fabulous. We've got swimmer seams here on the form. Again, fit, fit, fit. Everything is calculated on these forms, front and back, and what have you, so they do fit. The other beautiful thing about these forms are, unlike all the forms in the world, I'm going to talk to you about patented features that we offer that no other form company in the world has these features except for French European. Number one is fully developed and patented is the removable arm feature that I'm having right here. This is not just a simple arm. This particular arm that we have is an adjustable arm. So let's say you put your garment on, you got this arm on the arm, and you want to see how it fits. You can literally take this arm and maneuver it, and it shows you how much ease you have in the front and how much pull you have in the back of the garment, and you can adjust and pin it accordingly by simply moving the arm up and down. Patented feature only exclusively through French European. The other feature we offer is the removable arm caps. What are the removable arm caps? Guess what? The removable arm caps is your perfect armhole. Perfect size armhole based on your arm. Most people, when they sew a garment, get their garments cut way down here because they don't get that perfect size armhole, and this creates that perfect size armhole. And you get two of these when you get the form. You actually get one to the right and one to the left, which makes it really, really wonderful. I just got the one piece here right now. But you would mark it, take your pattern, fold it over to it, and then obviously that becomes your perfect armhole, minus your seam allowance and your ease, of course, will get added into here, will give you your perfect armhole. The other thing it does, when you twist the form around, and until you put the jacket on, it actually gives you a great separation from shoulder and sleeve cap on the body form. Shoulder and sleeve cap, very, very important on the body form. I really, really like this feature because this feature gives you a distinguished look on how does that jacket, blouse, top, long sleeve fit over the top of the shoulder. Is it too long, too short, what have you? It actually gives you that definitive. And when you got both of them on, guess what? Gives you the perfect fit. Okay? That's really a good feature here. The other feature that we offer here, and this was also developed for Dancing with the Stars, which we do, is when you're fitting in pants on the form, when you're fitting in pants on, and you're trying to pin up here in the crotch area, again, a patented feature only with French European forms, you're not going to see this anywhere in the country, is the actual, and I'm going to lift this up a little bit so you can actually see it and how it happens. I'll lift it up with our little wonderful stand here. We can actually take this leg, and guess what? This whole leg comes off. Hello? So now we got a removable leg option. When we're fitting in here, we can actually fit and not have to worry about fighting that second leg that's on here. And then this, again, simply will screw right back on when you are done with your project. So that makes that feature really, really fabulous. So you have the removable leg option. You got the pivotable arm and the removable caps. All three features are patented by French European, will not be found anywhere in the country or world today. These are full patent features. Another thing that we have is the option, of course, these come with a wonderful, what they call collapsible shoulders. So you can actually collapse these shoulders in, so you could get the shoulders. So when we're putting a tight garment on, we can actually collapse these shoulders inward, so you're not stretching the garment over the over the body form, so you've got an easy fit. And then when you're through with that, you simply take your shoulders, pop them back in, and they pop back out. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that great? There is another feature that is offered. That's another thing. You know how people are always pulling their pants up real tight? We now have what they call collapsible hips. So we can actually collapse these hips in smaller. They're smaller in, if you can see that. And when you pull your pants up on it, when you're all done, actually you just pop it back out and you got them back to your normal size. So you're no longer struggling to pull the pants up. That's a nice little feature. Actually, that was developed for Nordstrom's when we did Nordstrom's. Okay, that's a wonderful little extra feature. These are all options that are available. Okay, the other area that is really neat is, of course, we got the wonderful basin stand that you can maneuver the form up and down. I don't want to have to worry about bending down to do the form. I can actually work at any position by just manipulating the stand up or down, which makes it really, really, really super nice. So that's another great option that we have. They all come with locking casters, so the casters don't actually, they lock in place so you're not moving all over when you're working on it. Again, going back to this, the dress form itself, which I absolutely love, is, you know, I'm doing jackets and tops and blouses. I will definitely go, this is my go-to. It's easy access, it's easy workable, and I don't have to do any worry about the legs or all that good stuff. So this is another wonderful thing. So again, I was telling you about the components of this form, how it's made with the Irish linen. Do you know that these forms, listen very carefully, guys. These forms, of all the choices you have out there, you tell me what form has what we call a lifetime warranty on. You will not find that in any product that we're talking about in the world today. French European Forms is the only form company that offers that wonderful lifetime warranty on any kind of defect or work on the form. And that is just a really wonderful option, guarantee that you are getting in these premium, high quality body forms, which is, we rate these as the highest quality body forms in the world today. You will not go wrong with them. So some of you, just as a quick little lesson on body forms and what are the good points of using a body form. Everybody's got to have a great body form. And I talked about the commercial patterns and putting them on here, but just let's talk about the world of draping. Oh my gosh, the world of draping is phenomenal, phenomenal. You can actually drape a muslin on this using your princess seams and formulating your darts on the body form. So if I had a 24-inch piece of muslin on here, I actually would square it up, put the muslin on, and I could actually, at that point, take the muslin and fold it over to the princess seam, formulating my dart leg here, taking my excess down here, formulating a dart leg down here by folding it over to the princess seam, okay? Once I've formulated all these different areas, like this bottom dart and this top dart, and then what we do, after we pin, we're gonna pin it up adequately through here. And this is a whole like little lesson here. Once you've pinned it up on these forms, then you take that muslin off and you can actually formulate your fitted pattern to your body. Isn't that amazing? You can actually formulate that fitted pattern to your body simply by pinning it on the form, utilizing these dart legs. And do you know what the fitted pattern or a block, we call it a block, or maybe you guys call it a sloper. Do you know how many different styles of patterns you can get from this one deal that I've been working with? Nothing less than 16 different patterns. And then how is that done? Through dart manipulation. So you take these darts that are perfectly fitted to your body and you start moving these darts around. For instance, I'll give you a couple ideas. Your French dart that you would move your French dart down here, so you move fabric from here to here, or maybe your side dart, if you're a bit busted bigger, you're going to hide that fabric up here in the side dart. You could do off the armhole dart, off the neck dart. You could do all kinds of different patterns. And every move you make is a different sloper on your body. So what does that mean? So here's the deal. So every time you make it, if you get the first pattern right and you make an adjustment, it's going to fit your body. If you make a second adjustment, it's going to fit your body. If you make 15 different adjustments, it's going to fit your body. No matter what adjustment you make, no matter what style, any fashion, it'll fit your body. Why? Because you're working with the French European perfect fitting body form in the world today. Perfect fitting body forms in the world today. I want to say that I've been working with these forms my entire life, and I've been actually an educator in teaching on body forms and draping and pattern making. I'm not just a manufacturer. I am actually an educator as well. So you got the best of two worlds. You've got a person that's manufacturing these his entire life, and at the same time, you got the same person that has got his education in fashion. So what's best? The person that's working with the forms knows everything he wants, and guess what? He goes out and creates it. And that's how these were established. My background came from fashion through an educator from Helen Joseph Armstrong. She's a famous educator that I've worked with her for years. She taught at LA Trade Tech College here in Los Angeles. And I spent wonderful amounts of time with Helen, and she taught me everything I knew about fashion. And those same things that I was taught, I've applied them to the body form business. Most body form manufacturers just produce a body form and they mass produce it and they sell it with really no fashion education background, where I myself have that full degree in fashion and fit and all that good stuff. Because remember, I do a lot of fittings and stuff on television shows such as Dancing with the Stars or what have you. So if you need anything about fit, you're looking at somebody that has a fitting background. So when we talk about fitting background, we talk about a quality form with a quality body shape that's going to mimic your body. And that's what these forms arrange. And they come in a variety of sizes. Don't think they don't come in a variety. They come from a small size 2 clear up to size 20 or 24. And you can pat them out. Here's the beauty of the whole thing. Let's talk about that. People say, well, what if I'm going to lose weight? Very important, guys. You need to sit and listen to this. This is really, really important. People always want to lose weight. And you say, well, if I buy a form and I'm going to lose weight, then what? Yeah, then what? You're right. That's a great question. So what we do in our world, such as Dancing with the Stars, we put them in a smaller size form. And then what we do is we just pad it up to where we are today to where we're going to be tomorrow. So basically, we pad it up. And as we lose weight, we take the pattern of the weight padding off. And we use what they call a polyester cotton batting. Let me piece that down there. I'll show the camera here. It's called a polyester cotton batting. This similar stuff right here. This stuff is fabulous, you guys. This is what we pad up forms with on shows. So if we pad it up, we'll just take this stuff and wrap it around the body. And it's not just wrapping around the body. It's understanding how to fit it around the body. And I'm going to teach you guys a couple real important things about understanding when you pad a form up. So let's just talk about the waist. In order to determine the size of the waist of the person, what we do is we do three things. We'll take a total measurement of the entire waist, and we'll write it down. Then we'll take a measurement from my side waist around the front to my side waist, write it down. Then we'll take another measure from this side waist to the other side waist, write that down. Those two dimensions need to equal the total diameter of the waistline. And what does that tell us? Where do we put the fluff on the body form? Where do we put the fluff on the body form? That gives us a great determination on how to fit. And here's what you people say, what happens if you come a half size? Well, here's the beauty of it. This stuff that we use is what we call a cotton batting, and it actually will peel just like an onion in half, so we can actually get a half size fit just like that. And that gives us a total half size. So if we're down at half size, we'll just peel half of the size off and wrap it around the front and make it sing. Let's talk one more feature. I'll give you another tip here on the hip. That's really interesting, the hip, because women wear their weight all different ways, and they're going to lose weight in different ways. the hip measurement is similar to the waist, except that we're going to take a measurement all the way around the hip, all the way around, write it down. Then what we're going to do is the first thing we're going to do is take a measurement from the princess seam in the front on the body to the back princess seam, basically from the back here to the front here. And we'll take these measurements on both sides, and we're going to compare that to the person's body, because a lot of women have saddles, and we want to make sure that the body form equals to that person here. So we'll measure that, and we'll make the adjustment on the body form here first. So what we'll do is, if we need to increase it, we're going to increase it just a little bit right here on both sides. We'll do this side the same thing. We'll increase it a little bit on both sides, just like so. And once we've established that, once we establish this side and this side, then and only then I want to understand what's happening here in the front and what's happening on the back, and how we do that similar to the waistline. Then we're going to take a total measurement over the corrected saddles, write that full measurement down. Then we take another measurement from side seam to front side seam, write that down, do the same for the back. So now you got the back side, you got the front side, and you got the total diameter, because we've already corrected the hip. And then that tells me where do we need to smush our fluff, front or back, okay? Which is really, really wonderful. So these are different ways of correcting a body form, of course, and then you could actually take your size. You know, for every size 10 pounds that you want to lose, you drop yourself down one size. So if you're a size 18 and you say you're going to lose 10 pounds, you automatically drop it to a 16. Okay, and when we're talking about these sizes, don't get confused on these sizes that we have here on the body form, that what you're buying in the store. Completely different. The store stuff is what we call vanity sizing, and me, who works with all the department stores in sizing and body forms, we do what we call vanity sizing. We play with size. So for instance, this form right here, a size 10, in the store, you're probably going to find a garment marked a size 6. And that's to get the person at home to think that they're much smaller than what they are. So we'll sell you a fabric garment. Isn't that great? Now, well, that was established many years ago with a person by the name of St. John Knits, Murray Gray. She was a guru in that area. And her and I spent a lot of time developing what they call the vanity sizing in the retail sector. But here, what we're talking about is actual true sizes. So you really need to know what your size is and compare it to these sizes that we offer. And then, depending if you're going to lose weight or be the perfect Barbie and never lose weight, of course, then you wouldn't make any adjustments. But if you're going to lose weight, then you may want to go down one size or two sizes and pad it up a little bit. And then, of course, get to your ideal future weight. And then you'll end up being exactly like this here. The other thing that I like to talk about is, and this is really, really important on the body form, is, and people don't understand this, one of the most important things that I always preach at the body form is putting a bra on the form. Is there a bra there in the back there? Putting a bra on the body form is so, so key, very important, because having a bra, on top of it, having a bra is very, very important in fit. And let me explain to you why a bra is important when you're working on a body form. Would you say, let's talk about infant wear. If I did a form, which we do for infants, and we produce a garment from an infant form in its natural state, and we go to production, we make the size, and we make the fit, and the vendor, the manufacturer sends it off to the retailer, the consumer buys the product, they bring the product home, and then once they put the garment on the infant, the first thing that happens, that infant has a diaper. So what happens to that garment that they put on that form? The garment becomes too small because the child's wearing a diaper. So that when they produced that form and that fit, they should have had a diaper on the form. And the same on the home market, which nobody talks about, is you should have a bra on the form at all times when you're working on it. When you're working with a pattern or you're working with a draping or whatever you're working on, a bra is imperative for a body form because it's your fit. You normally wear a bra. And if you don't wear a bra, TMI, that's too much information for me, okay? But having a bra on the body form is so important because it allows you to get that natural fit on the body form. And you can do other things with it too, guys. You can do so many other things with it. You can actually adjust your bra out by padding it out. You can drop your bust line lower, up with it. You can do all kinds of wonderful things with the bra on the body form. Those are key things that nobody's going to teach you in the market today. And the only reason I know this stuff is because I've been doing this for so many years. I'm not even going to begin to tell you how long I've been doing it. Some of you out there may know who I am, and you've seen me on the circuit, or you've seen me somewhere around the country or the world, and you're getting it from the horse's mouth, all these key components on the body form and how important it is. And it always makes me want to think about is having a body form and trying to sew in your home studio isn't important. To me, it's like not having a body form in your sewing room is like not having a sewing machine in your sewing room. It's so important. You're really, it's got to, in order to have a great fit in a garment, everybody should have a body form in their sewing room because it's one of the most key important elements that I can only tell you why a successful fitting garment works on that person. And so many people, and I've been all over the country in the home sector, teaching in the home people on how to fit and how to sew these garments and their patterns. Most women struggle on fit. That's what I see. Every home sector person that's fitted on themselves with a commercial pattern has gotten anything less than a C- or a D in their fit because nothing fits because they're trying to base it on a commercial pattern and they're trying to sew it and tweak it to their size. And it's really not possible to get it exactly to your size because your body's perfect and that thing's completely wrong. It's made as a box figure, simply like a box figure. It's got to be made big enough for the waist, but then too big for the hip, or big enough for the hip and too small for the waist. It's crazy. It's crazy. And that's why when you go out to buy clothes in the home sector, in the retail sector, it all looks baggy and everybody wants to go back to home sewing because they don't fit. The garments don't fit. It's not meant to fit you. It's meant to give you a general look and not the extreme fit that fits your body because unless you're the perfect Barbie, again, you're not going to have that perfect fit. The only way to get a perfect fit is your body form that replicates your body, and understanding that is a key component. The thing that gives me great pleasure with these body forms that I got to go back to is, gosh, I mean, how great is it to be able to buy something, knowing that you got the support behind it, knowing that you got the warranty behind it without ever having to worry about it again. And with that warranty of a lifetime, nobody offers that today, guys. Nobody offers that. These forms are the Rolls Royce, the Rolex watches of the body forms in the world today, the French European forms. And again, they come in a variety of sizes. They come in size 2, clear up to size 20. They come in the full body forms. They come in the dress forms. They even come in what they call a short leg form. The short leg version, they're like about this high, where it's exactly, it would replicate just like this. It comes in a short leg version as well, which is a fairly new style that we developed. Where people, the only problem with the short leg version is if you're really serious about doing pants, you got to worry about getting that grain line straight and understanding when you're working with a pair of pants, this leg represents something. And it's usually the grain line that we got to worry about, the front grain line and the back grain line. And the only way to achieve that straightness is by having that leg. So when you are putting a drape on it or a muslin on it or a pattern or whatever, you can see if that grain line is straight in the front and it's straight in the back. And with no leg there, you're not going to really see that. And if you listen, one more thing, if you never, ever, you don't get that grain line straight, when you're working on a body form, right here in the back is where you always get the problem, the fitting and the twisting of the leg and the pant, and it doesn't look right. Predominantly a lot on denim. You're going to see that a lot on denim. So having the full body form and having a short leg form, there are different types of pros and cons with it, but each has its own benefit and its own way. And I think that it depends on the person that's going to be using it. Personally, myself, I like the full body form because it gives me all the options without any disarray of having to worry about just the grain line in the pants or what have you. I know it's convenient to have just a short leg and what have you, but that's another whole deal in itself. So these body forms, as I talked to you today, which are made in Europe, and I've been working in the body form business in New York City for so many years. I mean, I came with New York forms, global forms, modern model forms, wool forms. You're looking at the person that had those companies, and those forms are now what we call French European body forms. This is for that. And rather than be producing them in the United States, where the cost was so exorbitantly high, we wanted something better than the fashion capital of the world today, and that's why these are now what we call French forms out of Europe today. And we're really excited about that, unlike every other form that's out there today. Because we know you guys have a lot of choices out there. There are a lot of choices, but the difference between this choice and that choice is fit. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong at all. Fit is everything, and by all means, in order to get that right fit, you have to have that quality product, to make that fit. And there's been a number of hours spent, years in the works on the development of this product. It is, getting the fit, getting every part of these components right, developing the removable leg, the adjustable arm, the arm caps, the collapsible hips. Where are you going to find that? Where? Nobody has that today. There's nobody out there. We're the only ones in the world that have these features to offer what I'm talking about today. And you can be rest assured, if you put one of these body forms in your home, you will change your life in the home sewing. You will change your life in the home sewing area. I know that for a fact because I know how important it is to have a great body form. There is another thing I'd like to talk about in features. And by the way, you can find these body forms on the Sewing Machine website, and they're an exclusive dealer of ours now. And they're fabulous people out there, Blaine and everybody. Love those people. And there's no other dealers anywhere in the world today that you're going to actually find these body forms on their website, except for Sewing Machines Plus. They're the only ones that will have them. So you should be looking them up to get a body form for maybe a Christmas present. Wouldn't that be fabulous? Call your husband up and say, husband, I'm buying a second me. That would be great. I do want to offer a couple things. How about some free money to everybody? Wouldn't that be great? Free money? Yay! If anybody out there, pay attention, I'm giving away free money. Everybody should put their coffee down, put your ice drink down, whatever, and you need to listen. I've got free money to offer. So if anybody out there is looking to buy at Sewing Machine Plus, a Bernina machine, listen to me, a Bernina machine, I will send them a special coupon, nothing to do with Sewing Machine Plus, a special coupon. Bernina will send you, with the receipt purchase of a Bernina machine at a Sewing Machine Plus, a check back to you for $100 on your purchase. That's another thing that I'm going to highly endorsed by Bernina, and I'm able to offer free money for that. So if anybody's out there thinking about buying a sewing machine for the holidays, especially a Bernina, one of the best machines in the world, I highly recommend you get that coupon that I'm going to be sending them, and you can ask them at the front desk for the Bernina $100 discount coupon. It doesn't come from Sewing Machine Plus. This will come directly from Bernina, and they'll send you a check back with that coupon and proof of receipt within 2 weeks' time. It'll be in the mail to you. So that's another special little deal. Who else is going to offer you free money on this thing today? Isn't that fabulous? It's great. It is great. Well, I don't have much more to say. My 30 minutes is pretty much up at the hour right now. But if there's any questions from Blaine or anybody out there, please ask away.
Well, hey, Joe, great job. And man, I tell you what, very detailed. We sure do appreciate you coming on our show. Now we're going to tell everybody how they can get one of these dress forms, and hopefully we'll get to see you again real soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. Thanks for having me on your show.
Okay, Joe. All right, guys, that is the European dress forms. And again, guys, these are the high-end dress forms, the best on the market. And, like Joe said, every sewer out there, if you're making any kind of garments, you need these. And guys, we have these in every single size that you can imagine. You can get them with no arms, no legs. You can get just a bust, full body. We even have the children's dress forms. But again, you have to find these. Just go to our website. You can take a look at them, SMP or SewingMachinesPlus.com. Just type in European dress forms in the search bar. It'll take you to that product page. You can see them there, and every single one we have are all on call-in special. So give us a call if you're interested in one of them, because we have a countdown to Christmas price on them, special price, but you have to call to get that price, okay? But anyway, sure do appreciate Joe coming on. And I tell you what, these dress forms, when you see them in person, they're really impressive. They're so nicely built. And so anyway, all right, let's move the show on. Let's bring Jane back in.
Hello, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So what did you think about Joe's dress forms?
Oh my gosh, I'm so impressed. I love them. I was like, where's the overlay? Okay, I got to go to the website. My favorite thing, well, it was like so informational too. My favorite thing was, honey, I'm buying you another me.
Yeah. Well, it's you got to be very, I guess, aware of your product to be able to talk about dress forms for 30 minutes.
Oh, he was great.
And he is so detailed about them.
Yeah.
And again, it's if you've ever been around dress forms before, and there's some out on the market that are the cheaper ones, and you fill them and just and use them compared to those like he has, it's so amazing the difference. I mean, it really is. And they're precise. If you're a size 8 and you got that dress form as an 8, it is a perfect fit.
It's a perfect fit. Yeah. And that's what you want. And just like he said, it's all about getting the right fit. And then here's where you're going to see the problems and like certain little tricks and things that he talked about. But I loved seeing that demo. And certainly you are an expert in that category. If you can talk for over 30 minutes about this product. And it was, when do we get to see that? We don't, I mean, we don't.
Well, and everybody knows Angela Wolf. She's going to be, on the show this week. And Angela is a garment maker. She makes and designs clothing, and she uses Joe's dress forms, exclusively. And so if she's looking for quality, that's why she's buying those.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I love that. And we'll have to ask her about it as well. But I mean, fantastic to have Joe on the show. Everybody needs to go to smplive.tv and look those dress forms up. Blaine.
Yes.
You got to go do it.
Got to do it. And it's all call-in special. So, well, hey, we're going to continue the show. I'm going to let you go on out of here because I know you've got to introduce our next guest.
I can't wait to introduce our next guest, everybody. Okay, from Dime, she shares her wealth of sewing experience with all of us to create products for sewists of all skill levels. Oh, yes, she does. I'm excited to welcome to the show to talk about the Dime weightless quilter. Please say hello to Eileen Roach. Hi, Eileen.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
Merry Christmas. Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Boy, Joe was fantastic, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's great. Do you know Joe?
I don't know him personally, but I do know that if you want to make your own clothes, you definitely need a dress form, and it should mimic your figure, or you're not going to have success. So.
And I love the idea. He's like, you can measure and cut and measure and sew. He's like, but why not just put it on your own body that is a replica of your own body? I think it's fantastic.
It's brilliant. It
Yeah.
really is.
Well, we're excited. We're excited to see you because it is the countdown to Christmas, and you're going to talk to us about this amazing weightless quilter.
Right. You know, quilting with your embroidery machine is still a very hot topic. It's something I've been doing for years, but many embroiderers are just kind of getting into it. And, you know, we start on small quilts like the ones behind me, right? Anybody can do these. You know, 2, 3, 4 hoopings, no big deal. But when you want to go big, like twin size, full size quilt, queen size, or king, then the weightless quilter is going to be the answer to all of your problems. So let's go ahead and watch. Let's just take a look at the weightless quilter. So if we go over to the weightless quilter tab, and we'll start the machine. There we go. So you can see the whole quilt just moved with the hoop, right? Because, you know, it's the hoop that's moving. The needle only goes up and down, but the hoop is what moves during an embroidery design, whether you're stitching a quilting design or a beautiful embroidery design like what I'm wearing on my blouse. So we have to manage the bulk of the quilt because these machines, as fabulous as they are, and boy, do we love them, and the sewing field gets bigger and bigger with every new model that comes out, we find that really they are designed to handle the sewing field. And the sewing field of this beautiful Solaris largest hoop is 10 by 16. And, you know, they really didn't design this to be a long arm, to handle a full size, queen size, or king size quilt. So that's our job. We have to manage the bulk, right? All that weight. And we do that with a weightless quilter. So the weightless quilter is a floor frame. It sits on the floor surrounding your machine table, and it has flexible poles right here. It comes with 8 flex poles. I usually only use 3, 1 in the front on the left and 2 in the back. And I just clamp those 3 corners of the quilt to a pole, and then I let the weightless quilter sway and travel with the pantograph, keeping all that bulk above the machine bed, because that's where we run into trouble. The quilt most likely wants to get caught right back here underneath the pantograph, that arm that comes out that you attach your hoop to. That's where the quilt gets caught, and then you suffer hoop drag, meaning the quilt frame, the top of the frame, will slide away. And it will also happen if you're in a standard hoop. Really doesn't matter what type of hoop you're in. You know, all that excess fabric and weight. You've got 3 layers here. You know, you have quilt backing, you have your batting, and of course your top. Now, this is a convenience quilt, right? It's a cheater quilt. It's just a printed panel. But if it was pieced, you know, there's even more fabric in there because every seam has seam allowances. And as you quilt, you add thread to the quilt and it gets heavier and heavier. So we just let the weightless quilter, it's like having a friend in your sewing room who is literally holding the quilt while the machine stitches. Now, let's take a look at some of the parts. It comes with 4 corner brackets. These just sit right on the floor. They're flat on the bottom, and they have 2 holes to receive 2 different size poles, and they also have slots on 3 directions, and they are going to receive the floor bars. So they just slide right in there, just like that. They slide in, and then at the corner, you know, and they're all universal. So there isn't like a, you know, back left corner or front left corner. They're all universal. And it's the design of the angle of the poles that receive the flex poles that allow the weightless quilter to be balanced on the floor and stay on the floor even while you have all that flexing going on. And it comes, the poles, I told you you come with 8. This is the widest diameter. And this has very little flexibility. I mean, it will flex a little bit, but this is for your very heavy quilts, denim quilts, flannel, heavy wool, king size quilts. So you'll use these thicker poles for those quilts. I almost always just use the skinnier flex pole, which have a narrower diameter. Here, I can pull that out for a second so you can see. So it has a narrower diameter, and it allows more flexibility. And you know, lightweight quilts are handled perfectly with these poles. So that's as easy as it is. Those adhesive felt covers come in the package, and so you will apply them to the ends of the pole. Now, you're going to need to get the poles, 8 poles in 2 different sizes. So 6 poles are 5 feet, and the other 2 are at about 48 inches. But once you get it set up in your sewing room around your sewing table, you will decide how tall those poles need to be. And they're very easy to cut. Literally, you can cut them with a steak knife. You just would hold it, maybe clamp it down on a work surface, and then just slice away to change the length of the pole. So why do we include those really tall ones? Well, we did that because some quilters or embroiderers actually use a table that is counter height. And some people like to stand when they are at their machine. So the tallest weightless quilter poles will accommodate that. But many quilters who use, you know, a standard desk height will benefit from the shorter pole. And then, you know, once you set it up, you'll see if you have too much strain on the quilt, and too much strain means it's really taut, right? And it doesn't want to flex very well. Then probably you just need to, you know, to trim the pole a little bit. And then once it's done, it's done. I just love the weightless quilter. It is so easy to store. In fact, I leave the floor bars on the floor around my table because I'm quilting pretty often, like at least once a month I have a quilt on my weightless quilter. But you know, even if I don't want to have it around my table, they come apart, no tools required, and I just store it in a large, tall basket in the corner, and my poles stand up straight. You know, my fabric poles will stand up straight in that basket. It's handy. It comes in a 6 by 6 by 5 foot tall box that's shipped to your home. It's all very lightweight. You can handle it. You probably don't need any assistance in carrying it upstairs if your sewing room is upstairs. And it's just goes together with no tools, so no assembly required. I love that. So what else is it good for? Well, it's fabulous for that last task of quilting, which is binding. So, you know, when it comes to that point, you have quilted the entire quilt, you have trimmed the excess batting and backing away from the quilt, you have it all squared off. Now it's time to bind the quilt. The quilt is at its heaviest at this point and can be a tremendous amount of weight for you to feed through the machine. So what I do is I start my binding about 8 inches from one corner, and the opposite end of the quilt I have attached to the 2 far poles in the weightless quilter. And I don't have one in the back, but those 2 poles on the outside of the machine allow me to just sew that binding down one side. And then I get up and I rotate the quilt and you know, put different corners, rotating the quilt in the weightless quilter clamps, and then do the next side. And I repeat that for all 4 sides. And then, you know, it's off to the ironing board to press and fold over that binding and pin it in place. And one last pass through the machine with the help of the weightless quilter makes that binding go so quickly. It's a task that I used to dread, and I don't dread it anymore. Weightless quilter is also really helpful if you do free motion quilting, and it allows you to concentrate on the stitches. Now you're not holding all that bulk, lifting all that quilt and worrying about that while you move the quilt to, move it in just the right fashion so that each stitch is delivered precisely where you want it. The weightless quilter takes all of that weight off of your shoulders. It's also good for ruler work. That's another task that you're multitasking. You're working with a ruler and you're guiding the fabric, making sure that the free motion foot edge is traveling along the ruler, and you're trying to handle all the bulk of that quilt. So let the weightless quilter do that for you, and just let the weightless quilter hold that quilt while you concentrate on your ruler work and moving that quilt. It's also really handy for, draperies, any kind of large fabric that you're working on. A lot of people like to make their own shower curtains. They like to giant monogram on shower curtains. That's a lot of bulk to handle on an embroidery machine, so the weightless quilter will lift that up above the machine bed. And also, if you do any kind of bridal work or evening wear, where you're working with very delicate, lightweight, slinky fabrics that want to slide all over and you can't control it, just clip that into the weightless quilter and you can work on your seams and not worry about, that long yardage falling off or sliding off the machine bed. It also keeps light-colored fabrics clean because you're lifting it above the machine. And if you have any pets or, who maybe like to play in your sewing room, well, this is above them. So it keeps all of that fabric out of harm's way, which is really quite handy. So I think that Sewing Machines Plus has a great special on the weightless quilter. You do have to call in because, they are entitled to special pricing, but you have to get it on the phone by their customer service team. So we encourage you to call them and make it happen. So I guess you want to see, how do you advance the quilt, right? Well, I'm cheating here. I'm not really stitching. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the machine and pretend that I'm in this at the 0 point of the design. Excuse me. And we'll raise the presser foot. And one of the beautiful parts of the weightless quilter and snap hoop monster is that you don't have to remove the entire quilt from the machine. I will just remove the top frame, advance the fabric, and put that top frame back in place. The bottom frame never leaves the machine until I'm done for the day, which is great. You might have 50 hoopings on a full-size, queen-size quilt. That means 50 times you have to take the entire quilt off the machine, re-hoop, and back on the machine. Not with the weightless quilter. It's as easy as just sliding that frame, and you can totally remove it. I actually have metal legs on my table, so I often just store it right on that metal leg. It just snaps in place. But if you don't have that, you could just lean it against your table. You can also store it over the head of the machine. So I'll do that. And maybe you're wondering, what's this silver thing? Well, this is our hoop guard. This is the jumbo hoop guard, and that attaches to the bottom of snap hoop. It has a channel that just snaps right onto the bottom. We put it on the outside of the frame, and what that does is it stops any roll from sliding into the sewing field. So that's really handy to have. Okay, so I could store it right here and just allow it to lay over the head of the machine. And then when I advanced my fabric, you would probably have a template. You would be paying attention to the placement. And if you had basted your quilt, pin basted your quilt, you would make sure there were no pins in the center of the sewing field. And then we just make sure that our frame is aligned. The top frame is aligned with the bottom frame. And I might take a moment to kind of roll this. And, because it's a flat frame, top and bottom, I can pull and tug on that quilt and make sure I'm nice and taut. And now we have seams in here. And there's rulers on the hoop, so we most certainly can use those seams as a guide to ensure that we are straight, square in the hoop as we travel down the quilt. If you're using a template that you have printed out of the embroidery design, you would just place that in the next position. And then when you advance the quilt, you'd center that template. If you have the top of the line machine and you'd like to use the projector or a scanner or the live camera, you can use all of those features to ensure that you have the proper placement. But you can do all of that without taking that quilt off the machine. So let's go ahead and lower the foot and let it roll. It's just going to do the same thing again. Now, you would keep an eye on the quilt, and, back here we want to make sure that, is there too much drag? Does anything look like it's going to fall into the sewing field, like maybe on this side? So we'd be careful. I just watch, the machine. You can always do a trace of a design, and that will show you, what's going to happen during the sewing. Like right here, we're getting a little tight. So I'll just walk over to that front pole and release some of that fabric. I have it folded up, and now I'll just grab the absolute tippy end. And now as the hoop moves and the needle travels, we won't see as much strain on that front pole. But believe it or not, that is all the maintenance you have to do to the weightless quilter. I mean, it is truly like having a friend in your embroidery studio who's just helping you finish your quilt. I mean, who wouldn't love that, right? I love it. I just love it. I'm going to see if there's any questions. Okay. Lisa Schwartz, you say, I make it look so simple. It is simple. It really, really is simple. And, you can use this on any machine. You can even, like I said earlier, use it on a sewing machine or for free motion quilting. It's just a game changer. It has allowed us to finish quilts on an embroidery machine that we never would have been able to do before. We used to, embroiderers who, took the time to piece a beautiful quilt and pour their heart and soul into the creation of the quilt, would then send the quilt out to a long armor and kind of quilt by check, right? Pay somebody else to do it. But now, because these sewing fields are so large, and with the combination of the snap hoop monster, the weightless quilter, and the hoop guard, you can now do any size quilt on your embroidery machine. You can finish it all the way to the end. And Philbeck, you say you never get tired of watching it. I don't either. It's kind of mesmerizing, right? It's like when you go to the state fair and, you see somebody, like, remember when these were first introduced, these embroidery machines? You would see it at a trade show or a state fair. It was just mesmerizing. Everybody would stand there and watch these machines. Well, even when it's in your own home, I still find myself doing that. It's just amazing. It really is. And, we do pour our heart and soul into our creations. We take the time to select the pattern, select the fabric, cut all those pieces, piece it together. And, I kind of call it a prayerful experience, especially when you are making a quilt for someone. It's like you get to spend time with that person because you're thinking of them during the whole creation process. And at this time of year, that's a gift unto itself. But then, who wants to send it out to have somebody else quilt it? I mean, we really do want to finish it ourselves. And today, there are so many embroidery designs that are just single line quilting designs available for embroiderers so that we can finish our quilts. Whether you want to do all over quilting, custom quilting, just repetitive motifs. There's dozens of ways to approach every quilt. And, sometimes all we want to do is get it done, right? So that's when you would go to edge quilting. And the Snap Hoop Monster Weightless Quilter is perfect for that. Also for custom quilting, this is when you're really going to focus on adding a design to a specific patch or applique or surrounding an applique. Again, you want to be able to focus on that task and not worry about this bulky quilt, that you've spent all this time making. It kind of becomes your enemy at that point, right? So don't let it become your enemy. Let it remain your good friend that you've poured your heart and soul into, and allow the weightless quilter to do all the heavy lifting for you. I love it. It's such a game changer. It really is. Linda Brooks says, quilts help us get close to God. You do a lot of praying over them. Absolutely. I'm praying for help sometimes, right? Yeah. And Cindy, you love to, Spavins, you like the option of finishing it myself. I do too. I mean, I think that's, important. I just really, that's who we are as embroiderers. Many of us get into this hobby because that's what we love to do. We love to be hands-on. It's all about creating with our hands. Many of you are probably proficient in the kitchen, or crafting, in other areas. It's just what we love to do. And we do like to do the whole project. The weightless quilter allows you to do that. Again, it's got such a small footprint. So it's going to surround your machine table. You can use it on a desk, just a regular table. You can use it on around sewing furniture. You can also use it on multi-needle machines, because it comes with 4 corner brackets and 4 floor bars. You would set it up a little differently, and there's instructions that come with it and lots of YouTube video on how to do that. But yeah, you can use it for any kind of machine. It helps hold that quilt, which is all we wanted to do. All that bulky fabric, we want that to be lifted up above the machine bed. And you notice all of this running, right? We have 12,000 stitches in this design. And, we haven't seen any slippage of the hoop. We haven't seen, anything come, nothing falling into the sewing field. It just maintains it. It's not falling in the sewing field on that side because of the weightless quilter clamps. And this side is being held in place by our jumbo hoop guard. It just creates that barrier right here on the outside of the hoop and doesn't allow that roll to fall into the sewing field. Probably at the angle you barely can see it. It's just maybe a line on the camera, but this is a metal barrier, and it stands up about 2 inches, and it snaps right under Snap Hoop Monster, keeping it, vertical and erect so that it doesn't slide out of position. Those 3 combos, Snap Hoop Monster, which come in so many different sizes, right? We make it for Baby Lock, Brother, Bernina, and Viking and Pfaff, and some Janome machines. So, that is the true answer, because that Snap Hoop Monster allows you to just take off the top frame like I did previously. And we'll move that needle over to the center and just advance the fabric. So literally you can you can even pull it down in this fashion, keeping a portion of the frame, the magnetic frame on top, attached to a portion on the bottom, and then that will help you slide in a straight vertical line. And that can be very helpful for edge-to-edge quilting, because you're usually working in a vertical column and, going from top to bottom. And of course, you're going to quilt half of the quilt, half of the vertical, half of the quilt. Once you get that complete, you're going to remove the quilt from the machine and flip it, rotate it so that the unquilted portion is then under the needle. And at that point, this part over here is all quilted and you're halfway there. I mean, boy, does that feel good. You will rotate the design on the embroidery machine 180 degrees, but that's all you have to do. And then you are ready to stitch again. So I think we're probably all in good shape. Yeah, and we'll just start stitching. And remember, we can, because it's flat, I can pull and tug on that fabric. Doesn't like you to do that while it's running, so that's a bad thing to do. Okay, what kind of questions do we have? Okay. Well, it is really, wow, there's a lot of, so some of you love it. It's great. You make it look easy. It really is easy, because the weightless glitter is doing the job, absolutely doing the job. And let's see, Nedra, you say, do we need to load down the stitches, to download the stitches? Well, you will select your own embroidery design, whatever that is, and you'll load that onto your machine. And the weightless quilter doesn't care what embroidery design you have selected on your machine. It will hold the quilt during that process. Yeah.
Hey, Eileen.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
I
I remember back 2 years ago, I think it was on Quilt Fest, we launched this product the first time, and it went crazy how many we sold.
I know. We sold out of it, and then you did it again.
Yeah, I had to call and beg you because you only allocated me like 100 or something. I already remember we had to call and beg for more because we sold them all. But, we've talked about this so many times. And again, I always tell you, it's like having your best friend there to help hold your quilt.
Right. And it's funny, someone asked, does the weightless quilter come in a combination with the hoop? And it doesn't do that because there's so many different hoops, right? So you really have to select your hoop. And then someone else said that, she has seen the top frame separate from the bottom. And that's because the weight of the fabric is not being handled. That's the only reason why that happens, because those hoops will hold on to quilt sandwiches, terry cloth towels. But if you're not holding that bolt, doesn't matter what you have in there, it will slide, separate. Any quilt, any hoop will do that.
Well, Eileen, we've got actually 2 of your products on our Countdown to Christmas special. The other one is that tabletop, basically weightless quilter. Could you explain real quick? I know you don't have it right there, but could you explain a little bit about that one as well, and so we can tell everybody both of them?
Yeah, I can show you. Just give me a second. I got one handy. So the weightless quilter tabletop, it just attaches to the tabletop to a table, and it is a 28-inch gooseneck. It comes with 2. It has the same fabric clamps that we enjoy on the standard weightless quilter. It has a clamp that you will open up here, to attach to your table. And it's fabulous, but it's for small things. It's not going to handle full-size quilt, queen-size quilt. It's not going to give you that total flex and hold all that weight. So it's for table runners. Anything smaller than 54 inches square would be appropriate for the tabletop weightless quilter. But the weightless quilter handles the big job.
Perfect. And how many arms do you get when you buy the tabletop version?
You get 2. So you'll get 2 goosenecks, 2 clamps, for the table, and then 2 fabric clamps come with.
Well, perfect. Well, Eileen, thank you so much for coming on our show and showing these products. I'm a big fan of these products and a big fan of you because you're so inventive of all the things you do, and you're way ahead of the curve with technology.
Well, thank you so much, Blaine. And really, I'm just always honored to be a part of Sewing Machines Plus. You guys do a great job. My hats off to you. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Well, thank you. Have a Merry Christmas. All right, everybody. So the 2 products we're talking about right now, one is that weightless quilter. And again, it has the floor bracing that you put, and has the poles that go up. You're going to get 4 poles of one size and then 4 more of a different size that make it a little stiffer. So if you have a heavier quilt, you'll use the stiff poles. If you have a lighter weight, you can use the smaller poles. And these things are just fantastic. And we sell the heck out of these things. So you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, type in the search bar weightless quilter, and it's going to take you to that weightless quilter. Now, the tabletop version we're talking about is the 2 clamps that you saw. It clamps right to your table. And again, that's going to hold some lighter weight type fabrics and things. But again, it is great for table runners and things like that you're wanting to do, or baby quilts. Again, guys, we have both of these. They're both on call-in special. The normal price on the weightless quilter is $2.99. The normal price on the tabletop version is $69.99. Give us a call right now. We have specials on both products, and it's a Countdown to Christmas special. It's 800-401-8151, and they'll take care of you on the phones there and get that right out to you. But again, order now if you want to get it in time for Christmas. And what a great Christmas present this would be for someone, very inexpensive. All right, guys, let's bring Jane back to the show.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane, and what did you think about that weightless quilter?
It's so cool. I love what I really took from it was finishing your own quilt, and everyone loves to do that. And like Eileen said, you're making something that's handmade, so you want to finish it all the way to the end. So this gives you the ability to do that. And I know everybody loves them. I know they fly off the shelves. So, and I love that you could just put it away.
It does. You know, when we introduced this 2 years ago, it was really crazy. You know, I talked to Eileen and we worked out the special, and she said, "Okay, I'm gonna let you have 100 of them." Because it was a brand new product, and we sold 100 in 30 minutes. It was just crazy. So I got on the phone, and we were actually showing it again later in that same day in another session. And I got on the phone, I was like, "Eileen, they're gone. I need more. Can you give me more?" She goes, "Okay, Blaine, I'll give you 150 more." We sold out of the 100, the 50. So 150 the very first day we launched it, and it has been one of those products that everybody has to have one in their sewing room, because it just, you know, you can do it for a multitude of things. It's not just, you know, doing what she was showing there with embroidery on, you know, on a quilt. You can do so many different things if you need a couple extra hands to hold the fabric.
Yeah, I love that. And she calls it having the extra hands to hold the fabric as, you know, as you're doing it. Listen, if you're a quilter or not a quilter, it's really something that you just want to have. And I'm just thinking this because of this quilt challenge that I have to all of a sudden do. And I want to do the whole thing. So again, if you are into quilting or not into quilting, it's just something you should have, because you might want to start quilting. And I'll tell you, my mother would have loved it. She would do garment sewing, and she was fantastic. She was just an amazing seamstress. But then she kind of graduated on to quilts. And later in life, she was just always doing quilts. And she would have loved to have had that particular tool.
Yeah, it would be a great addition to you know, any sewing room, just for the helping hands. But you know,
by the way, everyone's like, "Buy one, Jane. Jane, buy one. Buy one." You guys, my list. I'm not kidding. This is a notebook right here. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
My list from 3 days so far is like insane. It's like too long, really.
Yeah, that's what everybody, I see comments all the time. Everybody goes, "My list is so long, I need to win the lottery."
Win something. I work extra hard. I don't know what it is, but I do have this space. Like, I have space enough in my studio where I could put all the things. So it's just fun. Time is something what we, like Chris Talk said, we'd like to have time on our Christmas list.
Yeah.
But yes, it is on my list. I will buy one. Thank you.
Well, hey, Jane, speaking of, you know, new products and things, up next, we have a new product that we launched this year, and it is our 2-tier electric lift table. And this is something that is made, you know, for Sewing Machines Plus. We had a hand in designing it and all the things with it. We've got some new tables that we're coming out with, but today we have Deb Donovan actually here. She's going to demonstrate 2 different tables that we have, and I think it's going to be pretty awesome. And but we'll bring, Jane's going to come back in here in just about 30 minutes, but we're going to go to Deb. She's in the studio with us today. She's got that 2-tier table, and guys, I'm telling you what, if you haven't seen this table yet, it's going to blow your mind how awesome it is and how many different things that you can do with this. And we're extremely proud of this table. And so let's go to the San Marcos classroom, and Deb's there with the 2-tier table. Hey, Deb.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am awesome today, and we're so happy that you're able to make it in here to do this demo, because I know you've done this before and you absolutely love the tables too. And what I like about it, and I hope you'll share it with everybody, is your experience with the different type of machines that you had at your home studio and having to use a board, some wood. I want you to share that with everybody and then tell them about this great table. Yep. So I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good. So actually, I was using this 2-tier table in the store last week to make some samples for a customer appreciation party. I fell in love with it all over again. Am I okay or not okay?
Here.
All right, sounds like we had a little audio problem. They're fixing it right now. Going to get Deb hooked up with a different mic. And man, I don't know what's, the demons are out today, guys. All the things. The gremlins. Is that what it is? The gremlins are out today. So, and my lovely wife, Michelle, just walked in the studio. don't you come around here?
Yeah, there we go. You can go.
You can come this way.
You can go follow me.
Come around. I got to tell y'all the story about her outfit. So come in here and let everybody see your outfit.
This is how much I love my husband.
She walked in and said, "This is how much I love my husband," because we went to Kohl's to pick up some presents that got shipped there for her nieces. And we were walking by and I saw this on a rack and I went, "Oh, you got to wear that." So I told her, I said, "I'm buying this so you can come to the show and wear it." And I absolutely love it. And I wish y'all could see the bottom. The bottom actually has these little, can you show them a little bit? Back up a little bit more. Yeah, it's got little tassel with fake lights and stuff on it. It's pretty funny. So awesome. So anyway, I'm glad she stopped by and get to model her little cute outfit. We kind of match.
Yes, we do. I did that on purpose.
Oh, I like it. All right, so we got Deb mic'd up yet? Okay, so we're going to try this one more time. We switched Deb's mic out. We're going to try it and see if that'll work for her. All right, so let's go back to Deb and let's try her mic real quick.
Hi, my name is Deb, and I am a sewer. Okay, perfect. Actually, I'm dedicated, addicted, whatever. Put whatever adjective you want to in front of that. That means that I'm very into it, and you'd be pretty close to right there. So what I've got right here first to show you today is the 2-tier adjustable height table. And I've got both tiers kind of sitting front and back to each other right now so that I can show you a couple things. This is the lowest position that you can set it up at, which is 27.6 inches before you put the casters on it. And it will go up all the way to 47.6 inches tall. And it goes up super smooth, about a second per inch. So it's only going to take about 20 seconds for it to get all the way to the top. And I don't know if you were watching my Christmas tree back there, but it was so smooth that the tree doesn't move at all unless I kind of accidentally get in here and reach for it with my hands. The 2-tier table is great because it gives you so much more flexibility. Blaine is absolutely right. The first thing I thought of when I saw this table was my sewing room, where I have one sewing table that I currently am rotating 3 machines in and out of it. So, and all those machines are different heights. So honest to God, I have a 1/8 inch piece of plywood and a 3/4 inch piece of plywood that I put inside the well on my sewing machine, on my table. And then I also have 3 inserts that I have to change in and out so that I can not have to crawl underneath my table and adjust the hydraulics height every time, because that's just totally not worth the effort to me. So the Stay Perfect table, the 2-tier table, is going to take care of a lot of that difference for me, because I can bring, that didn't go all the way up, Roger. Did I hit the wrong number? Yeah, the gremlin's back again. So this table, you can also adjust them manually. I do have 3 presets that are in there, and I can use those presets, or I can come in and there we go. I've got 3 buttons and I'm not looking at them. Or I can use the preset buttons to set the height for everything for me. So let me kind of come back here and hit the reset switch on this one. In case anybody cares, these are the tables that were plugged in this morning when we popped the whole room out. So I am going to take a look at this one later. And now, that wasn't long enough for it to reset. All right, we're just going to let this one, give it one more chance to actually reset. If you look at the white tabletops, I really, really like the white on the tabletops. It is clean and it is white and it is bright. It doesn't change the colors on my fabric like some of the wood tables will do. And it also doesn't suck all the light out of my room the way, and like if I have an open window in my room, all the light tends to go there. So now my reset works. So now we're going to go all the way up to 47.6 inches tall, which I'm pretty sure Blaine could even do stand-up sewing at. It's a little bit high for me though. I've taken the opportunity, since we had Janome machines in the classroom this morning with Amy, that this is the 500E that Amy was on this morning. So I've got the back table set to a height that I like. And whoops, wrong button. And I'm going to take the front table to the height that I like. And now they're just going to nest together, just like that. You may think it's kind of funny to do this with an embroidery machine, but I have limited space at my space in my room, probably because I have way more machines than any one normal person should. But I really, really fell in love with this, doing it for embroidery last week as I was making samples, stitch outs for our customer appreciation party. We had a different machine than this. We had, the biggest machine that is out there on the table, and there wasn't any room for anything else to go on the table. I had no room for my stabilizers, my extra hoops, my threads. None of that did I have any space for. So that's what this is for. You don't have to keep a clean workspace or worry that your hoop or your project is going to be knocking things off of the table for you, because you've got this workspace right here that you can come and hoop at, keep your scissors, keep your thread, keep your notes, all that up here, so that the workspace where your embroidery arm is moving around is going to stay clear, so you won't have your project knock your threads or your tweezers to the floor again. So I've got this set up at this height right here for the 500E because I wanted to go below it. I have it set all the way down. But if I really wanted to get more support out of that table, and I don't have this one programmed in here, then I can raise the table up till my height matches. And then go, yep, that'll work. And then if I slide my machine to the left just a hair, and then I can tuck it in there. And now, right back here, I will have, look at the size of that flat workspace. Oh, that's fine, I got it. Look at the size of this workspace back here. You can do quilts and all those huge things and do them while they are flat. Big old bath towels, jean jackets, big hoodies. If with this, you can set this so that the table is below and you can use this as a space for your notions, or you can choose to raise it up so that you've got the hugest flat space available. And I'm telling you, if I'm doing quilting in the hoop, I'm going to want the tabletop weightless quilter and this table so I can raise it all up nice and high. Now, there's a lot of other things that I could do. Where's my... I have to memorize these buttons because I change them all the time. All right, so now let me take the 500E away. Actually, I'm not going to take it away, Roger. I'm just going to park it right up here. 225 pounds per table is what this will do. I mean, I can sit on it, and maybe I will before the next segment, but I didn't for this one. So now I'm going to bring in the Cover Pro. Yep, so if I bring in the Cover Pro, this one I have preset as number 1. So it slid right up there. I didn't have to think about anything. I didn't have to adjust it. I don't have to fiddle with the buttons. I know in my head that the Cover Pro is preset button number 1. So all I had to do was hit the preset button 1, and it's all at the right height for me to sew at. I set this probably back a little bit further back on the table than I would. But if you were doing a traditional table with an insert, then you would have to change the height here somehow or deal with a machine that's too high or too low. But I can keep the exact same height for my sewing surface across multiple machines with the 2-part table, which is something that as I switch machines back and forth, I know y'all have multiple machines too. I love having a separate sewing and embroidery machine. We like to have separate sergers and cover stitches as we can. Some of us even have straight stitch machines that we use most of the time, and zigzag machines we pull out of the closet when we need to do a zigzag or a buttonhole. So this table configuration is going to make it so that you don't have to go buy new inserts every time you buy a new machine. So my Christmas tree's in the way. Say goodbye to the Christmas tree, Roger.
Bye, Christmas tree.
Bye, Christmas tree. So now we'll put the Cover Pro back here. And now I have the Big Daddy. So there's the 780 right there. Ooh, look, it's like a Janome special there. But with the 780, I have that one on preset number 3. So it's going to lift it up just a little bit, and then I can slide the table into place. And now I didn't have to change the height. My sewing height is the same as my sewing height was as I like my sewing height. So I'm not hunched over. I'm not hunched over getting too low. I'm not lifting my elbows and lifting my shoulders and causing myself shoulder pain. I can get everything at the right height for me. I know that when I was a kid, my mom told me to not always carry my backpack on the same shoulder because I would regret it later. I was 15 and I told her she was wrong, but she's right. And so I'm really careful now about body mechanics and doing things that aren't going to cause me problems later, especially after a long day of sewing. So that's what I do. I make everything the right height for me. I have a height adjustable chair. I have a height adjustable table. And now everything fits me because a lot of tables don't fit me. A lot of times I feel like I'm a little bit too short for the table and I'm kind of hunching up my shoulders, which doesn't do me any favors. So the other thing that you can do with this is if I take that guy all the way to the rafters again, this table has decided that it did not have a good day. Oh, it came unplugged up here when I jammed the tables together. That's the problem. So we'll call that Deb's personal problem because I made the tables jam themselves together. But you can see that that back table is lifting quite happily with 2 machines on it. Honestly, I could put this machine up there as well, but now that I've got it all the way up, I can tuck it away for the night. So it's all put away. It's not taking up any more space than the basic tabletop is. So now that I showed you everything it can do, let me tell you about what it's made of. You have dual motors that are lifting the table heads, the tabletops, so it's lifting evenly. You don't have one side lifting and the other side kind of dragging. So it's going to last longer because you've got dual motors on there. The top is nicely sized. The top piece right here is 30 inches deep by 54 inches wide. So that'll fit in a lot of spaces for you. The bottom table is a little bit smaller so that it can tuck under there. So that's going to be 24 inches deep by 44 inches wide right there. So you've got a good size table no matter which size table that you're looking at. If you look at the legs, they are powder coated steel. Powder coated steel means that the paint has been electrostatically applied, which basically means that it's the same thickness. There's no bumps, there's no skip spots. And then when they bake it, when it's done, you end up with a really hard shell finish on there. So it's not like a regular paint where you can kind of go and pick it off later or you might get little bubbles or imperfections in it. It is, yes, it is bonded to the steel. And Roger would know. Roger likes that stuff. The tabletop is made out of high density polyethylene, which is HDPE. And for those of us that don't remember chemistry class, I did the homework for you. It's heat resistant. You can take this down to minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit, or you can take it up to 268 degrees Fahrenheit. I am not going to live in a condition that is past either of those extremes, so I'm not going to worry about it. It is stain resistant. It's pretty chemically inert. It is also, what else is heat resistant? Oh, it's moisture resistant. It's a very stable plastic. They will sometimes make pipes out of it to put in cold areas because they can vary the pipe and it's not going to expand and contract with the temperature. It's going to handle the cold and it's going to handle the moisture. So it's also moisture resistant. If you live in a place that's got moisture swings, I used to live in Florida, so it would, you know, it rained there every afternoon. This is a solid piece of HDPE plastic right here. There's no seams or anything in it. They've gone and beveled the edges, rounded the corners right here on the fronts of the tables, which is a big deal to me. That's something that my table at home doesn't have. So I always look for the rounded corners because that's one thing I wish that I had at home. HDPE they use a ton of places. The most common place that I see it is on playgrounds. This is the same stuff that they make playgrounds out of, you know, that I'm sure everybody has seen the plastic climbing structures at the playgrounds with the tan walls and the little green rocks bolted into them. Same stuff. So it can handle outside, inside, and 8-year-olds. So it's certainly going to be able to handle my sewing machine needs for the next, I don't even know how long. I probably wouldn't have to buy another table because the opening here for me to put a machine in, I don't remember the number, I'm sure Blaine's got it, but it's pretty darn big. And I have not met a machine that I can't put in that opening. And I also don't have to spend $100 to $150 on a new insert every time I get a new table or risk breaking the insert because somebody stepped on it or it fell off the table or something else. This is going to be my table and my insert and my workstation and my everything all rolled into one. So that's kind of why I love this table so much. I like the presets on it, the ability to tweak it. It's just, it has really everything that I would like to have in a table. And then because I do have height adjustability, let me take that one all the way back down now. Everything's on wheels. So we've got both of the tables on casters. The front wheels will lock on each of the tables so that you can get it set in place and not have to worry about it moving. But, oh, that one wasn't all the way down now. Let me take this one all the way down too. No, this table's being... All right, so now we're going to get these tables lined up at exactly the same height. And now, because they're on wheels, we can reconfigure them. So I'm not sure if you noticed this morning that we were rolling these tables in and out while Amy was doing her presentations. But if you set them up at the same height, then you can do a really large amount of reconfiguration with them. I'm trying not to roll over my cords here, but this one right here is my favorite. Let me get the feet nested the right way. Because I kind of have a little peninsula right here. I'd move the machine a little bit further off to the side. And now I've got both of those spaces available for me to work in. If you move them all the way out, I'm gonna walk in front of your camera, Roger. Then you can set like this. So you've got lots of space to the left and to the side. If you have company coming, then you can take your second table. I'm watching my cords. I'm watching my cords. Okay. Yep, I just watched myself run over the cord. Yeah. You can set the two tables back to back so that you've got space for you to sew and space for a friend, a grandchild, somebody else to come and sew. And you can look straight at each other. Or if you didn't want to look straight at each other, then you can always kind of... This also, by the way, gives you a ton of extra space for quilting because you've got this extra 15 inches back here behind the table that you can use. You can even line them up like that. So you can have you be sitting right here, and whoever it is that you're helping to sew can be sitting right here, literally within arm's reach. So you can grab that little arm, that little hand, before it goes under the little presser foot as the needle's going up and down. So there's just a ton of different things that you can do with these tables to get them configured in lots of different positions. There's no, I don't know, I'm sure that I haven't, yeah, I ran over my cords. So there will be no further adjustment of the height of the tables. That's a me problem. You're not, because I've got my power behind me and I kept running over the power cords as much as I tried not to. But the Stay Perfect 2-tier adjustable height table is going to be great in anybody's sewing space. If you've got lots of space, then it's going to help you be more efficient with your space. If you're tight on space, those 2 tiers are going to give you built-in storage so that you don't have to worry about knocking your stabilizer, thread, pattern pieces onto the floor. I think it's a fabulous setup for just about anybody. And I'm betting that Blaine's got some questions.
I don't know if I got any questions, Deb, but I sure want to tell everybody how they can get this, because, guys, this is an incredible table to have, and Deb does such a good job explaining it, how she uses it, and how you can use it in your sewing room. But again, there is the 2-tier table, and we have a great free bundle with it. The price on it is $26.99. Guys, we're going to ship this absolutely free right to your doorstep. We also offer some 0% interest financing available for it. But guys, just take a look at that. You're going to get a great bundle with this. Not only are you going to get the 2 tables, you're going to get those 8 casters. You're going to get 4 casters for each table that you can put it on. Now, one thing I want to talk to you just a little bit about on the casters. Now, if you have it on the casters, it's actually going to raise the height of that table a little bit. So if you are a shorter person, and even if you sit shorter, and you want to be able to have it where it'll go down a little lower, you can take the casters off and just use the table flat on the floor. And if you need to move it, they're telling you can get some of those furniture movers and just put the furniture movers under it, and it'll slide on your floor. That way you can still move it around if you happen to need it lower. But we're going to throw those casters in absolutely free. The other thing you're going to get the Classic Creations. We're going to give you 2 cutting mats on this. We're going to give you one, it's a 12 by 18. We're going to give you another one that's a 24 by 38. And they're 2-sided. One side is pink, the other side is blue. And they also have the inch measurements on them, which everybody loves. And again, we're going to give you 2 rulers. You're going to get a 2 by 13 and a 2 by 24 inch ruler. And then we're going to give you your choice of an extra large sewing mat, the Sewing Machines Plus sew mat, extra large size. We're going to give you your choice of colors on that. Now, that is a great accessory bundle. Now, let me tell you just a little bit of the features on this machine. Now, Deb talked about that opening. On that top tier table, that opening is 36.6 inches wide, that opening, and then it's 13.5 inches deep. And then the whole table back of that top table is 54 inches wide, and then that top tier of that table is 16.5 inches deep. And then the left side of that top tier you're seeing in the picture, the left side of that is 30 inches deep. So the bottom table is 44 inches wide, and it is going to be about 30 inches deep. So again, guys, these work great in combination. And one of the great things about this, not only are you going to have preset settings on this, it's all that each table has 3 predetermined positions. So you can actually set them customized to your height. You can have it to where if you want to sit down at the table, it'll be the perfect height. And if you want to stand up, you can push a button, it'll stand up. And then like Deb has hers programmed, she has it programmed for different heights for different machines. So that's what's really cool about it. If she has an embroidery machine on there, she can have it to where she can raise that up higher where she can see the needle. She can push another button to lower it really low so she can get to the threads to put thread on it. So there's a really, a lot of different things you can do this, but this is our 2-tier, all position table. Stay Perfect. We have this made specially for us, guys. And again, we have a great special on it right now with this big, huge bundle that comes with it. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you go to the Sewing Machines Plus website, in the search bar, you can just type in Stay Perfect Table. It's going to take you to the page where you can see both tables, the single tier, which is coming up next, or you can look at the two tier. Also, we have some really good combinations right now with machines and that QD frame. And we're going to talk about this QD frame coming up next. But let's bring Jane back into the show real quick. So Jane, I've got to get your perspective on that two-tier table.
Oh, Blaine, I love that table. I loved it from the first moment I met the table. I love the idea that you can raise it and lower it to whatever fits you best. I stand up when I sew. I love standing up when I sew. And so to be able to hit it to me at the right height is so important to me. I love the casters. I want to be able to roll my tables wherever they go. I love the ability to stack, and I love the ability to like make it a bigger space.
Yeah, you know, it's awesome. And, you know, Angela Wolf bought some of these. She's got the two-tier and the single table. And she was just telling me the other day just how versatile it is, because she, as you know, she's got that big studio and she likes to roll them around with different machines and do different things. And it is, you know, just awesome. But coming up next, Jane, is the single table that we call. And this one is so versatile too. I absolutely love this. And I'm actually going to own one of these to work on my radio control airplanes on, because I love the height adjustment.
Yeah.
But you know, this next one, we have a wool ironing mat that we throw in the bundle that you're going to get. You're going to get the cutting mats. You're going to get the sewing mat. And again, it's one of those things where that is a versatile table. And Deb's going to show you that QD frame from Grace that makes it a portable quilting, long arm quilting machine. You can set that on top of that single lift table. And guess what? Now you have a sit down quilter and a stand up, fully adjustable to your height with a touch of a button.
Well, and the touch of the button is key. And I was talking to Angela about it. I think we were doing like a brother Facebook Live. We might have been talking about it. But anyway, or it could have been on Cyber Monday. But we talked about the flick of a button, the ability to move things around, the height adjusting, and that you put them together and it's really, really, really simple. I have a table that I work on. It's my cutting table, my sewing table, and I actually have my setup on it right now, and it comes right to my waist. And I was thinking, boy, I would love another one of these. Boy, I would love another one of these. And I want something that is versatile. And that is exactly what this is. And so I was like, wait, who makes these? And then I found out it was you.
Yeah. Well, you know, and it's the height adjustment. I think it goes all the way up to 47 inches. And I think it goes down
like up to here. So you'd be like, if you were trying to sew, you know.
Yeah. And then, you know, it supports 225 pounds. So, I mean, imagine there's no machines out there that's going to weigh that much. And so you could put a lot of different type of machines on that, multiple machines at one time. And it just makes it so versatile. And that's why we absolutely love this. And Jane, we've got another one that we haven't even released yet. We're hoping we're going to have that, you know, but not too distant future. But we got another table coming. And then we're working on a very secret project right now. Deb and I have been working on this one. It is, I'm not going to say too much about it yet, but it is going to set the world on fire.
Yes, but we're not going to tell
embroidery
anybody.
People see this one.
We're not going to tell anybody. It's just among close friends here.
Yeah. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag until I know that it's perfect, exactly the way we want it.
Good.
But it is going to be awesome. And so we got some really cool tables that's going to complement everybody's sewing room. And, you know, with these two that we have now, with the addition of the other ones, you could complete your whole sewing room with these tables. And every one of them will be on casters and be able to lift with the touch of a button.
I love the casters. I have another piece of my table that moves over there, and it's on casters, and I just roll it around the room. It's got my scanning cut on it right now whenever I need to show what I'm doing. But yeah, Blaine, I love it. What's the are all the tabletops different sizes?
Yes, they're all a little bit different sizes. And I just gave the dimensions of two-tier. Now we'll go over the single table as well. But you know, I think if I remember correctly, it's Deb, you remember what the size of the single? Single table? Yes, I'm trying to remember. 48. It's 48 wide, 30 deep, right?
Okay.
So it's a 48 wide, 30 deep. And the wool mat that we got cut for it Jane, fits it perfectly. So it covers the entire surface. So, and it also has the moisture barrier mat that goes under the wool mat. So you can actually use a steam iron to steam on it, and it's not going to do anything to the table. And the table, the material it's made of, I mean, you could pretty much set the iron on it briefly, and it's not going to burn it or hurt it. You wouldn't want to just leave it on there, but the tabletops are so durable. They're not like these, pressed sawdust. I call them melamine with the laminated. It's not like that. This is a solid core plastic that they use, high density plastic, and again, they're just fantastic tables, and I can't say enough about them. They should last a lifetime.
Which is,
and
you
so
make
anyway,
the investment and you want it to last a lifetime, and that's what I love about it. And then let me just say two more things, because you're going to use it to do your planes on. This is, if you're looking for a stand-up desk, like this could go, be your desk where you sit and you work.
Perfect.
Then you can use it as a sewing table. If you know somebody who could use it, it's a really just kind of a word of mouth. Hey, have you seen this? Because I saw it today. It's something that everybody can use, not just people who sew. If you're a paper crafter, somebody who is, this would be great for that. So I feel like there's so many uses. I mean, this time of year, it's literally could be a wrapping station for all of our Christmas presents.
Yep. Well, Jane, we got inspired by at our corporate office that we have. We actually, every employee has an electric lift desk at their, and it's programmable like that, so they can stand up to work and help, take the pressure off their day of just sitting all day long. And one of the things we developed these tables, and the thing about this table is it's about half the price of if you went out and bought an electric lift desk. Trust me, I know, because I bought a bunch of electric lift desks for our offices, and these tables are about half the price of those. So, and they're a lot better. I think they're a lot better of what you're getting. So we're really trying to go out there and get really good products to give to our customers. And this next one that Deb's going to show you, I just absolutely love the single table as well. Of all the things you can do with it, and the package we got put together today is just unbelievable.
All right, let's see it. Let's bring Deb back in.
All right, Deb, let's go back to Deb.
Hi, Blaine and Jane. Oops. There we go. Okay. I started talking and all I saw was Blaine on the TV. I felt like I was unloved. So we just did a quick little set change here, and so now I have the single tier table in front of me. If anybody was paying attention this morning, this is how we were able to get Amy Meek on 5 machines in 2.5 hours, was we were just rotating the tables in and out, because they do move around so smoothly that even fully loaded with that MB7 or the 9450, I can still move them with hardly any feeling the weight at all. I need 2 hands just to drive it because of the size, but it really just takes 1 hand for me to move it, because the tables are that well constructed and the wheels are so good on them. The single tier table is for somebody who wants one table to rule them all. This is a single table that you can do just about anything that you would like to with. So right now I have on top of it the Classy Creations turquoise cutting mat, which you can see gives you lots of space on here. So it's not one of those tables where when you put the cutting mat on it, you've got no place to put down your rotary cutter and your ruler without having them in your workspace on top of your mat. Nice, beautiful dual-sided mat. There's a couple things that I really love about this mat. It's got dark lines in the center. Here, Roger, let me show you on this one. You see? It has dark lines in the center. So if you need to find the center of something, that's the center of your mat right there. It has white lines marking every 1/2 inch. It has dotted lines marking every 1/4 inch. And then there are dots showing you the 1/8 inch. So if you've ever been like me and you're at the bottom of the mat and you're looking at the top of the mat and you can't figure out if you're on or off the mark, then being able to have these all color coded differently, it makes a huge difference. And it's a 2-sided mat. So here's the pink and here's the turquoise. Really nice high quality mats that are coming with it. And then there's also 2 templates that are getting included with the packages as well. I thought since I had that mat out right here on the table, I'd go ahead and show that to you right now. Same beautiful, sturdy, constructed table. The HDPE plastic on the top, heat resistant, stain resistant, cold resistant, chemical resistant, moisture resistant, child resistant. So it's going to let this tabletop is, even though it's made out of plastic, it's not, it's an HDPE plastic. So it's not going to get scratched up and nicked up and all the rest of that stuff. This tabletop's going to stay beautiful for you for years. Then the legs underneath are again the the powder coated. So they used electricity to apply the paint to the surface so that it's really well on there. It's almost got like a hard candy coated shell surface on it. So it's really hard to get in there and chip that paint once it's been powder coated on there. The casters, as I mentioned, make it move nice and smoothly for you. And then the really nice size, it's 30 inches wide and 48 inches, I'm standing in the wrong direction, 30 inches deep and 48 inches wide. So you've got lots of space. You can put one, you can even put multiple machines on here. If you are like a serger and cover stitch type person, then you can have both machines here and just have to swivel your chair to get from one to the other. I have more heights that I want to show you than I have preset buttons on the table. So you're going to have to forgive me as I do a little bit of manual adjusting. But right now I have it set up ergonomically for me. When I go to cut, I like the table to be about my hip height because that way I can lean forward just a little bit to put my weight on the ruler, and I can reach all the way down across the surface of the mat. So this is the right height for me. The right height for you might be taller or it might be lower, but this is the beauty of these height adjustable tables is you can make everything the right height for you and not have to bend over and make your back hurt or squat down and make your knees hurt to try and get to a comfortable cutting position on the table. So we've got that there. And now I like to iron a little bit lower than that. For ironing, this is a heat resistant table, but I wouldn't iron directly on it. I just wouldn't. And I like to protect my things anyways. So what we have here is a really thin, flexible, but works setup here. I have a wool mat on my ironing station at home, and if that thing's not on my ironing board, I'm cursing at it because I have no place to put it because it's super thick so that the moisture doesn't come through it, which I really respect. But what we've done here is solved that problem a slightly different way. You've got a moisture resistant barrier that we're putting down to protect the table, even though it can handle it. And then we've got the 1/8 inch thick wool mat, which is all you need really for the wool mat to do its job. Roger went and got me an iron. My lovely Oliso iron. But you can see now that when I'm ironing, I probably could bring it up a little bit, but I like to have it down just a little bit. So I'm not bending over my ironing board. I'm not working way up high. And I have this entire surface to iron on. 30 inches deep, 48 inches wide. That could be a baby quilt for some of us, you know, and you can get that whole baby quilt laid out on here and press it flat. The nice thing about these wool mats is they make your seams and your embroidery look a whole lot better because they take that heat and moisture, reflect it back so that everything kind of levels out. And because they're a little bit squishy, your seam allowances when you're quilting will kind of go down into the wool mat, so you end up with a beautiful flat top. And when you're embroidering, it's kind of the opposite. Your stitching will make sure that it stands up against the background and doesn't get squished down into it. So this is part 2 of why we're calling this the kind of the all-purpose table, the one table that will do everything that you need it to do for you. So now that's the moisture barrier and the wool mat. And what's so great is that when you are done with it and you need to move on, you can just roll this up and tuck it in the corner. Put a rubber band or something around it if you want to. But you can get that rolled up out of your way, and it only takes up slightly more space than an extra large show mat. How funny is it that that's the first thing that came to my mind? So I think Blaine's rubbing off. Now, after you've done that, then you're going to want to sew. And I did not bring any of the Janome machines over for you, but I do know that my favorite spot to sew on this is pretty much all the way down on that machine because it's a taller machine. So that lets me pull in my chair, sit down at it with my sew mat. I forgot my sew mat, guys. With my coordinating sew mat. So if I put my sew mat on here, the table's not going anywhere, but the sew mat's going to protect it anyways. And then you can grab your chair. And as I sit down at this table, in my sewing machine, I'm going to be at a really good ergonomic position because my elbows are going to be pretty much parallel. And because I can get my legs all the way under here and sit in whatever position I want to, I'm not going to have to worry about the machine or the table. I can come down here if that's where my center needle position is going to get me and not have to worry that I'm going to knock my knees into the side of a cabinet because it's a completely open table underneath here. So beautiful choice for this too, because you can adjust the height depending if I want to. It's actually a little bit high for me. If I bring that chair down there, then that's more where I like to be. But you can also take all this off and do whatever kind of crafting you would like to do as well. I know my my sewing spaces get invaded a couple of times a year. Christmas wrapping. I lose a couple of my tables to buffets when we run out of tables at the house. So this Stay Perfect single tier table is going to be able to do all of that for you. So you're not going to have an extra craft table. We spent a very long time at my house protecting the furniture from my daughter because she's a very crafty girl, and when she was little, she was into everything. And so we were always worried that her adventures were going to end up damaging the kitchen table. I do actually have paint stains outside that I still can't figure out how to get rid of. But this is the beauty of this table. It's going to do everything that you want for you. We talked a couple of times yesterday about when Grace was on, about the cutie frames. So this is what I've also done, is after you're finished sewing, we quickly built a cutie frame here in the store because we couldn't find the floor model. So I don't know if you trust me any more than you trust Nathan, but I can lift it one-handed and get it up on the table where it sits perfectly on the table. You can see that I'm not worried about the width of it because the width of the cutie is closer to this 24-inch width right here, and the table's 30 inches wide. So even if the quilt hangs over, I'm not worried about anything happening. And then if I put the carriage on and the machine bed on, now I am ready to free motion quilt. But as I sit here, it's not quite the right height for me, so I would have to lift up my chair. But I actually like to stand up. I think I've spent enough time on long arms lately that so many people are transitioning to standing up doing things, and I find that I'm one of them also. So I did have the preset set for the height that I like to quilt at. You can see I lifted the table up. So now my elbows are still perfectly parallel to the ground while I'm doing my free motion quilting. So at one table, you can piece, iron, cut, press, and quilt. You can do everything that you need to, that you want to, on this one table right here. And the Stay Perfect height adjustable table is going to meet all of your different needs to do different things at different heights to be nice to your body. So Blaine, did you have any questions? Like to see me mystery free motion quilt some more?
Well, hey, Deb, I don't have any questions, but I do want to tell everybody how they can get this because, again, guys, this is just, the tables are my favorite thing that we have, and they're just so awesome. And again, this is that single table. Doorbusters. An SMP exclusive doorbuster deal for the first 10 people today that order the single table. We're Doorbusters. Absolutely free. You're getting a Singer iron absolutely free. If you order, the first 10 people that order the single table today, you're going to get that iron free, along with, you're going to get that wool ironing mat. That's going to come with it. We're going to throw in 2 the cutting mats. They're reversible. There's the large one and the small one. They're pink on one side, blue or teal colored on the other side. You're also going to get that extra large SMP sewing mat of your color choice with it. You're getting the casters to go on the bottom of it. We have got a fantastic package, and we're also going to throw in the 2 by 12-inch ruler and the 2-inch by 4-inch or 24-inch ruler to go with it. So you're going to get a huge package. The first 10 orders are going to get that iron for absolutely free with it thrown in. So if you're one of the first 10, you get that iron. So guys, don't delay. Get on the phone and call today, 1-800-401-8151, and give them a call right now on the phones and order your table. Because I'm telling you right now, guys, you will not regret this table. Again, has a weight limit of 225 pounds it'll support. It's going to go height adjustment from 27.6 inches all the way up to 47.3 inches. Now, again, like I told you, if you need it to go a little lower for you, you can take the casters off and put some furniture movers under it where it'll slide, and it'll actually lower the height about 4 inches. So you can all go down a little bit more. So again, I think, who is that? Annette saying, holy crap, grab your credit card. Oh, honey, grab your credit card. I thought you said, holy crap, grab your card. Everybody in the studio is laughing at me. All right, I'm excited about this table, as y'all can tell, because I absolutely love this thing. And I am going to have one in my garage for me to put my airplanes on, because I love the electric height adjustment on it and the big surface you can put things on. What a great table this is. And again, you know, how versatile is that? You're going to be able to do ironing on this. You can do cutting on it. You can do sewing on it. What else can you do on it, guys?
Oh, you can do a lot of stuff.
So many things.
Eat on it.
You could eat on it, as Kennedy said. So, I mean, there's so many things you could do. You know, Deb had showed one other time before, like you could even, if you had a party at your house, you could make a bar out of it.
You can make a big charcuterie board and put it on.
Yeah. So there's so many things that you can do. It's so versatile, but just think about it in your sewing room right now. If you all can vision your sewing room, having a table like that you could slide it over in the corner out of the way, and when you got ready to use it, just roll it out, put your machine on it, adjust the different heights, do all the different things on it, and then just push it out of the way when you got done. So that's what I love about it, is the versatility of it. And again, with the combination with that cutie frame, can y'all imagine having, if you've always wanted a long arm, think about that. Now you could buy the cutie frame along with this table, and any machine you have at home right now will fit on that cutie frame. And now you've turned that domestic machine into a long arm quilting machine. And if you put it with a combination with our table, now you have a height adjustment long arm machine to get it perfect height for you every single time. You could sit down, stand up. What a great combination. And we do have that combination. So if you go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, in the search bar at the top, just put in Stay Perfect Table, it'll take you to a landing page. It has both tables, the 2-tier, the single lift table, and it also has the combo packages that we have with the cutie frame. And we also have it a combo with the Jazz 2, the Baby Lock Jazz 2. We have an incredible package price. And the Jazz 2, as y'all know, has that 12-inch throat space. So it'd be a perfect machine to put on that if you haven't already got one. So a great package we have getting together today. And we hope that y'all take advantage of it. So, hey, let's bring Jane back into the show. And I got to get Jane's take on that exciting package and the exciting, doorbuster deal with the free iron for the first 10 people that buy. So is Jane around?
I'm right here. Dude, I mean, Blaine.
What do you think?
I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, you know what? I got to tell. Can I tell them the story you just text me, Jane? I'm gonna tell them anyway.
They were like, you're like, is Jane around? I'm like, no, I'm on the phone. But yeah, of
No,
course
you
you can
text
tell the
Jane,
story.
right before we got back. Jane texted me while Deb was doing her demo. She goes, "I want these tables." So Jane, we're going to have to get you some tables.
I love the tables. I love the tables. I especially love the mat. Are you kidding me right now? And I love the size. Okay. I get my measuring tape. I'm measuring things out in my studio where I think it's going to fit. How I'd like it to go. Like, this is what I'm doing when you're like, is Jane around? I'm over here at the measuring tape.
Well, this thing's huge too. It's if you think about it, it's 48 inches wide, 30 inches deep, and it's going to adjust from 27.6 all the way up to 47 inches. So it's a very, wide range of height, and it's a huge surface to work on.
Question from Belinda there, Blaine. Do you see it? Do we have to call to get the special or just on the website?
You have to call to get the special. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 and tell them you're calling about the doorbuster special with the electric lift table. And the first 10 people will get that free Singer iron thrown in with it. And so again, guys, great bundle to get today, especially with all the cutting mats that are coming with it, the wool ironing mat, and plus our SMP sewing mat. Great combination.
Come on, Blaine. I mean, it's like it's like a looking through a big thick book back in the day when you would put little you'd tag ears and put all the toys you wanted for Christmas. This is me with the show. I'm like, okay, this hour.
Well, we're trying to make this thing where, it's going to be very versatile to you. If you want to iron, guess what? You grab your ironing mat out, iron on it. If you want to cut, pull the cutting mat out and do some cutting. If you want to sew, pull your sewing mat out and sew on it, right?
I love that. And I might have missed this. Is there an area to store the mats?
Not on the table. You can usually just keep them on the table if you're not using them, and then just roll one up, and set it to the side for if you're cutting or whatever you want to do. But yeah, you're probably just going to keep them stored there. But yeah, you can just take them off when whatever you're using.
Right,
But
because you're either going to be cutting or you're going to be ironing or you're going to be placing or something like that. So you're going to have one of them on there.
Yeah, correct. And most people will probably have their machines on it with the sew mat, and then if they get ready to cut, I mean, it just depends. We've had customers that bought both. They bought the 2-tier and the single, and they use the 2-tier to do all their sewing, and they use the single table to do all their cutting and their ironing and everything else, and just kind of as an accessory to keep their hoops and fabric and different things on.
That's what I was thinking. You do the 2-tier for your sewing because that you can take apart as well, right? You can separate them.
Yeah, they're independent from each other and they lift independently. So you're basically the 2-tier, you're getting 2 complete tables.
Right. But I love that I love that for putting your machines on. You've got your sew mats, and then I like this big table for cutting and ironing. And yeah, that's great. With the ironing boards over there, I'd rather just be here and be able to hit it with the iron right away.
Yeah, and Deb kind of showed the versatility where, you could pull, if you had both sets, the 2-tier and the single, you could pull it up and put them together to where they're creating this one huge workspace. You could do ironing and cutting on one side. You could do your sewing on the 2-tier. So there's so many different combinations you could do between the two of them.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, so again, I love them in combo. I love, you have one or you have the other, but to be able to use them all together is really sort of probably what you were thinking when you were creating these.
Yes. And then the future ones coming will work with them as well. And, this single lift table is only $14.99, Jane. And you're getting this huge bundle that comes with it, including that iron. For the first 10 customers. So for $14.99, they're getting a bargain. And again, guys, we have, some financing available as well, that will probably help you out, get those low monthly payments. But you got to give us a call. If you want to be one of the first 10, you have to call to get that iron. And it's 800-401-8151.
Blaine, I love our friends on the chat because Christy says, I temporarily downsized my craft room to normal from huge. I'm going back to huge very soon. And this is what I think is fun, is because we all understand that we want the tables, we want the huge craft room, because it is what we do.
It is. And you know what you want to do to make I've learned this a long time ago with my hobby, is the things, if you buy tools that make your hobby easier, you're going to enjoy it that much more.
Yeah, you don't want it to be a struggle. You want to be able to do it with these. And again, I say this, I've always said this. It's the tools. You get the right tools for the job, you can get the job done. The job for us is fun to be creative, but when you can add in all these extra features, whether it's, the weightless quilter, or this amazing embroidery machine that goes super fast, or like a great serger that's the airflow, things like that just make it so much easier and more fun. You can be more creative and not worry about things that are not working, or you don't know how it works. So the table is all part of that. Ease of use, being able to iron. So I get it. We want it all. It costs money. We got to do it, but we'll get there, right?
Yep, we will. So anyway, guys, remind you one more time about this. This is the single lift electric table, height adjustable, all position table. Again, we have an incredible bundle. Put it with it together, $14.99. You're getting the entire bundle, and the first 10 customers that call in will also get that Singer iron absolutely free. It's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep nationwide. And we also have 0% interest financing to help you out if you need to put it in monthly payments. And if you order now, you will get it in time for Christmas, Jane.
Oh, wow. Then that's where I'll be eating my Christmas dinner, right there at the table.
Hey, you know what?
I get
Put a
silly.
tablecloth over it, and like Kennedy says, you can eat at it.
You can. Somebody also said woodworking is a good option for that. So, I mean, again, those tables are really versatile. Blaine, can you get the one table with the cutout by itself?
No, you have to buy the two-tier, come as a pair, the pair of them.
Somebody asked.
Yeah. It comes as a pair, and then the single is by itself.
That's very good. Well, they're amazing tables. I cannot wait to see what the big surprise is that you are teasing us with a little.
Well, I can tell you the one right now. I'll tell you the one it's coming next. We're calling it the serger table, and it's going to be a smaller size that has one leg under it that takes up hardly no room, but it has 4 casters for stability, but you can put smaller machines on, scanning cuts on it. You can put sergers on it, and it's going to be electric lift. So it's pretty awesome. That's coming out next. But the big surprise, we're not ready to release the details on it yet, but it's coming not in the not too distant future.
So in the new year.
Yes, hopefully we're going to have it ready to go and launch it on Quilt Fest. That's what our goal is right now in March.
Okay, very cool, very cool. I love the smaller size table, Blaine. That's great.
So we're trying to complete your entire sewing studio with our tables.
Yeah, well, you're doing it. Now, the next thing you need to do is come up with some really cool finished, cabinets that we can hang all of our fabrics in there and all of our things, so that we can close it up. The things on the walls, what I like, things on the wall.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, Jane, we're going to continue with the show, and I think we're going to have you back in here in just about 30 minutes.
Yep.
But next up, guys, we have Amber Bingham, and we're talking all about y'all's favorite embroidery machine, and this is the SWF 12 needle. And as y'all know, on our Cyber Monday show, Amber was sick, lost her voice, couldn't talk. So we thought, hey, she's going to be on, our Countdown to Christmas show. Everything's good to go. Got a call from Amber in a panic. One of her children is extremely sick, and so before her husband came home, she says, look, as soon as he gets here, I'll make y'all a quick video. And then, because we're going to probably have to take him to the doctor. That's what happened. She had to take him to the doctor, but she did get a video shot for us. So we're going to play the videotape she made today for this. And we apologize it's not live, but sometimes things happen. And so anyway, let's roll that tape with Amber. She's going to talk all about the 12 needle. And before we roll it real quick, I just want to tell y'all how we met Amber. Amber was a customer. She was an SMP customer. She had purchased a 10 needle from us. Then she got a 12 needle. She got a second 12 needle. She has purchased numerous machines from us because Amber, if y'all don't know, she has she does children's clothing. She sells them on Craftsy. She has a YouTube channel. And so that's kind of how we met. And I just love having her because she's so relatable, because she's one of you. She's a customer that shops with us, and she's so good at explaining things that you can relate to. That's why we use her on here. So we're going to roll that videotape, and then as soon as it's finished up, I'll come back and tell you all the specials about the SWF.
Hi everybody, sorry I could not be here in person with you guys, but I am here today and I'm going to be showing you guys the SWF 12 needle machine. I have 2 of these machines and I just wanted to go over some of the features that it has, also break down how many hoops it comes with, and just kind of an overall game of what this machine has to offer. So first off, I wanted to introduce myself if you guys don't already know me. My name is Amber Bingham and I am the owner of a shop called Bingham Bliss. Let's get started. I wanted to start today off by showing you guys all the amazing accessories this machine comes with. This machine comes with a total of 2 hoops per size, and I wanted to start off by showing you guys the smallest one that it comes with is a round 4.7-inch hoop, which is really amazing for t-shirt logos. Each hoop you get 2 of, so take that in mind, or keep that in mind. The next size hoop is this 5.9 round inch hoop, and this is also great for, again, logos, back of shirt, back of hat, small sized garments, bags, lunch boxes, backpacks, names, anything that you can get creative with, this little hoop is fantastic for. Moving on to our largest round hoop, which is a 7-inch. And again, I'm going to keep saying this machine comes with 2 of these. So 2 of every size that I'm showing you, you will be coming with the machine. So this is a 7-inch, which is pretty big. I mean, you can put a pretty big design on a shirt with this hoop. So that's a pretty good size for a round hoop. Moving on to our square hoop, this is a 9.4 by 9.4 inch hoop. And this is the size that I would use for any of my items in my shop. I do a lot of baby clothing, birthday shirts, blankets, stuff of that nature. So this would be amazing size for that. It fits pretty much anything in the children category. Also adult shirts, you can use, I've used this for many sweatshirts, adult shirts, any of that can fit into this size. It's pretty much as big as any design that I would want to put on my own shirt. So again, that's 9.4 by 9.4, and you get 2 of them. The largest hoop that this machine comes with is a 14 by 9, which is very large for a hoop. So again, 14 inches by 9 inches. You can do jackets with this one, you can do beach bags, you can do sweaters, pretty much anything that you can use your imagination and be creative with this giant hoop. So this is a really, really good size that comes with this machine. And again, you get 2 of them. So don't forget that. This machine also comes with the hat hoops. You do not have to purchase these separately, which is fantastic. You get, again, 2 cap hoops, 2 of these. You get 2 cap drivers, and you get the cap frame, which is a snap and play feature, which I'm going to demonstrate for you guys. If any of you guys are interested in hats, this machine is the machine for you. I have other machines, obviously, but the SWF 12 needle is absolutely fantastic for a hooping hat because, again, this hat frame literally clicks in place like butter, and it is just so fast to use. Okay, so before we move on, I do want to demonstrate how easily this hat frame or cap frame, whatever you call it, fits onto this machine without having to unscrew or take away any of the frame that's already existing on the machine. So this cap frame just clicks in place, and I'm going to show you guys right now how easily that is. I like to hold it because it does rotate, so you don't want to smash your fingers. So you can either hold it by the top of this. I like to put my hand underneath and grab it like that so it's nice and solid so it doesn't roll around on my fingers. With this particular frame, I have labeled with arrows which way it's supposed to go into the machine, because that's something that I struggled with when I first got the machine, was how do I get this cap frame on the actual machine? So I just labeled it so I wouldn't have to think about it again. So I'm going to show you guys right now just how easily it is to snap in place. It is kind of heavy, so you do want to be careful when you're putting this on, that just be aware of how heavy it is, which is a really great feature because it's solid and you know it's not going to break. So let's just go ahead and place it in here. So I have my arrows. You do want to put it underneath the arm, make sure it's nice and centered in there, and then you just see where your clips are and you just clip it in place. Just like that. So your cap frame is already on your machine, and it is as simple as that. So what I really like to talk about is how easily this goes on the machine and how easily it comes off of the machine. Because if you're anything like me and you like to just, if I had like a hat order to do and I do those, and then I want to do like a shirt or a blanket or anything like that's different, then it's just easy to snap on and off and just continue your workflow instead of having to take away pieces, screw pieces on, screw pieces off. It's just super simple, and again, you just snap it off. It comes off just like any other frame that your machine comes with. So simple, so easy. I could switch back and forth between my projects with just a snap. So that is how that is. And then I just wanted to show you again how easy it is to put back on here. You gotta get it lined up, snap it in place. The cap driver I have already set on my table. Hopefully you can see that. But it is on here. And again, your machine comes with 2 of these. So you have your cap driver, 2 of these, and a cap frame. So I don't have a cap on here right now, but I just wanted to show you guys how easily it is to snap this in place. You literally snap it, click these down, and if you had a hat on here, you would be ready to go. Stitch out your hat, and then if the hat is complete, all you do, lift these up, pull this back out, and voila, you're done. So I always keep my cap driver on my table. That way I can just load a hat, unload a hat. What's really great is that this machine comes with, again, 2 of every hoop. So you can hoop a hat while you're waiting on the other hat. And you can also hoop all your other projects with your other hoops while you're waiting on those if you run a small business or a big business, whichever the case may be. These hoops are awesome, super simple, super sturdy, just a really good option to have for your business if you do hats. So this machine I would highly recommend if you do hats. I did 2 other hoops that I wanted to talk to you guys about that do not come with the machine, but they are a great option in addition to the machine that you can purchase on Sewing Machines Plus website. So I use these actually pretty much on a day-to-day basis, and the first one I want to talk about is the Mighty hoops. These are a strong magnetic hoop. So I use these for my shirts. As you can see, I have a children's shirt hooped in here, and this is the 8x9 Mighty hoop. So I just want to show you how easily it is to hoop on here. I just grab the collar of my shirt, make sure it's going underneath the arm of the machine, and then you literally just snap it right in place. And that's that. So that is a super simple, really nice additional hoop that you can purchase for this machine. And again, everything just snaps in and snaps right out. So moving on to the next one is my Jerky Easy frames. I really, really love these. I use the Easy Peel and Stick from Sewing Machines Plus. If you guys haven't noticed, pretty much everything I get is on Sewing Machines Plus. And these are really great for anything you don't want to hoop. So I particularly use these for all of my baby blankets because I personalize names, birth dates, I do little messages on them. Whatever the case may be, these frames are awesome. You just slide right in and then you can move on to your next project. So they just click right in place, just like any other frame, and then you're ready to stitch out your project, whatever that may be. So there is that. Now, okay, so I do want to turn on the machine for you guys so you can get a close-up view of the screen. This is a very large screen. It is almost 10.5 inches wide. So I really enjoy that feature. It is one of my favorite features on this machine because all machines, not all machines, but most machines come with a screen, but they're just not as big as you would like them to be. So this one is very big. Again, almost 10.5 inches wide. It is a 12 needle machine, which means you can have 12 different colors of thread choices on your thread rack at all times. There is a feature in the machine where you can set your colors as well that I will show you guys, which is an awesome feature. If you like that choice, I personally do a lot of applique designs or embroidery for that matter. So I like to be able to just set my steps, and then I can just click on that color, click on that, click on it, and then it's so much easier than having to like look at your thread rack, figure out what color and number it goes to, and then put it in. So I'm going to show you that feature, really awesome. Again, I have 5 thread colors that I permanently keep on my machine at all times, on both of my machines actually. And then the other 7 color choices I kind of rotate out, so I don't set those ones. But it is the option that you have to set it or not set it. It is an LED lighting system, which is really nice. It makes it nice and clear, being able to see everything on the machine really nicely. Again, the largest embroidery field it has is 13 by 8. The largest hoop is 14 by 9, but again, your embroidery field is slightly off because you have to account for the actual frame. So 13 inches by 8 inches is your largest embroidery field, which is really big. This machine particularly does take a .dst format, and that is the only format it does allow the machine to take. So .dst is the format. And let's see, what else am I missing? Oh, it's 1,000 stitches per minute. But what I like to say is the machine can run up to 1,000 stitches per minute very easily. But I don't like to use it at its full capacity just because I would rather use it at a slower speed so I don't have any hiccups along the way. I have found that around 800 is my max speed that I like to use. I've found that I don't get thread breaks, I don't get any sort of mistakes like on my garments or my blankets when I use it at that speed. So again, personal preference, however fast you want to use it, but my particular speed is around 800, depending on the project I'm doing. Sometimes it can go lower, but I don't like to go over that threshold. So let's get into this. I'm going to turn the machine on so that we can go over the screen and get really up close so you guys can see all the different features and icons that this machine has to offer. All right, we have the machine up and running. So when you first turn on your machine, whatever design you previously had on it is going to show up. So this is a birthday shirt that I did for a little 2-year-old named Brooklyn. So this is the last one that I did before I turned the machine off. So again, I'm just going to go over what's on this panel when you first start up your machine. So obviously this is the design that I was doing. Your machine also comes with a nice little stylus, so I'm going to use that with it. All of these things on here are just information about your design that you're currently using. So starting with this little flower, this flower indicates how large my design is. So it's approximately 7 inches or 7 1/4 inches tall by almost 6 3/4 inches wide. So again, using my hoop, I would just compare the sizing to whatever hoop I would like to use for that. And this right here is your color choices. So it has 7 color changes. That indicates that. This one is your X and Y scales are down here. So I have this set at 95%, which I'll go over. You can change your X and Y scales. I don't recommend changing them more than 20% per design, so it doesn't mess with the stitching that you have digitized. So again, I kind of go up and down on each design depending on how it will fit into my hoop. These right here are your numbers, which means what color you chose for that particular step. So step 1 is going to be a color 5. Again, step 2 is going to be a color 5, step 3 is color 6, and step 4 would be color 7. And once you get to there, it'll move to the next ones if you have more than 4 steps in your project. I am a self-taught business owner, so everything that I'm telling you guys is stuff that I've just discovered on my own. I've taught myself what all the knowledge that I have is what I'm sharing with you guys right now. So if I skip over some of these, it's just because I simply don't really fully know what it means, and I don't want to give you guys the wrong information. So I believe this one is right here, how many stitches this actual design has. And this is how many stitches I've stitched out on my machine already, which is kind of a lot. This right here is rotating your needles so that you can choose what needle to start at or stop at. This is obviously self-explanatory. This is your cutting feature. So if you want to cut your threads, you can cut that. This feature right here where you see the O is something I use quite often. So you can move your design around using these arrows right here, or let's see this right here. If you click on that, you can use those arrows too. And anything that you click on any icon on the screen, you just re-click it and it disappears just like that. So again, this O right here, if I moved my design, but I'm like, oh, I don't want it in that position anymore, I messed up, or what the case may be, you just simply hit this icon right here and it'll start it back at the original spot you started at. And this one right here, I believe is just pulling the needles up and down so you can see exactly where it's going to stitch out on. And again, this is just the panel showing you can use your arrows up and down and left and right to move your design around. This down here is my speed. So again, 800 is what I had it at. You can simply use these arrows to go up in speed by 10 increments or down in speed by 10 increments. So up and down however you would like. So that is kind of a breakdown of what this machine has to offer on the home page. Another thing I wanted to point out is the speed. So you can either choose this speed button right here, you can click it, and if you look up here in this little corner, you can see it changing from medium, high, low. I recommend keeping it medium. It's just it's not too slow, it's not too fast, but if you do need to get that very intricate spot, you would like to use low, and you can move it very, very slowly. Again, you have another scissor feature over here if you like to use buttons or if you'd like to use the screen, whatever your personal preference is, that's what you can do. Okay, so moving along, I'm going to show you guys what these icons are down here. So the first one is your design folder. So all of these designs are designs that I've actually saved in my computer so that I don't have to resave them. So say I wanted to make this shirt right here in my already saved category, you just click it and then you're going to hit the check mark because that means you want to use that design. If I wanted to load that design, I would just click load. But if I want to save it completely to my machine, you would hit save and load. I don't typically do that because, again, I run a small business with personalized items. So typically what I like to do is just load it. That way I can just stitch that shirt out and be done with it. So all you would do is click that button and now you have your next design up and ready to go. And then again, all of the other features that I just went over, stitch count, I would need to set my colors because those aren't set. It just automatically sets it to 1 if you don't change your color. My speed, my X and Y scales, which I didn't touch, which I normally do make them between 90 and 100% depending on the design. So I'd have to go in and change that, which I will show you next. And that is actually in this settings tab, which is the second step I always do when I load a shirt. So this is your settings where you can mirror your image if you want to. You can change your X and Y scales. I never mess with any of this stuff because it's never had an issue and I've just never messed with it. The only thing I ever do is change my X and Y scale, which if you don't know what it means when I say changing your X and Y scales percentage wise, that is just making your image or design bigger or smaller. So if I wanted to make it smaller because it doesn't quite fit in my hoop and I don't want to hit my hoop, I would change it down. So say I want to change it to 90%. You always have to click OK or it won't change it. So say I click that and I hit 90% and then I move down. It doesn't change it because I didn't click OK. So you want to always hit OK. Now you'll see that you changed it because it turns blue. You're going to hit close and it recalibrates it automatically for you to change the design to 90%. And you can see right here where it changed it from 100% to 90%. Going back into that tab, down here is where you can find multiple other tabs like backstitch. You can change your trim. These are just all features that all the ones in blue are ones that I've changed to associate with the projects that I do. So you're going to have to figure that out by messing and practicing on sample items, just trying to figure out like the picker, it was off on me, so I changed it to 2250 and it just seemed to work like that. So these are just different features that you can change. I didn't change any of this. This just automatically was set on the machine when I got it. I did change those. That is, so all of this is your settings tabs. The next tab would be your needle. So your needle meaning how many color changes you have and what colors you want to do. And also in this tab is where you can set your colors, which I talked about earlier. So these are your steps. So step 1, step 2, and down however many steps your project is. And then the next tab over would mean step 1 and then whatever color you want. So whatever needle number. So say I wanted it to be red. I would just choose my red. It automatically changes it to 9 because that's the color I want to use. So 12, 11, 10, 9, and 8, those are my primary colors that I use every day that I've permanently set into my machine, and I'll show you how I did that. So let's say I want number 1 to be, I'm just going to choose a very bold color that you guys can see, so I'm just going to do red again. So say I want number 1 to be permanently set at red. You would literally just go down to this color tab right here, and I'm on red right now. I want to change, but again, you can change it to whatever color you want. At least get a visual close-up color of what you're actually using, because you can't exactly, I don't think, as far as I know, you can't put the exact color in for whatever thread you're using. So I would just then click on number 1 and see how it changed it to red. So this is just the machine's, code for that red color. So it changed number 1 to red. Now what you have to do is hit save. It's going to ask you if you want to save this color as the color you chose. And I'm going to hit OK. Now you can see my number 1 changed to red. So again, you can do that to every single needle number if you wanted to. Moving on. Another feature on this particular icon that I wanted to mention was, say you're doing an applique project and you needed to stop at step number 2, 3, 4, and 5. You have to put in your color choices, so I'm just going to put in random colors for these. But say you wanted to stop, you have to put the stops in on this machine. But this particular machine, the stop feature is down here. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's red and it has an S. So that means it's going to stitch out number 2 and stop. And then I want to do the same thing on 3, same thing on 4, and so on and so forth. Say I wanted to stop at 8. So those indicate right here what stops you have in your particular project. So super simple. That's one step that I couldn't really figure out in the beginning. I'm like, why isn't it stopping? So that is why you have to put your stops in. Okay, excuse me if I'm talking really fast. I just don't have that much time to show you guys all the features this machine has. This is just a very basic introductory to the machine. Frame icon. This is the frame that I have chosen. So this is where my design is placed on my machine. And I know on this particular design that I like it to be up a little bit higher on the neck. So I'm just using these arrows. Again, you can also use these arrows. The speed is on medium. You can see right here. I can change it to high or low if I want. and say that is where I wanted it and I want to trace it. You have the option to either trace it or outline it. Outlining it would show you exactly where the grooves are on the machine or where the design would stitch out. Tracing it is just a square or rectangle around your design as close as it can get to it. So say I wanted to trace this, I would just go hit play. Don't be alarmed when these warnings come up. It just does that so that you know what you're doing on your next step. Would you like to start the trace? If I hit OK, which means my project is hooped, set on the machine and ready to go, and I want to trace it. So I'm going to hit OK. Now the machine is imagining my shirt is on there and tracing it for me. It does have a laser light, which is really nice, but you can see exactly where the design is going. Say that that is good. I would then hit close. If it's not good, it's going to hit my hoop. Again, you just make sure you're just using your arrows to try to figure out what position you want your design to be set at. Moving on really quickly, float, and your float button simply just gives you the option to go back steps if a thread breaks, or go forward steps if you wanted to move to a different step, anything like that. But you have to see up here on this plus sign, so you can click it and it'll go back to minus. I could not figure that out for the life of me, so if you have that issue, that's what you have to do. If you want to go forward steps, if you want to go back steps. So it is on gray, which means I haven't even started this project, so it's not going to let me go back steps, because this is how many stitches this particular design has. I haven't stitched anything out yet, so this will show you right here how many stitches you've stitched out. So say I want to go forward 1,000 stitches. Now it's going to move it and you'll be able to see on here where it's at. And what I really, really like about this also is that whatever color you have chosen for your design, it's going to show up that thread color on whatever step you're on. So say this was all the red color, all of this is going to be stitched out in red. So you can clearly see what you've stitched out so far. And then if, again, I went forward 1,000 stitches, so that's saying 1,000, and that's just the total amount that my design has. So that is that icon, super simple and self-explanatory. And then these other icons down here are basically just the maintenance on your machine, your system, all this other stuff that you can set, your language, your time, basic stuff that any other machine would have. There is a feature on here that you can use that you can just draw on the screen and it digitizes it and stitches it out for you right then and there, which is this Smart Stitch feature on here. So you can literally pick your color. I'm going to use red because it's super bright. Say I wanted to draw a heart. But as soon as you pick your pen up, or your stylus, whatever you're using, that counts as one step. So even doing a simple heart would be 2 steps, because I would make the one loop and then the next loop. But you always have to click on your color again and then make your next step. So that would be 2 steps of a embroidery stitch out, is what I guess we call it. So if you wanted to do that, you would just hit this arrow over here, and then it's going to show you exactly where it's placed on your hoop. Don't be alarmed by the X. It just means yes, that's what you want. Now my design shows up over here, and I want to load that, and I want to stitch that out. It's saying it's 2 steps right here. And then you want, say I want to set my colors. You see right here, there's 2 steps, and I have them both as red. You can choose whatever color you want on here. That's basically how you can stitch that out. Let's see, I'm going to go back here. The other option you have on this feature is uploading a photo. So if I had my disc in here with a photo, so you just upload your photo, whatever that may be, and then you're going to choose you're going to click it, it's going to show up. Basically the same exact thing as the heart, except for it is going to be a picture. So I believe you can do a PNG or a JPEG. I haven't actually used that feature yet, so again, mess with it, play with it, do whatever it is. This machine has so much to offer you guys. I can go on for hours and hours and hours on this machine, but I don't have that much time. So I'm going to give it back to Blaine. there's any questions, let me know. I hope that you guys really enjoyed this tutorial, and I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person with you guys.
Well, thanks, Amber. Man, I sure appreciate you making that video, and I know that I hope we're saying our thoughts and prayers are with you and your son, and hope that y'all recover and get better. So anyway, guys, we are going to move on and talk a little bit about this SWF. And guys, I'm telling you, this is one of the greatest embroidery machines out there. This thing is so awesome, and it comes with so many things for the price. This, for under $10,000, this is $9,999 for this, and you're getting so many things. First of all, you're getting the stand. You're getting the stand that comes with it absolutely free. You're getting the cap equipment. That cap driver with 2 frames comes with it free. And then one of the things that I absolutely love about this, you know, most people when they embroidery, they always never have enough hoops, and you know, for it. This thing, you have 5 different sizes of hoops, and we're going to give you 2 of each size. So that's a total of 10 hoops you're getting with this. So it has a huge package of hoops that come with it. And then so with the 10 that you're getting of those 5 sizes, plus the 2 cap frames you're getting with that driver, you're getting a total of 12 frames with this. And for that price, guys, that is unheard of. It has a high-speed operation of 1,000 stitches per minute. And you heard, you know, Amber has told me many times she likes to run at about that 800 stitches per minute range, but it'll go all the way up to 1,000 stitches per minute. It has the automatic thread trimming. It has that huge LCD screen. It's almost like watching TV right there that you can do all your programming on. It's compact size, very easy to use. And guys, this thing only weighs 85 pounds. For a 12 needle, 85 pounds is extremely light. So you will have to have a couple people to get this up on the stand. It will be shipped freight to you. It doesn't come like regular UPS or FedEx. It actually comes in a freight truck because of the size. Again, it has the freehand function. And what that means, you saw Amber had that heart. Well, what you can do with the stylus, if you're an artist, you can come on and create your own artwork and on the screen itself. You can draw on that screen, it'll digitize it, and then you can stitch that out right onto a garment. So think about if you had a small child or grandkids or anybody, you could take their hand and put it on the screen, trace the screen, and then digitize it, and now you've got their handprint you can embroidery out. The other great thing is it has the photo stitch, meaning you can bring in a photo and digitize it right in the screen and then embroidery it out. So it's got some really cool, unique functions that most embroidery machines on the market, you have to have additional software to do. Again, let me tell you the hoop sizes on this thing. You're going to get a 12 by a round hoop. You're getting a 12-inch, a 15-inch, and an 18-inch. I mean, a centimeter. You're getting a 12 centimeter, 15 centimeter, 18 centimeter, which equates to a 4.7-inch round hoop, a 5.9-inch round hoop, and a 7-inch round hoop. And then you're going to get some square hoops. You're getting a 24 by 24 centimeter, a 35 by 22 centimeter, which is a 9-inch by 4 or 9.4-inch by 9.4-inch. And then you're getting that big 14-inch by 9-inch. You're getting 2 of each one of those sizes for a total of 10 hoops in 5 sizes. And then you're getting those 2 cap frames. Again, the cap driver and the stand by itself is, you know, a $1,500 value. We're throwing absolutely in for free. Free shipping right to your doorstep, guys. And we do have 0% interest financing available for you as well. And again, the large sewing field on this is a 13 by 8. So it has a 13 by 8-inch embroidery sewing field on it. So it's extremely large. And guys, I can't say enough about this. It's there's so many features on this. I would just welcome you to go type in, SMP TV, SMPlive.tv. I'll get it here in a minute. SMPlive.tv. You can click on that product. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. Or if you're just on our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can just type in SWF in the search bar. It'll take you to the page. It shows the 12 needle and the 15 needle. We also have a 15 needle version of this as well. And it's just a little bit bigger machine, and it's more of a commercial type machine instead of this is made specially for the home user. So again, guys, a great offering today from SWF. give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right. So we're going to move on. Let's bring Jane back in.
Hello, Blaine.
So Jane, we are moving right along and we're wrapping this thing up and coming to the end of the day again. And the next thing that we've got coming up, we launched this, I think on Cyber Monday, but it's all about those Hotronix heat presses.
I love this.
And people don't realize how important a heat press is if you're in the sublimation business. As a matter of fact, I don't know if anybody noticed this when Amber was doing her video just a while ago in the background in her sewing room. I'm sure everybody was looking at all the stuff she had. She had a Hotronix hat press sitting back there. And I was looking for her heat press because Amber she bought a hat press from us and just bought a heat press. And I didn't see her heat press anymore, but I saw the hat press.
I saw the hat press in the back. I was more focused on her demo, but I love this Hotronix. It's just such a great machine. And we did do it at Cyber Monday and it just makes so much sense.
Yeah. And you know what's nice about these things, and they're going to go over, we got a video from the manufacturer. Amber was actually going to demonstrate these as well. And she could, naturally, she had to tend to her child, but, she didn't have time to make a video for the SWF and the Hotronix. So basically what we're doing is we're going to show the manufacturer's, video that we have from them. And again, the guys do a very good job explaining what the features are on the heat press and the hat press and what separates them from all the other hat presses out there. There's so many unique things about it, but we're going to roll that video. I think, how long is it, Kennedy? So it's about a 5-minute video of the heat press. We're going to show the heat press first, and we'll tell you a little bit about that, and then we'll come back and show the hat press and tell you a little bit about that, and then Jane and I will wrap this thing up. All right, let's roll that video, Kennedy.
As a heat printing decorator, you know that you are called to print on a lot more than t-shirts, so you need a press that gives you versatility and dependability. The Hotronix Fusion IQ is the most versatile heat press in its class, and it's been the first choice in heat presses since it was introduced in 2010. The Hotronix Fusion IQ is a solid press with cast aluminum frame, and because you have the option of swing away or draw functionality, the Fusion IQ provides you with full access to a heat-free workspace, making layout comfortable for the operator. Built-in threadability also allows you to easily load a shirt by opening it and sliding it over the lower platen so that you're working with one layer of fabric. The lower platen also features a quick change latch. This provides you with the ability to easily change the 16x20 platen to one that's best suited for the item being pressed, eliminating potential pressure issues caused by raised areas like seams and buttons. With the right platen and the right loading technique, you can heat print practically any item. This will equip you to be able to handle more types of jobs and open up opportunities for your business to make more money. The Fusion IQ offers smart technology, giving you more options, better production management, easier operation, and valuable insights about your heat printing business through the Fusion IQ online portal. All of this is possible through a new and improved control panel. Let's take a closer look at this new panel. The Fusion IQ panel is a large, high-resolution display with excellent responsiveness. Heat transfer material settings are just a tap away. The Fusion IQ is pre-programmed with the correct application for the most popular heat transfer vinyl and heat transfers, taking the guesswork out of the process. By selecting this icon, the list of programmed applications will appear, and with a simple tap, the press will adjust to those settings. The status bar will display the name of the selected product and the time required to achieve the application temperature. For any successful application, the correct time, temperature, and pressure are required. The Fusion IQ takes the guesswork out of that also. After selecting the application from the pre-programmed list, you will see the time, temperature, and pressure displayed. To see what the optimum pressure setting should be for the selected application, press and hold the product name on the display screen. The recommended pressure setting will appear. You can now adjust your pressure setting to match that number. If the pressure setting is too high or too low, the pressure display appears in yellow as a warning, alerting you to continue to make adjustments until the press is within acceptable range. Should you use an application setting more than another, you can mark that setting as a favorite. which will move it to the top of the list for quick and easy access. Additionally, you can add your own library of presets, add operator profiles, set the machine to turn on and off automatically by day of the week, and even program your own power save mode. Perhaps the biggest innovation on the Fusion IQ is its Wi-Fi connectivity. Use Wi-Fi to register your heat press and open up a whole new world of insights to your heat printing business. Whether a small shop or high-volume production facility, the connected Fusion IQ online portal will benefit you. With easy-to-run reports based around the heat press performance and operator efficiency, you'll have greater control over your production. Consider the following reports. Impressions by operator. Active versus idle time to ensure the machine is working for your business when it's on. Exceptions where the heat application preset wasn't followed. You'll have the ability to update and group reports by any timeline, including by hour, day, month, or year. If you have multiple machines or operators, you can combine them into a single view for unprecedented insights. Hotronix has a rich history of innovation, and now you're fully connected with an always up-to-date machine. Whether that's a firmware update or additional functionality in the IQ portal, you'll have quick and easy access. Hotronix leads the industry in warranty and support as well, and this takes that to a new level. Should an issue arise, the Fusion IQ control board has a built-in troubleshooting system allowing for self-diagnosis. The status bar will display error messages, reducing guesswork and tech support phone time. So as you've seen, the Hotronix Fusion IQ is smarter than any other heat press. Add to that its accuracy, dependability, and versatility with what you can load and print, and you have the next big thing in heat printing. This machine will power your business to the.
All right, guys, there's our video of the Hotronix heat press. And again, guys, we have a full line of heat presses. The one he demonstrated now, that is called the Hotronix Fusion IQ heat press. And guys, this is if you've got a great, business that you're doing, like Amber, good example, she does a lot of sublimations and things. It sells on Etsy. Again, guys, this is a great one. This is a call-in special on this. $25.75 is a normal retail price. You have to call in to get the special price on this one. But guys, we have even some starter heat presses that are just around, a little under $400 that you can get as well. But these are great heat presses. The brand, they're Stalls who makes these. They're made here in America. And guys, they stand behind it 100%. Greatest warranty in the industry. And again, these have optional platings that you can get for different applications that you can put on here. And it automatically, as you saw in the video, you set the timer, it automatically releases for you. So you don't have to sit there and babysit the heat when it's, you're using it. But again, guys, give us a call right now if you have any questions about any of the Hotronix, you can go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar at the top, just type in Hotronix. It'll take you to the category page, and you can see all the Hotronix products there and see if there's one that fits your needs. And then next up, we're going to show the video of the hat press. Now, this hat press, I don't know if y'all saw it. Tell me in the comments if you did see the hat press in Amber's video in the background, because it was to the right of all her sewing room down there at the end. I noticed it. But we're going to show that video, and it talks all about the hat press, and then we'll come back and tell you a little bit about it.
Hey everybody, it's Josh Ellsworth with Stalls, and today I'm beside our new heat press, the Hotronix 360 IQ hat press. The beauty of this machine is it finally allows you to decorate headwear with some of the trending dimensional logos without leaving a crease mark. The reason why is it heats the hat from the inside out. It's a top and bottom heat application that's completed on this press, and that allows you to do all sorts of different types of hats with all sorts of different types of new transfer technologies, dimensional logos. So it makes your life a lot easier. So today I have 9 sample hats that were sent in from Sanmar, which is a supplier of blank headwear. And they sent me these samples for free because I wanted to experiment with our new press, do this training video, and also work with our flex style transfers, also some embroidered emblems to talk to you about different products that you may want to experiment with and use on headwear once you get started. So if you own this press already, thanks for your purchase. If you're on the pre-order list, we'll be getting your machine out soon. And we're excited to say that this has already won the Product of the Year award for the heat press accessories category at the Printing United show that just happened last month. So without further ado, let's jump in and do some experimentation on how this press works. So this press is equipped with our Fusion IQ control board, which basically means that it's touchscreen and there's 2 heat settings. The top heat setting is reflected on top of the line here. I have the top heat set at 280 degrees, so it'll vary within a few degrees from the 280 degrees. The bottom heat, the lower platen, I have set at 321 degrees. So that's the hotter heat. I'm going to heat press from the inside out to really reach the melting point of these dimensional logos. You can also program your seconds. In this case, I have it on 20 seconds, and you can save your presets into the control board. This control board will do a lot of fancy things like track applications, how many times you lock the press down, how often it's engaged to the cloud. It'll really give you a lot of production analytics if you plan to ramp up and do a lot with the machine. So the very basics, I'm just going to take one of these sample styles is, of course, you want to remove the cardboard from the hat. Loading the machine, here's a tip that was taught to me when I got the training on it, is you want to grab the hat from the 2 sides of the bill. You'll notice the very wide opening, so there's a lot of room to get the hat underneath without burning your knuckles, and come in from the side to load the machine. You can see how easy that is. I like to play a game and try not to touch the hat on the other areas of the press at all. You load it on, and I'm bringing this seam that's at the very top of the bill, and I'm trying to bring that seam right over the lip of the lower platen. Now, something you'll notice here is this is a silicone molded platen that it's only one platen. It's hot. It's warmed up to 320 degrees. It will press any style of hat, so there's no interchangeable attachments anymore. One platen does the job for all the hats we're going to press today. So we're going to load that down. I always like to bring a hand in here and hold it flush to make sure you got the print area flush. And then there's a hold down device on this side of the machine that basically locks and holds the cap into place. And so now it's hands-free for your placement of your graphics. So we have our cap completely in place, and we're ready to position our logo. Now I'll go into more detail about the logo shortly. This is a flex style transfer. It's a dimensional heat transfer that's sold by Stalls. I'm going to position that into place onto the hat. Has a little bit of a tacky backing, but I like to keep some thermal tape nearby to tape it into place so it doesn't slide. So I'm just going to string a piece of tape across to kind of hold it into place. You can pre-tape your logos if you like off of the press because there's no preheat step required. But tape your logo into place, and then you're going to cover the logo with the pad. Pre-taping is a better idea. Once it starts to warm up, it starts to release the tape a bit. But I'm just going to get it to hold there for a second, and then I'm going to cover the logo with my pad. Now, you have 3 different sizes of pads, and this is an important step that come in the box. You have basically a thin, a medium, and a thick. And basically, you want to select the pad that matches the thickness of your logo. While Flex Style is a dimensional product, the thin pad is going to work for that application and the different applications we're going to today. As we start to release products like 3D embroidery that can be just heat applied, you'll start moving to the thicker pads. Once you have this into place, you're going to lock the press down. Very simple application. You'll feel it engage. I'm at a 3 pressure. Very light pressure needed for these applications, and it's going to count down for the 20 seconds. And this machine has an automatic opening. So I always tell people 20 seconds, you can really operate 2 machines with 1 operator. Once the press opens up, the pad will fall out of place. I'm going to unlock the hold down device, and I'm going to remove the hat off of the side and leave the hold down device open. Now, keep in mind, you've warmed this up at 320 degrees for 20 seconds. This, what's called a fused buckram, which is the hard part of these structured hats, that's warm. So the last thing you want to do is bend it or rotate the hat around and lock it down because that'll leave a mark on that part. So I like to pull it off, and then you're going to grab the edge of your logo, and the tape will just pull off with it, and then you're going to release it. And what you see here is even on this acrylic cap, you see no crease mark. And what I mean is no nasty mark that you usually see with heat printed headwear. And you're able to do these dimensional logos. Some companies brand this as liquid embroidery, apply it directly over the seam, and hit any print location on this cap. And so that's really where the 360 name comes into place. I'll show you briefly but there's so much room underneath this platen that it will allow you to load the hat and hit a side print location. So very easy to position, use the hold down device, hit a side print location. Also very easy to brand the back of the hat. So again, you're just going to position into place, hold it down, lock the hold down device, and be able to position whatever design you want on the back of the cap. So you can print 360 degrees around any location of the cap to bring in additional profit. So for the Florida Basketball Championships, I could do some live customization and drop in a player's number, initials, whatever it may be. So lots of revenue opportunity there. Let's load another hat style. Let's go with something that's unstructured like this. And this is like a performance fabric. So not only can you do like acrylic structured caps and not leave a heat press mark, but you can do some of these performance fabric caps. So again, I'm going to grab it and slide it in. Some of these hats are tough to lock down with the hold down device. So I'm just going to flatten it out and hold it into place. The hold down device actually slipped through the back of the cap, but that's okay. It's positioned into place. It's not going to move on me. I'm going to take my flex style design, which says no limit, so more of a corporate branding opportunity. Position it. Again, covering it with the cover pad and then locking the machine down for the full application. The application is the same for this thin pad for these dimensional logos. It's 280 on top, 320 on bottom, 20 seconds, and then you're off and going. So what I would recommend doing is while this machine's locked down, you could be on the side getting your next hat ready to go, taping the logo down into place. That way when you bring it onto the press, it's ready to heat apply. So this is an embroidered emblem. We'll heat apply one of these here in a second. So this is complete. Again, I'm going to remove the pad. I'm going to carefully remove the hat from the press. Let it cool down, and then I'm going to peel the backing off once it's completely cool. So two completely different sizes of hats, something that's a low profile, something that's higher crown and structured directly over the seam on this one. There wasn't a seam to go across on this one, but you can do all of these styles. Let's load a trucker cap because I think those are pretty popular still. Some information on the sweatband. If you can get the sweatband out easily, that's the recommendation, but sometimes the sweatbands are a little tough to deal with. So I always say test the hat. If you can get the sweatband out before you load it, that's always preferable, so that won't create a pressure issue on your application. But if you're unable to get rid of it, then usually it's okay to stay in there as well. It's not like the hat's going to be laundered or cause any major challenges there. In this case, I'm going to do another of the flex style logos, position it into place. Cover it and apply. You got to wait for the magnet to engage with the pressure to make sure it's locked down into place. While that's pressing, pulling the back off of my other hat. This could be peeled like way later in the process, doesn't really matter. And you can see no markings, perfect application every time. Oh, this one kind of wants to peel, but that's okay. When I say peel, I meant the backing off of the transfer. Really, the product can be peeled warm. I just like to get it off of the heated lower platen before I peel it, because keep in mind, this adhesive underneath this emblem is still warm. And so when it's hot and it's melted on the press, you don't want to peel on the press because that could start to lift your emblem. It's always best to pull it off the press, let the adhesive set just for a little bit. And depending on your transfer, you can peel your backing and have a nice completed look. So let's keep moving through some different styles. Talk about some different tips. I think that's the thing, is you don't have to be limited on the style. Let's go with embroidered emblem. I have a nice one over here that this is actual direct embroidery. It's just made in an emblem, and the emblem has adhesive on back. So this is one of those products that's coming soon from Stahls. And again, remove the cardboard. This is a flex fit, one size fits all cap. That's sweatband stuff to deal with, so I'm just going to leave it in there. Pull the cap into place. Try not to block the camera, but I'm holding the cap into place. making sure it's flush, and then locking the hold down device down. Do any sort of minor adjustments there. And then I can position my design. The main thing is you have this little lip, and so you want to make sure you don't pull the hat too far forward to where your emblem is like laying on top of that lip, because that's a zero pressure area. So really the bill should be resting right in that lip, so you have a nice full print area for your design. Naturally, it starts to taper off on this top part, and so you don't want to stretch your design too large and stretch the limits here. So try to keep it within the pressure area on the cap, position into place. And again, on the embroidered emblems, depending on the thickness of the embroidery, you can usually use the thin pad like I'm using here. Try it with the way the pad curves after you press it so many times. And lock it into place. We heard it click there. 20 seconds, and we're good to go. Hopefully I grabbed the right emblem. That looks like this one actually doesn't have the adhesive on it. So let me check. This is, again, why we're testing and going through stuff here. So I'm going to give that another shot, and I'm just going to increase the dwell time. That's the nice thing here. And of course, this is one of those products that we're going to be launching soon. I want to give you a preview of it. I'm going to increase the dwell time closer to 40 seconds, which still should have no scorch impact on the hat because of the pad and everything that I have here. So let's try it at 40 seconds, see if we get a better result. I know when I recently experimented with one of these at a trade show in Dallas, we used the 3D embroidery product, which is super thick. I ended up having to take it with the thicker pad up to a full 60 to 75 second dwell time. So it'll vary depending on the thickness of your logo. But if you haven't reached the melting point of that adhesive, being able to experiment and test and heat and reheat is not an issue. Once you get the perfect recipe for the product, it'll stick and it'll stay. But sometimes a little experimentation, which is what you're getting a picture of here, helps. So I'm guessing that there is no adhesive on this sample. I had somebody send me the hats, and I have somebody send me all of the sample logos. I'm going to take just another embroidered emblem and try the same thing at my same settings to see if I get a better result. I'm guessing that they actually forgot. I can actually feel there's heat activated adhesive there. It's melting and holding to the hat. So hold it there for a second, gets it to hold in place, which is a nice little tip. And let's try that back at our original 20. We'll do 25-second setting. So some of the benefits of doing embroidered emblems versus direct embroidery, of course, is the time savings. Also, if you're running a shop, you really don't have to have the equipment investment or the skilled labor to be able to do this. It's very simple to position and press to get your completed result. So yeah, much better. So helps when there's adhesive on the product that you're using to heat apply with. Nice finish result. You can see no scorching even after I press this hat. About 80 seconds altogether from the 3 different applications. But that's the magic of this press, and how it works is you're not going to get the crease marks as long as you're loading it appropriately with the tips we've shown you and using the special pad cover sheet. I've been dying to see this one because I love the metallic look, especially on darker color hats. So this is one of the popular 5950 hats. It's a new era style snapback. Load it into place, lock it down. You can see we can even have free floating text with the flex style. Position cover, and then we'll lock it down. I'm going to bring it down just to the 20 seconds rather than the 25. can print. So tell you about a mistake I made while this is finishing the application. At the show, I pressed the front of the hat and I immediately rotated the hat to be able to print the back. And I locked down the hold down device on the front of the hat while it was still warm right after it completed the application. And what that did is it actually left a mark from this wire structure that holds down the cap. And it permanently left a mark where this was fused because that was hot when I did that. So if you're printing multiple locations on the hat, I always recommend you print the front last, or you let the hat cool and, you know, print all the fronts and then come back and print all the sides or the backs or whatever it may be, or just wait to print the front last on any given hat. It looks really good. I like the way the metallic jumps off of these hats. So regardless of the style of hat, there's an option. Now, one more product, and I'm going to take my risk and hope there's adhesive on this product too, but another development product that we'll be coming out with are these laser etched patches. And so these are really popular in the headwear category. So those will be available soon from Stahls as well. So looking forward to that. Just a ton of different products to feed your new cat press. The price of the press, by the way, is $1,295. I'm just going to throw this onto this beanie toboggan product. I think that's another great use for the press, because when you start to heat press these types of items, they tend to want to scorch as well. So being able to do that, cover them with the pad to protect them from the heat and heat them from the top and the bottom is a good idea. I'm going to increase this one to the same 25 seconds that I used on my last embroidered emblem, and we'll use that as our test. And again, the challenge is to start like picking this and trying to peel it up as soon as you press. You really want to let any of these heat applied products sit for 24 hours before you start taking the fingernails to them to try to see if they peel off of the hat. I've had really good success. The nice thing is there's not a whole lot of people that are washing their hats 50 times. Most of these products are lab certified for 50 washes. So you can feel confident that they will stick and that they will stay on your headwear products. And so we have a completed result there. Looks really nice on that particular item. So one last hat and then we'll conclude. What do you think, Joe? Bucket hat or this low profile hat? Bucket, he says. So we're going to load the bucket hat on, try something different. We're just trying to stretch the limits of what we can create here. Toughest part of this is actually knowing where the center is after you load it. So making sure my seams are, I'm feeling on the sides. Try the hold down device. Yeah, works well. Again, all the products were graciously donated from Sanmar. So they have a nice selection of blank headwear. Going to position the team logo into place. Cover it and heat apply. Almost seems too easy. So you will make some mistakes. I've watched, I've personally made some mistakes even in this video. I've seen other sales folks on our team operate the press and make the mistakes. So some of the mistakes is centering your graphic becomes challenging. That's why I recommend, especially on your 5-panel caps, the ones without a centering seam, to do your alignment off of the press. I also recommend the loading is one of the most challenging things that people tend to mess up on. So when you're loading, just the concept, and it looks really good, is being able to bring your hat and load it from the side will make your life a lot easier. There's no risk. That way, pull the hat flush into place, support the hat, and then lock down the device, making sure you have this bill as tight down on this lip as you can, and also making sure you use the pads which come with the press and will be resold as supplies from Stahls. You use the pad that's the thickness of your dimensional logo you want to apply. I find the thinner pad works for, well, we used it on everything we've completed here today. So very nice machine, very easy to use. For $1,295, you get a machine that can do everything that's trending in headwear, and I think it'll be a nice new revenue stream for your business. So hopefully if you've purchased the press, this training has helped you. You've learned from some of my mistakes, And if you're thinking of purchasing the press, hopefully you have some ideas now on exactly what the machine can do. Thanks for.
All right, guys, we hope you enjoyed the hat press. And again, guys, go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Just up in the search bar, you can type in Hotronix. It'll take you to the category page. You can see all the different heat presses that we are selling and carrying from stalls in Hotronix. And we've got a big variety of a lot of different ones, multiple hat presses as well, and the just regular heat presses. All of them are on our Countdown to Christmas special. So you do have to call in to get the special pricing. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by and they can answer your questions about that and get one shipped out to you. Again, guys, these are free shipping nationwide to your house as well. And we do offer some 0% interest financing to help you out on those payments. All right, guys, let's bring Jane back to the show.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
I want to end the show back like where I started, just like you.
There you go. Got your Santa Claus outfit.
I know.
on.
I took it right off of here.
Oh, you took it off your mannequin. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, good. So I still got Michelle still in here in her little Santa Claus outfit.
Her outfit is so cute.
Yeah. You got to come back in Michelle, and come show everybody your outfit again in case y'all missed it. So it was so funny. We went and picked up some gifts at Kohl's that kind of got shipped there, and we were walking, and that just immediately drew my attention. And I said, "Oh, I'm getting that. You're wearing that."
You're just like, that's it. So cute. Well, you have to move the plant right there. Move the white poinsettia so we can see Michelle. Thank you. There
So
you go. How cute is that?
Oh yeah, it's a great outfit. It looks, we match now. So
yeah,
she told me, she goes, after the show today, we need to go somewhere to eat and just stay dressed like this.
I totally agree, Michelle. I was like, you guys, I hope you're going to a party or you're going somewhere. You got to stay like that.
Yeah, it'd be funny. So, hey, I think it's time to give some stuff away. What do you think?
I think it's time to spin the wheel. It's like about time. We need it.
It is. So, you know what we're going to do? First of all, let's give away one of those Singer irons that we had today, the pink and gray iron. We're going to give that away. So, is everybody ready? I want everybody it's watching out there to say it with us this time. Let's all get together. See if we can do it one time together, okay? And here's what we're going to do. It's got to be Kennedy, draw it out, spin that wheel.
Okay,
We're going to do it on 3. Everybody at home, y'all do it at the same time.
We
Ready?
say Kennedy, though, right?
Yeah, Kennedy. Got to say Kennedy. All right,
Okay.
ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Kennedy, spin that wheel. Yeah. That was perfect.
We did it. We're so good.
All
It's
right.
only halfway through the week. Oh, yes. Coffee powered home. I love it.
Coffee powered home.
Congratulations.
I
Coffee
think
powered. That's great.
I think I've got a coffee powered home too, right here. For Coffee Powered Homes watching on YouTube today, Jane, tell her how she can redeem that prize.
Well, Coffee Powered Home, all you need to do is go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll down all the way to the very bottom. You'll see where it says, I'm a prize winner, and you're going to fill that out. Give us all the details so we know where to send your iron.
Perfect. All right, so next up, we're going to give away a $100 gift certificate to Machines Plus. Now, if you're local in Southern California and you're around the San Diego area, you can redeem this at one of our stores. You can walk in with that code and they'll redeem it there for you. If you're nationwide, you can just go to our website, and at checkout, you'll put that code that we're going to send you in it, and it'll take $100 off your order. So, everybody ready again?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Kennedy,
spin that wheel. Oh my God,
We're
we
getting
are
better,
so
guys.
good. Janet Thomas watching on YouTube. Congratulations, Janet. Thank you so much for hanging in with us. You're a winner.
All right, Jane, tell her how she can redeem that.
Oh, you want me to go for it? Okay, Janet, you know the drill. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Fill out all the information. You got to scroll down to the very bottom. Fill out the information so Blaine and the team know where to send your prize. $100 gift card. That's amazing.
It is. All right, so we are going to give our last prize. Oh, I see coffee powered homes.
OMG! That's great.
That's awesome. All right. So for our final prize of the day, we've given a lot of stuff away today. So I hope everybody was happy with all the prizes that we gave away. But this last prize, we are going to give a Encore 260A sewing machine.
Awesome.
And we're throwing in that extension table. So Kennedy,
Amazing.
are you ready to go over there?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, Michelle, tell her what to do.
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh my God, why is it a thing? By the way, Kurt is upstairs saying the same thing.
Is he really?
He woke up this morning and said, spin the wheel. Wanda Lusk watching on YouTube. Congratulations. You are a winner of the sewing machine. That's so cool. You know what to do. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll to the bottom, fill everything out, your name, all the good stuff, so we know where to send the prize to. Congratulations, Wanda. Thank you so much for watching.
All right, Jane, another day completed, day 3. And hey, we're, on the downhill side now. We're going, Thursday and Friday, last days. Monday morning, remember what we said? This is going to go by so fast.
It sure does.
And it goes by so fast. So, man, I'm sure so happy that everybody has joined in each day. We've had a huge crowd every single day, and we hope that you are enjoying all the products we're showing. Tomorrow, again, we have a packed day of a lot of great products we're going to show, great educators. And tomorrow, our educational session, Angela Wolf is going to be in the house. And she's going to teach y'all how to do another real quick, Christmas gift last minute, just like Chris talked today. That was pretty cool.
And like Reen was on Monday.
Carly Bell.
Yeah, Carly Bell. I mean, so great. All of these other
yeah.
projects are just fantastic. And the fact that they're doing it in the time allotted means we can all do it. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then Friday, we have Joanne Banco.
And Joanne Banco, she's going to have something great. And so is Angela. It's going to be good.
I'm anxious to see it. So
yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a lot of stuff to give away still. So guys, right now, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now. Hit the like button or the thumbs up and the bell notification. If you're on our Facebook page, go like the Facebook page. And by the way, all of y'all need to go. If you haven't joined the Sewing Machines Plus Facebook group, it's a closed group. If you haven't joined that group yet, go join it, because Kennedy's telling me we got over 300 members on there. They're showing pictures of their sewing rooms, sharing project. It is just an awesome community. So everybody needs to join.
I love it. I love it. And also, Blaine, if I can have everybody follow me on all my socials, which is at Jane Claus, Clauss, like Santa with 2 S's. For this time of year, we're extra special. But Jane Claus on all of the socials, just Google it up. You'll find me there. Or go to my website and sign up. And that's janeclaus.com.
Perfect. So all y'all know what to do. Hey, guys, tomorrow we'll start again. Start the stream at 8 a.m. And guess what, Jane? You and I are going to go on live tomorrow at 8:05.
Oh, we're going at 8:05.
8:05. So guys, you're only going to have a stream starting for 5 minutes, and then we're coming on live, and you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Oh boy, and we got new outfits planned. I will be racing from the radio station to be here at 8:05, Mr. Blaine.
Well, if you don't make it on 8:05, just get here when you get here. But
I'll be
in my bag. You never know.
I'll give you 8:07.
There we go. All right, guys. Well, hey, from the whole crew here at SMP and Jane Claus, thank y'all so much for joining in. Thank you for being here all week, and we'll see y'all again first thing in the morning, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. We'll hope to see you then. Guys, y'all have a great rest of your night. See y'all tomorrow.